I am a Liverpudlian, and I come from the Spion Cup. I love to sing, I love to shout, I get thrown out quite a lot. We support the team that's dressed in red. It's a team that you all know. It's a team that we call Liverpool, and to glory we will go. We've won.
Hello, you beautiful listeners, and welcome to a very special Plastic Scousers podcast. My name is Matt Simpson, and this is my co-host, a man who once got fired from his part-time job at the local cinema after being found in the cleaning cupboard, covered in purple slushy and pick and mix. It's Owen Collins!
Thank you, yes, hello Matt, and I would like to put on record now that is actually more of an innocuous story than the kind of scurrilous rumour that it might seem. The advent of 3D films, or the re-advent of 3D films, had quite a profound effect on me when I was working in my local Cineworld, because it did genuinely seem like Kate Winslet was coming out of the screen towards me, except she was suddenly 12 foot tall. And I know we all have mixed views about Kate Winslet, and rightly so, but one thing nobody wants is 12 foot of Kate Winslet advancing towards you menacingly with a machete. And that for me was a bit too much, so I fled into the cupboard and just sort of bunked down for the night. And at some point I must have drifted off, and I woke up the next morning and I thought, oh god, I'm soaking. What happened? Like, I haven't had a dream like that for years. But it turned out I'd fallen asleep with my head on the nozzle of the spare slushy machine. So basically it'd been pouring all down my flank for the entirety of the night. Well, the pick and mix, that's another story.
You want to tell it?
Later.
Okay, later. We'll wait for it later. Owen, where have you been? Where have we been?
Where have we been? Matt, we've been all over the place.
What happened to you? Something very exciting happened to you in the time that we were last recording in March.
Yeah. I am now officially an elected public servant. I am a serving district and town councillor following the results of this year's local elections, which is as exciting as it sounds. And it just means that I don't have an awful lot of time on my hands, as opposed to what I did have before. So we've had a bit of a hiatus, haven't we? Yeah,
a bit of a break while you've been sort of sorting that out, and I got a new job and I was doing a lot of stuff with that, and it was all very busy. All very exciting.
Luckily for us, very little happened in the world of Liverpool Football Club in the sort of April, May kind of time while we were away. So we didn't miss much. It was possibly the most uneventful couple of months we've had in the entire 5 years we've been doing this podcast. Yeah,
and we were lucky enough to be there for none of it. And so we are sending this as a bit of an apology. In fact, we're doing something a bit special because we are very sorry about that. We are gonna cover everything else from where we left off.
Yeah,
we are gonna do that.
Which was the end of March.
End of March. So we're gonna basically do 2 months and a day.
But what a day!
What a great day! And by usually in these sort of situations, you'd be like, "Oh, what happens?" Right? We all know we won the Champions League, right? Let's get it out there straight off. So instead, it's gonna be more of a retrospective of
how we won the Champions League.
Yeah, and what games mattered and what results, and with benefit of hindsight, should we say. More of an analysis of from a perspective of going into the new season from what happened.
Yeah, I mean, we do it retrospectively. Retrospective is, I think, the best kind of perspective.
I like perspective. It's always nice to have good perspective.
I think it goes retro, per, and intro as the top three perspectives. But
I find introspective gets me down sometimes. If I think too much about my own life, I feel a bit sad.
Well, that's introspective. It can be quite dangerous. You sort of get mired in a quicksand of your own feelings, which can be damaging. But we're going to do it with the benefit of hindsight, as you say, because normally when we do these podcasts, it's a little known secret. We actually record them at the beginning of the month and just predict everything that's going to happen. And genuinely, we get it spot on every time. Every time. But this time, because we're a bit tired, we're going to just look back and do it. We should also introduce we've got a new plastic scouse, haven't we? Wally the Woodpecker.
Yeah, who occasionally will chirp in and basically cause disruption throughout the course of the podcast. If it gets too much, we will tell him to shut up. That is fine. Here he goes. What's he saying this time? You understand it better than I do.
I think he's saying we've signed Danny Lonergan on a free transfer.
Oh, fantastic news. I mean, considering if you were thinking about that at the beginning of April,
yeah,
that would be
Well,
quite
this is
bizarre.
what I mean. We're very prescient people.
We are.
But yeah, it's very nice to have a third Plastic Scouser on board. And if you would like to see Wally, do just tweet us at PScousers using the hashtag Matt, show us your woodpecker. And if we get enough of them, that will happen.
That will happen, yeah. Let's do the actual intro. In this, a rather special podcast, we will be examining the entire end of Liverpool's astonishing end to the 2018-19 season in a dramatic season finale spectacular. Woo! There'll be all the games, goals and talking points from the beginning of April through to the end of what proves to be an extraordinary season as we fight tooth and nail for silverware on two fronts, with plenty of the insight and irreverence you need as the season reaches one hell of a climax.
And who doesn't love one hell of a climax? As well as that, we'll see just how our early season predictions panned out, and we rekindle the flames of our favourite features from throughout the year. A lot of F's in that sentence. But that is all coming up a bit later on, because first we've got a lot of football to talk about. And so since we ended our last podcast at the end of March with that terrific 2-1 win against Spurs, it makes sense to pick up where we left off with I mean, there's no link to the fact it was Spurs. It's not like it's now Spurs again, but I just thought I'd show that I could remember March.
They both begin with an S.
They both begin with an S, so we're making our way...
Tottenham begins with an S.
We're making our way backwards up the alphabet, from T/Spur to SO.
To SO, just a quick trip down the M3 from London.
Yeah.
To Southampton. Southampton, yes. A team we have a lot of... I always had a lot of respect for Southampton, but at the same time we keep stealing their players.
I always had a lot of respect for Southampton, but I think it's waned.
I mean, particularly under Pellegrino and then Mark Hughes. Do you know what I mean? Like, those two were just like drained that club to feel really sad.
Yeah, that was... Yeah,
last season and this.
I think who did they have before that? Was that when they got rid of
Kerman? Was it Kerman? Kerman left to Everton,
and they got Pellegrino. And
yeah, but now
and it really they had such a good sort of setup where they could lose their coach and their best players, normally to us, every summer, and they kept developing new players. They kept sticking to the same brand of football, and at some point about 2 or 3 years ago they just thought, well, okay, we've lost all our coaches and our players now, let's just give up on it. And they became a very different club.
But
that's what happens if you sign literally everyone that's good that's ever played for them.
That's all in the past now, because they have a new manager. First time we're ever facing him.
Yeah.
In Ralph Hasenhüttl.
Hasenhüttl.
Great name. What a great name.
It's a great name. It sounds like a cartoon character, doesn't it? It sounds like when, if the Simpsons go to Germany, they stay with the Hasenhüttl family. That's the kind of sort of joke German name that you go to.
Ralph. Yeah, Ralph. Who is very famously in The Simpsons.
Ralph and Kurt Hasenhüttl.
Girdlehüttl. But yeah, Austrian Klopp. Alpine Klopp, is that right?
Alpine Klopp is what they call him. He's renowned to have quite similar sort of man management methods, that kind of slightly crackers genius to him that Klopp's got. I think that's why they call him the Alpine Klopp, yeah.
So, interesting to face him for the first time. And previously to this, we'll remind listeners at this point, we'd had some pretty strong home performances. I mean, our home performance was pretty great throughout the year. But away performances, what seemed to be sticking us. We'd lost hold of the top of the table by this point. To City, and it was because of a few away draws, to Leicester, to West Ham, to Everton,
United.
So we needed to see a better performance. It didn't start well.
No, I thought, as you say, we came into this game with quite a lot of confidence, and I thought, could Southampton beat us? Well, it would have to be, that's quite a long shot. But it turned out that it was a long shot that was actually our undoing within 10 minutes.
Yeah, and particularly, yeah, we have a drum kit in the studio. It's particularly from a player who couldn't score for love nor money, and then this was like his second goal in 3 games.
Yeah.
Shane Long put Southampton in the lead on 9 minutes, finishing the ball off after some decent play. I mean, Southampton started well, and we were pretty poor. Really sloppy generally.
Yeah, very sloppy defensively.
Yeah, I mean, you'd never expect that for Van Dijk, but of course this was technically his kind of first trip back to St Mary's since he left, I think. Or did he go last year? No, I think he did go the year before.
But I can't remember what order the games came in last year.
I think Southampton was quite late on, I remember. Anyway, so he it was his trip back there, and it was really poor. And it kept getting, it didn't look like it was getting a lot better. whilst we did always have sort of a couple of chances, it was generally Southampton who looked like they were going to be scoring again. And they had a couple of other chances. Ali made a couple of good saves. And yeah, it wasn't great. Could easily have been more before we finally started to get going again. Owen's just looking out, trying to find out when our last Southampton game was. At this point.
So this was his second return to St Mary's. But like you say, it wasn't really... Him and Robertson, I think, were both at fault for that goal, actually, which is... You'd probably say they're our two strongest units in the defensive back line.
An auspicious start.
An inauspicious start,
yeah.
I'm not sure. Is it inauspicious or
auspicious? What are the words? It sounds posh.
I mean, they're presumably the opposite of each other, but I'm not sure which is the one we want.
Anyway, he's looking that up now. Yeah, after about 20 minutes or so, we did actually start to get going and create some chances, and we eventually managed to get an equaliser just after the half-hour mark, and it's a first Liverpool goal for Naby Keita.
Yes, and it's... what is it about players scoring their first goal for Liverpool against Southampton with a really criminal deflection?
I don't think anyone else remembers what you're talking about.
Well, but Divock Origi, we were talking about this last night, but right. Divock Origi's first goal for Liverpool was against Southampton in the League Cup back in 2015, and it was quite a hefty deflection.
Like, brushed his toe, you mean?
Yeah.
Right.
It wasn't, you know... You could
it was Alberto Moreno's goal.
You could argue whether it... Yeah, it was really Origi's goal. And I mean, this was barely Keita's.
He bundled it over, he got his head on it and it deflected, and then goalkeeper couldn't keep it out. And
he headed it off the back of, was it Bednarek?
Jan Bednarek.
Jan Bednarek, yeah. It was a bit of a scrappy one.
Yeah.
But, I mean, they all count, obviously.
He won't care.
It was kind of scuffed header into someone's back, off the post, kind of off the keeper and in.
Do you know what? As a man who has been trying to tout Naby Keita all season, who has had a lot of problems with injuries and things, delighted for him.
Well, I am, and it's always nice to see players scoring for Liverpool for the first time. I'm sure he would have wished for a more sensational type strike, but they all count.
Yeah, got to break the deadlock somehow, and we go into half time one apiece, in the ascendancy. And so the second half, we are certainly a lot more solid. We don't look like, we didn't have that kind of sloppy opening. But Southampton didn't look bad, I have to say. They have been rejuvenated under, Hasenhüttl. I like saying it. Hasenhüttl. And they did threaten, and we didn't really create much. And it was just another, oh God, it's 1-1 again, away from home. It's just history repeating itself week after week,
We did at least see Klopp make some substitutions this time, though, which normally, in a game like this, when it's kind of petering out to an inevitable draw, he holds his cards quite close to his chest with making changes. But Milner and Hendo both came on the hour mark.
Transformed the game.
Yeah, totally.
Really transformed. Like Hendo playing in a more advanced role than what we're used to, with Fabinho playing in defensive midfield and Milner at right back. It was magnificent. Like Hendo was like a man like possessed almost. He just had everything. He was crunching into challenges. He was breaking forward, causing loads of problems.
Playing further forward, he definitely looked like a sort of a greyhound. Not a greyhound, but some kind of quite angry dog that's suddenly just been taken off a leash in the park by its owner. Do you know what I mean? It's been straining against the collar all the way down the high street, which in this case is for the rest of the season up to this point. And you get to, Herne Hill, take the dog off a leash, and he's away, and he's eating rabbits, and he's pissing up trees, and he's just running around the velodrome. And
Jordan Henderson's just having a nice good wee.
Jordan Henderson is.
We've all had a wee in a park, though.
We have, yeah. I had a wee at Turnham Green once.
Did you?
Yeah, I got off. I was on the second last tube train of the night, and I timed it, so I basically got off out of the station, over the barrier, wee in the park, back over the barrier, and back down onto the platform in time for the last train.
Yeah. Jordan Henderson and Milner were on, and it did turn the game in our favour. I mean, Southampton were still threatening, and in fact, the goal that turns the game for us comes from their corner, and it's finished by Mo Salah, but that doesn't half describe what really happens.
I mean, to say it's finished by Mo Salah, it sort of starts with Mo Salah, and around the middle it's mainly Mo Salah.
Yeah.
He basically, picks the ball up in our area, roughly?
Well, it's kind of a breakaway. Mane and Wijnaldum play the ball out to Salah, and he's about just outside the centre circle in our half.
He's about halfway
inside our own half, yeah.
And he just runs and he doesn't dribble so much because he basically goes in a straight line. It's like opening one of those laminated folders that you used to get at school.
Yeah.
You know, little Ziploc bags, like a sandwich bag. Just straight along. My favourite bit is 3 Southampton defenders basically box him in, but then he just keeps running, and the 3 of them move in this sort of like triangle around him at the exact same pace that he's running, in the most like ineffective piece of defending or marking I've ever seen, because they're just letting him run towards them and they're just matching him stride for stride backwards. But he gets up to their area and just buries it.
Fantastic finish as well.
Absolutely fires it.
Cuts it across the ball, right into the corner, shirt off into the Liverpool fans in the away end. Bedlam. Absolutely bedlam. And by the way, Salah had taken quite a bit of criticism, particularly in his away performances, because he had missing chances and he just hadn't looked quite on it.
Well, he was fell victim, but he was cursed by his own success in his first season with us, where everything he touched turned to gold, and he didn't quite have the same Midas touch this season, but he still ended up with a golden boot.
Joint golden boot with Mane.
Yeah, and Aubameyang. But
3 Africans. There you go.
That's never happened before.
No.
But
phenomenal.
I mean, it would be a fantastic season by anyone else's standards, because we were so blessed by what we saw with him season before. It did seem like a bit of a drop off in form. As the words of the song goes, if I hadn't seen such riches, I could live with being poor. Which is a line from Sit Down by James, which is of course now the Mo Salah song.
Of course, yeah, absolutely. And it was almost like a statement of, how dare you question me? How dare you question the Egyptian king?
Exactly.
This is what I can do.
Bow down before me,
60-yard run, brilliant finish, and a crunch game that really could have mattered had the season panned out differently.
Yeah.
But
well,
it was
matter.
It's a sensational goal just when we needed it with 10 to go. And then icing on the cake is the first and only goal of the season for our captain, which sounds so weird to say.
Yeah, he's finished pissing up trees and now he's chasing down a hedgehog. I don't know.
He's chasing a football, which dogs do quite often.
They do. That's true. God, these analogies write themselves.
Yes, we definitely don't write them beforehand, as you can tell.
Yeah, basically Firmino's got the ball sort of on the edge of the area. He slots it over into space just as Henderson charges in like a bull in a china shop, and he just absolutely wallops it home.
It's the first time I've seen him hit a shot that hasn't gone 10 yards over the bar in a while.
Yeah, it's a great...
Basically every time he hits the ball, I just go, it's going over.
It's a great strike, and it's just the fact he basically puts his foot through it because he's ran to pick up the ball at top speed. Do you know what I mean? There was no way that ball wasn't flying into the net. He didn't really need to kick it. He just ran into it.
Just keep running.
Is Hendo running?
He's running.
Is Hendo running?
Hendo's running. With that, the game is sealed. Great to see Hendo finally scoring and turning the game round. And actually, it led to him basically playing more forward for the rest of the season.
Yeah, well, it seems it's really reinvigorated him, and it seems a much more natural fit for him, especially now you've got someone like Fabinho, who's a bit more of an effective anchor in midfield.
Hey, I like him.
Haha. A bit more of an anchor than Hendo was capable of being. And so it's a win-win really, because you've got that perfect player there in Fabinho, but you've also got Hendo and say off Felician, completely different sort of player.
Yeah, absolutely.
To what we're used to. It's great. It's who we thought we were signing in 2011.
Well, Klopp apologised in the press. He actually said out loud Hendo said to me I should put him forward more often, and I was like, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I've been putting you back there and actually been holding you back, which is kind of an admission of not being wrong, but of restricting his club captain to do a different job for him. If that makes sense?
Yeah. And what has been nice is actually seeing over the latter part of the season the kind of redemption of Hendo, especially because he gets a lot of stick even from our own fans. So it's nice to see people starting to value him more and actually appreciate what he does and the part he plays in the team, all culminating in that iconic moment, of course, when he became our fifth European Cup winning captain.
Yeah, absolutely. But we'll get to that later, although we are about to talk about Europe.
We are.
Because we are in the quarterfinals of the Champions League, and we face who could easily start becoming the old enemy at this point. Second year running, we're back facing Porto again.
Yeah.
They must have been delighted.
yeah. I mean...
after what happened last time.
Obviously last year we put 5 past from at their place.
And then
And
the
then
second
had-
leg was a
They
non-event.
had quite an underwhelming home leg, yeah.
They just didn't want to concede any more goals, and we
No,
were just like, can
we
we just
couldn't.
not play this game? We've got other games to worry about.
And everyone did say that to expect a similar mauling this time round would be a bit hopeful.
Yeah. Oh, you'd assume that they'd come with a different strategy and be a bit more smart to it, I think.
Yeah, and we've been playing like a different team all season as well, in that we're not the gung-ho marauding style that we were in 2017, 2018. We are much more controlled and, keeping a lid on it a bit more. But as it turned out, it was still a really good result.
It was, yeah, although, the result doesn't necessarily reflect the game. There's definitely cause for concern with it. However, very early into the game, we've just mentioned it, and he scored another. Naby Keita.
The dog is off the leash again.
It's like...
There's so many dogs in here.
Yeah.
It's like bloody
Well, he's not the
crufts.
dog. Hendo's the dog.
I know, but I'm saying that...
It's a different dog.
Yeah, that's what. I'm not saying it's the same dog.
Okay.
There's more than one dog in the world.
Is there?
Yeah, well,
They all look the same to me, because I'm a bit dog
There's
racist.
at least one greyhound.
Yeah.
And I think I've seen a couple of terriers.
Right, okay.
So there's at least...
There's at least 3 dogs.
There's at least 3 or 4 dogs
Okay, good.
in the world.
Okay. I'll bear that in mind. I'll try and make a note. We should start, train spotting with dogs, just so, we can keep number them all,
What do you think is the most dogs you've ever seen in one place? Because there is no
About
reason
7
to...
or 8.
Yeah?
Those dog walkers you sometimes see,
Like in the park on a kind of...
down the streets, and they have several on the lead. I think around that number. Although I've never been to Batsy Dog's home, which I imagine would make that number far higher.
Yeah. I'm just thinking because it's not likely, but there's a slim chance that there could only be 10 dogs in the world, and they keep just dressing up differently.
That sounds
Because,
worryingly conspiratorial.
I know it does, but I have only ever seen probably about the same 6 or 7 dogs at one time. So I could be convinced that there were only 6 or 7 dogs.
Navigator's strike was deflected, which is the second time he's basically scored a goal in a row, and they've both been deflected in. It's a phenomenally quick start, and I'm delighted for Naby. I as I have been rooting for him all year, and he's had so many injuries, and he seems to now be not only fit but now doing what he promised to be able to do when he joined. And early lead against Porto, and they must have been thinking, oh, not again.
Here we go again.
Exactly. Are you? Yeah. So and it didn't take us long to double that lead either.
No, about 20 minutes later or so, Bobby Firmino gets the second one. A fantastic ball out from Jordan Henderson. Sort of move starts with him. Fires it over to Trent Alexander-Arnold. We're going to be saying that a lot. I know we're doing 3 months at once, but we're going to be constantly talking about great assist from Trent Alexander-Arnold. Yeah. Sort of pings it across. It's a tap-in for Firmino, really. It's not on the list of all-time great strikes, but
he does a lot of that. Wanders in.
Yeah.
Just happens to be in the right place at the right times and knock the ball home.
He's I won't call him a poacher because he's a lot more skillful than that, but he's got that sort of poaching ability in his DNA, like a Robbie Fowler or a Michael Owen.
It's football. It's that kind of intelligence.
Pop up and get on the end of it when it's just sort of loose in the 6-yard box.
The intelligence to know where to be at the right time.
Yeah, absolutely.
However, that doesn't necessarily describe the whole first half. We were not dominant by any means, and they had a number of chances, and Alisson kept us in it for sure, particularly their striker Marega, who has been seemed to have been rumoured of joining quite a lot of clubs and stuff, one of those players, but it kind of gave us cause to, need to tighten up a bit more, got to be more careful here, particularly if we're in the second leg at Porto, which is, the Dragao is a intimidating place to go.
I mean, we only scored 5 last time.
Absolutely.
Very intimidating.
But it was, he missed quite a few chances, and I thought, well, if we're at home, that's one thing. You're right, just readjusting.
Yeah, you didn't have to tell the listener.
Well, they can hear because you're not the mic. Yeah.
Oh, I can't hear that.
That's fine. No, you can't. Then.
Sass.
Yes, but we get to half time 2-0 up, and in the second half, well, it was a much sort of quieter affair. I think we had more control of the ball, it was a bit slower. Porto were unlucky. They should have had a penalty. And this is where VAR comes in to sort of play, because Trent absolutely definitely handballed it. I think even you and I both agreed on that, and yet VAR didn't give it. And it's a bit like, well, why? I thought the whole idea was VAR was meant to fix obvious errors and like I don't know. I want to love VAR. I really do, because I like the idea of more injustices being undone, particularly for lower teams who maybe don't get the rub of the green. You know, when you think of blatant, obvious errors and things, and you're like, well, it's not fair for them to have been punished for that. Like, so for me, but at the same time, if you can, it feels like the technology's good, but the people running it aren't.
Yeah, it's not. It still has capacity for human error. And human error is kind of a problem to begin with, do you know what I mean?
It's not necessarily fixing the problem.
Yeah, I mean, the two main problems with life before VAR was it was susceptible to human error and decisions were entirely subjective. And now they're still susceptible to human error and are entirely subjective.
Yeah.
It's just a different human looking at it to make the subjective and possibly erroneous decision.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
So it's not by any means a flawless or foolproof system, but I do think it is better than what we had.
I think it worked quite well at the World Cup. Like the 2018 World Cup, we had it, and I think genuinely people thought this is how it should be done. To most, like a lot of decisions were virtually got every decision right. It got, it was quick and effective. I think you'd hope for more of that sort of implementation. I think if you're going to use it.
Yeah, it was used at the Women's World Cup this summer as well, and
I think there was a lack of preparation on the part of the effort, and the referee association and things like that.
Yeah, I think it's a good technology, but the people using it, like I say, need to be a bit better at using it. Like the internet is broadly good technology. Twitter is largely good technology, but there's a lot of people using it. You think, my God, destroy this and never let anyone do it again, because sometimes good ideas can fall into the hands of
terrible people.
I'm not saying Martin Atkinson is the same as like a Twitter troll or a sort of jihadi terrorist making videos of beheadings, but it's a slippery slope at the end of the day.
Oh, 100%. Anyway, unfortunately that wasn't given for us. And also the same for Salah probably should have been sent off for basically stamping on one of the Porto players, which, like, it was an accident, but this is what, again, it just sort of justifies my whole idea of, like, as Liverpool fans, I think, I know so many football fans who are not objective enough to kind of admit when your team has done something wrong or deserves something it didn't get in the negative sense. And so I just wanted to bring up the fact that, I think we got away with it a little bit.
Yeah, we did. And there's been plenty of times this season when we have had decisions go our way.
The West Ham one particularly.
Yeah.
Milner was like 3 yards off. It should not have been given.
We've been fortuitous, but I don't think there's any side that's ever won anything in football in this country otherwise that hasn't benefited from a little bit of luck on the way there. You can be the most skillful and accomplished team in the world, but you will only ever be maximum, any success will only ever be a maximum of 99% down to that level of skill, because there will always be a small percentage of luck involved.
100%. Yeah, absolutely.
And it's not always offside calls, but it's like other teams might have injuries. It's nothing that it's one of those things, but a
lucky strike deflected.
Yeah, and it just doesn't, it doesn't get recorded, and so we look back on like Arsenal as the Invincibles in 2003, 2004. We forget that there were probably times when, if one of their opponents hadn't had their star striker on the sort of treatment table, Arsenal might not have come through that game unscathed.
Well, the last game of the season against Leicester, they famously shouldn't have won.
Yeah,
because they got given a dodgy penalty that shouldn't have been given. Leicester were the better team.
Exactly, this is what I mean. Yeah. No, every great team is great because of a combination of greatness and luck.
Yeah.
And I mean, VAR is really not going to change that.
No, I think you're right. But hopefully it will eradicate some of the more egregiously poor decisions, you'd hope.
Indeed. I should have say as well, if I'm listening, that I didn't mean to link Martin Atkinson to ISIS.
Okay.
I don't know what Martin Atkinson believes in terms of the creation of an Islamic caliphate in the Middle East, but that's his business.
Absolutely.
And if he does believe in it, I'll take... Don't, really, Martin Atkinson, don't believe in it. It's not good. People will lose their lives, Martin.
No,
people will die.
Right.
So anyway,
yes, 2-0 is actually it's a decent result, particularly considering that we had got away with it a little bit and they created chances, and performance like that in the second leg may not be good enough. That's the one worry, I think.
Yeah, well,
it didn't matter in the end, I know, but I'm saying that they created a number of chances, and they were something. You can eat the food. Go for it.
You don't have to like tell listeners everything I'm doing.
Well, the thing is, right? Imagine if you'd done this, and then I just ignored it.
Well, that's why I didn't do that. That's why I was very careful to actually reach in and take one gently with a minimum amount of noise, only for you to then go directly to the microphone. That's it, mate. Take some food. Pick up the crisps.
But hang on a minute.
No one will mind.
Hang on. Let me justify that. We're going to be here for hours. There's absolutely no point in us trying to hide the fact that we have snacks and fruit and beer on the table. There's no point, because eventually we just don't care, right? So you might as well just, like, if you put your cards on the table now, then at least that way everyone knows, we're not being dishonest to our listeners.
I wasn't trying to be dishonest. I was just trying not to be noisy when I ate McCoys.
Well, you've eaten McCoys, and now we know that as well.
Oh,
so
weird.
other
Like
crisps are
McCoy's
available.
Doritos.
So yeah, 2-0, good result, and we move on to our next game, and it's a team that we don't really like playing very much, because we've had a lot of trouble trying to beat them of recent years, and that is at home to Chelsea.
Oh, bastards.
Yeah, just seems to have had our number, the home leg, I guess the home reverse fixture.
That'll do. That's
It took a wonder goal from Sturridge in the 86th minute to salvage a point in a game that they defended really well. Under Maurizio Sarri, who's now not with them anymore, they seem to hate, even though he actually did really well for them this season.
Sorry seems to be the hardest word.
Oh, everyone's done that joke. Find a new one. Is it too late to say sorry? Yeah, we can't think of any more songs with sorry in them. So yeah, Chelsea struggled against for a couple of years. I don't think Klopp's actually beaten them.
Yeah, one of his first games was...
Oh, the one against Mourinho.
Yeah,
but I don't think since he has. 'Cause we
3-1.
lost against him in the League Cup as well. So this was the same fixtures we had in the League Cup back in October. So September, October time.
You're doing that
So-
thing now where I'm going to check it just to make a point.
Just make it sure.
So you just keep talking
But
now.
this was a much better performance, I think. Certainly, we had much better control of the game. Whilst Chelsea were defending pretty hard, they didn't really have a striker on the pitch. They played Hazard up front with Callum Hudson-Odoi, who was like their sort of poster child for the future kind of thing, who had a terrible game for them and left the pitch after an hour. We created quite a few chances and let Hazard in a couple of occasions, which wasn't great, but unfortunately we just couldn't take them. And it was quite frustrating. The whole first half we sort of had complete domination over the game.
Yeah, so the last time we actually beat Chelsea was that game in 2016 when Hendo scored. He scored that absolute belter from outside the box, you remember?
Of course, yeah.
That was
2-1.
Yeah, Lovren scored as well, I think. That was September 2016, so nearly 3 years ago. Since then we've mainly drawn, with the exception of the League Cup and that 1-0 defeat in the run-in in 2018.
Of course, yeah.
When everyone was kind of flagging a bit because we were sort of doing the Champions League run at the same time.
I remember that now. Giroud scored, I think.
That's the one.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, we owed them a hiding. We didn't give them a hiding, but we certainly were a much better side in this game. But eventually, in the second half, we finally make it pay. And a man we have not mentioned in terms of goal scoring this month, but he's put one in here. Sadio Mane with a header for 1-0.
Great header.
Yeah, it's great work as well. Great pressing from Salah and Hendo to get the ball back, to win the ball out the field. Great cross from Hendo, and Mane couldn't, at the back post, great movement. Simple header, and we break through.
Yeah. Big sort of sigh of relief, I think, from most fans. It kind of, again, felt like a sort of bit of a bubble bursting in terms of the sort of puncturing the atmosphere of tension a bit. Yeah, really important goal in the context of the game and in the context of the season.
100%. And it didn't take long for us to double that lead.
No, through one of the goals of the season.
Without question. And our Egyptian king delivers a spectacular 25-yard drive. What a goal.
Out on the right, sort of starts cutting in, sort of running diagonally with a Chelsea player, I can't remember who it was, basically in front of him. He's sort of sidling past him. As, was it Christensen, sort of comes in as well, and they kind of move in on the sort of pincer movement. Salah just lets fly. Absolute pearl of a goal into the net. Anfield goes insane.
Yeah. He does that celebration where he stands on one leg like a statue.
Yeah,
I don't quite
so
know what
one
it
leg
is.
kind of foot
But
on
we're both not miming it.
Other foot on the
Yeah.
sort of knee and
Like
sort of praying hands.
Yeah.
Is that an Islamic thing, do you think?
It must be. Well, I mentioned in the notes that he'd between like before this game, he suffered racist abuse online from like Chelsea fans.
Oh, of course he had, yeah.
And I almost think that was a bit of a sod due to them.
Yeah.
This is who I am and this is what I do.
Yeah, we haven't mentioned that actually. The appalling stain of racism on English football is rearing its head again.
Was this the same week that happened to Raheem Sterling as well?
I don't know if it was the same week. It was around the same time, and that was Chelsea fans as well.
Yeah,
it often seems to be Chelsea fans.
Yeah.
Against Raheem Sterling this year, against Mo Salah this year. A couple of years ago, there was the incident in Paris
Yeah,
when
I was gonna say
they
that.
pushed a black man off a metro train. It's. It doesn't need. Well, maybe it does need saying, but it's obvious that this is a minority of Chelsea fans,
100%.
and that most, if not all, decent Chelsea fans would absolutely deplore this behaviour. But it's certainly taking root again, and it is very worrying.
It's hardly surprising it's taken root when you see who's in charge.
Well, yeah, when you look, what, Sarri?
I don't know his views.
In charge of the country, you mean?
In charge of the country and in charge of the planet.
In charge of Chelsea.
Dialogue.
Yeah, if you look at the general sort of global situation, we're definitely lurching into a quite dark place, and football is not immune to that, it seems. But that's why I think it's so important and it's so inspirational that we've got players like Salah, who are very openly practicing Muslim.
Arguably two of our top 5 players, because Mane as well.
Yeah, and totally, not that they should be ashamed of it, but totally unashamedly Muslim, and that has been in many ways part of why sort of they've become such celebrated sort of heroes on the terraces, because it is a sort of, their impact is felt far beyond just the football field. Do you know what I mean? In an increasingly divisive and divided country, that sort of role model and that positivity of that positive perception of different cultures being celebrated. But you got white working class people on the streets of a sort of northern industrial city singing songs about being in a mosque with a kind of Egyptian Islamic figure, and it's really positive and it's really nice to see. And it's even better when that player ends up scoring world-class goals against a team who have been racially abusing him. Well, not the team haven't been racially abusing. It's not like
a small section of the
club,
fans,
yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah, what a strike, and we'll definitely be bringing it up again in a future podcast that we may or may not be also recording during our recording session today. My
favourite bit of that goal actually was it cut to Klopp, who just turns around and Xherdan Shaqiri runs into him and throws his arms around him. And a lot of people have been saying that those two have fallen out because Shaqiri hadn't played for a while, and then you just see the two of them just like hugging each other like. No, it was nice.
Oh, fantastic, yeah. And, that really saw the game out. I think there was like a 10-15 minute spell after Salah scored where Chelsea were really in the ascendancy. Hazard hit the post, also a great save from Ali to keep him out. And we saw it was the first and only time in the game we lost control of it. And they very, very nearly probably should have got one back. But by the end of it, we regained control of the game. And, Shaqiri actually came on for the first time in ages. Actually saw him for a couple of minutes here. Worth noting, and we saw it out, and it's another win in the ultimately futile but still at the time important title running. So
big win as well.
Yeah, huge win, especially against a team that we it's taken Klopp a long time to beat him again. Yeah, that was a great result going into the second leg of the Champions League.
Yeah, when we you thought we were gonna, well, you said if we played like we did.
Oh, Woody's back.
What's that, Woody?
Timmy's fallen down the well.
Ah, God, Timmy is always falling down wells.
I know.
I don't know why his parents don't keep him indoors.
I mean, most of us have normal water facilities now. Why is he going to antiquated ways of getting hydration?
Where is he finding all these wells?
yeah. Apart from in wells, ironically.
Yeah. Which is we were talking about last night, weren't we?
We were talking about you can talk about everything we talked about last night, but we would be here for hours, and most of you dancing around, stumbling about. Not entirely sure what's going on, and us waiting for pizza for an hour and a half.
Yeah, that was a long old wait for pizza last night.
Yeah, I was very annoyed.
Good pizza, though.
It was good pizza, yes.
Slightly burnt the crust, but which is probably because it took 2 hours to cook.
Bit of a no-no, yeah, bit of a no-no. Bit of a no-no for us, but hey, it was still good. Yes, we are in Portugal, the place where we won 5-0 last year. Can't be expecting something that good, can we? Oh, actually, we could.
Yeah.
Didn't start out that way, though, and... in the first half, as I say, Porto were pretty strong, and we saw more of kind of what we expected of them, and especially under the atmosphere of the Dragao and all the noise, and famously one of the most atmospheric stadiums in Europe. It certainly wasn't easy to start off with.
No, it wasn't.
And what was interesting for me was that good, wonderful contribution there. There was no Bobby Firmino. He was on the bench. I think there was some fitness problems with him.
Yeah.
But what was really interesting was our system of tactics, because what we did was, rather than bring on Origi and play him up front, we played Origi wide and played Mane through the middle, which we've not really seen Klopp do before. Because usually it'd be Salah if it's not Firmino. But Mane played through the middle, and it did very much confuse Porto, certainly in the second half. It was it's a system we used a few times, and yeah, interesting. Like, I don't know. Are you surprised? Is this something you care about? I mean, you don't seem like you do.
I care about it. I just can't remember if I was surprised or not.
Right. I was surprised. As a man who likes his tactics, I was a man who was very surprised at the fact that Mane was playing through the middle.
All listeners will know by now that you are the tactical one of the two of us.
Yes.
And I am I don't know what I am.
Stats nerd.
Sort of just very random stats. So,
but you know lots of stats. I ask you for stats, and you usually provide them.
I can tell you a lot about the Club World Cup, it seems.
Right, well, we don't need to talk about that now.
Its time will come.
Yeah, its time will come. So yeah, Mane up front, and as I say, Porto bombarded us for the first sort of 20-30 minutes. And I mean, you understand that really. They need to get back into the game. They've got a 2-0 deficit to catch up, no away goals, so they've got to try. And they're very unfortunate not to score, but we actually take the lead with our very first shot when we finally get somewhere, but not without controversial circumstance, and it's VAR again.
Yeah, and it's Mane again. Sort of runs through, slides it in. Was it because they thought he was offside?
They called offside originally.
Yeah, but it wasn't.
No, it was like a long. Well, I thought it was offside. Like, it looked like it was, and then there was like a long old wait, and we saw that on the screen, on the telly or whatever, it showed that he was actually on, and that the whole defence had just stopped while Mane had slid through, and slightly underwhelmingly, we get a very important away goal. Yeah,
it kind of really, again, it eased the tension, because now Porto are going to need to put 3 past the best goalkeeper in the world. That probably wasn't going to happen. But it was quite hard to celebrate it with too much ferocity, because it was awarded about 5 minutes after the ball went in the back of the net.
Oh, yeah. So it wasn't quite like, it should have been more celebrated than it was, but hey, it was taking us into half-time with what looked to be quite an unassailable lead at this point, 3-0, including an away goal. Porto needed 4. And in the second half, it only got worse for them. Origi was hauled off at half-time because he hadn't played well. And Firmino was straight in. Yeah.
By who?
By Klopp.
We heard it here first.
Yeah. Hauled off is not a sex thing.
Oh, I thought you said pulled off.
No, hauled off.
Oh, I thought you said it was pulled off at half-time.
No, I didn't say that. You just heard that because you wanted to hear it.
I didn't want to hear it.
Your dirty mind wanted to hear
I was pretty ambivalent about hearing about Divock Origi getting a hand job, but it's just
pulling off Belgians.
I thought you'd said it, and I couldn't let it slide if you had.
Well, he didn't let it slide, so let's move on.
No. Straight through the
on the hour mark, Mo Salah with a brilliant breakaway goal as Porto desperately try and get back into it. Great running through, great pass, great finish from Salah. The Salah of old, I would say that. Running through on goal, calm finish, and that's game over, really.
It is. Porto now need 5 goals.
In like 25 minutes.
In
25 minutes plus.
25 minutes against Van Dijk and
Alisson,
and it's and Matip, who's actually had quite a good run of the side.
But they did get one back.
They did get one back from a corner.
Not directly from the corner, but the resultant header from Eder
Militao.
Militao, playing for Real Madrid now.
Is he?
Yeah, he's signed for Real Madrid.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah, clearly not bad.
Do you think he's happy there?
Well, he's only just got there, so I imagine it might take a bit of time to settle.
I expect, the Portuguese and the Spanish climates are quite similar.
Yeah.
So I guess it won't be too much of a culture shock for him in the actual, relocation.
The languages are fairly, not interchangeable, but you can learn one quite easily if you know the other.
Common roots.
Yeah, they have very similar kind of structures and all that stuff.
I mean, with the ties across the Iberian Peninsula will probably make it quite a smooth transition for the guy.
I mean, plus he's playing for Real Madrid. Even in a bad state, it's Real Madrid, do you know what I mean?
Not to be sniffed at.
No. And
he says
a
sniffing.
Sniff there for you. I did a sniff. Ooh. Oh, Woody Zach. He's not happy. Is that secretly Militao trying to communicate? Get me out of Real Madrid, please. I've made a massive mistake.
Turns out it's very different language.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who knew?
So yeah, that left 20 minutes to go. I mean, it was a bit of a non-event by this point, but we still found time to score another 2. Both headers. One cross in from Jordan Henderson, but Bobby scores, having come on at half time. Yeah,
it was quite a sort of glancing header.
Yeah,
kind of running past it and just kind of.
Well, Mane was behind him as well. Like either of them really could have scored. At that point.
What if Bobby hadn't? Mane would have, unless he managed to miss it completely.
And then VVD heads in. Our wonderful big man Virgil van Dijk gets a header in Europe. Second consecutive away goal in Champions League. Having got a header against Bayern. Which the ball was crossed in. And yeah, it ends up we thrashed them again in the end in the Dragao. Seems like we like playing there. Can we play you every week? I think was the chant.
Yeah, I mean, financially it would be a massive burden on the fans, but it would be nice.
I mean, it's Portugal. It's not a bad place to go and visit every other week.
No, but I imagine that will get quite expensive.
We'll just get a villa out there full time, probably save you money.
There we go.
Get a timeshare.
Next
you know what I mean? You're not there all the time, so get a timeshare.
Is that what they're called, timeshares?
Yeah, because it's essentially like a group rental. And so you have it for a certain period of the year. It's all scheduled, like the studio we're in now. I rent it with other people, and we share out and book times in to be here.
This is your Stratford timeshare.
It is, absolutely. So
it's a good name for a band, that.
Stratford timeshare.
Yeah.
Yeah, very indie band.
Isn't it?
You can imagine like Radio X kind of, wet skinny jeans and floppy hair.
Floppy hair and kind of corduroy jackets.
Yeah, and they play guitars that are just slightly out of tune because they're edgy.
Yeah, Converse is like pulled up to your sort of knees.
Yeah. Yeah, check them out. They're going to be at the venue, Camden Roundhouse. They're going to be at Camden
Roundhouse in September. A debut EP comes out on Spotify next month. So
I mean, they've done well to play the Roundhouse without a debut EP. That's quite impressive. They must be opening for another band.
It's part of a kind of new acts festival.
Ah, I see. So they get like half an hour each, kind of thing.
Yeah, and it's kind of like a sort of way of supporting grassroots music and giving them the sort of taste of the big time.
Nice, I like it. I might go down.
Some of the other bands they're on with, Sabian, I think they're playing.
Sabian?
No, just Sabian.
Oh, Sabian. Lentil Fire. I like Lentil Fire.
They're quite heavy. They're a bit heavy.
They're a bit heavy rock. Not like I'm a metal fan. I can tell you metal.
Yeah,
it's more like heavy rock.
Light for you, but
it's like Queens of the Stone Age kind of heavy rock.
Yeah, Lentil Fire.
And of course Peter Zappel. So
Peter Zappel. Peter Zappel and his backing band with Dismissive Nuns.
Peter Apple and the Dismissive Nuns.
They'll go far.
Bit Reverend and the Makersy.
So many sort of ecclesiastical bands out there.
It seems so.
So yeah, it was a good result in Porto.
Fantastic result. And let's not do this down. Champions League semi-final again.
That is exciting.
Owen suddenly remembered. Oh, that's what it was. Yeah.
That's very exciting.
Barcelona.
Oh, that's less exciting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was looking forward to having Coutinho back at Anfield.
Yeah.
It's a game that we'll probably talk in detail about soon.
Yeah, we'll come to that.
We've got a couple of other games first to talk about. We've got 2 ties back to back from newly promoted sides, starting with an away trip to Cardiff City and Neil Warnock's side.
Cardiff City. How do you feel about them as a club?
I didn't like it when they changed from blue to red because the Thai owner wanted them to.
Is he Thai? He's Malaysian, isn't he?
Malaysian, yeah. He likes the colour red, and so he changed the bluebirds to red.
Yeah.
Which is the stupidest idea I've ever heard.
But they have changed back now.
Of course, but it still happened, and that was weird.
Yeah, he did always look a bit like a Bond villain, didn't he, Vincent Tan, with his kind of aviators and his...
But he's still alive, isn't he?
Big coat and his leather gloves. Yeah, but he's just not quite as front and centre as he used to be. Cause,
I think he's like sold some of his shares in Cardiff. Whatever.
Well, I think he's definitely stepped into the background a bit. He came in and tried to put his mark on everything, like with changing the name and stuff. And he's he had that quite well covered dispute with Malky Mackay. Do you remember?
Oh yeah. I mean
that ended badly.
Pretty toxic all around. Of course, we beat Cardiff earlier in the season, but they scored the first goal we considered at Anfield back in late September. And this was a tough game. We made hard work of this. I know we travelled back from Portugal, which, tough for the fans, tough for the players too, to come back a couple of days later playing football. But
tough on fans, tough on the causes of fans.
Yeah. What?
Don't know.
Okay. Yeah, not nowhere near as comfortable as the eventual 2-0 scoreline reflects. I mean, first half, we really struggled. They were bullish. We spurned a few chances. They defended for their lives. Like Sean Morrison just had a blinder at the back. The worst one was Bobby Firmino shooting over from about 6 yards when he was through on goal. It was one of those, when something like that happens, you sort of go, it's just not going to be our day, is it? Certainly you used to have that feeling, right? Where, like, when you'd be at a lesser side, in quotation marks, and you just can't quite get through, and it's like, is this going to be it for today? You know?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
But that was half time. We did need to do better, and we do through a very, very clever set piece.
I'm just trying to remember what was clever about it, because I know that it was a corner. But
Well, it's whipped in low by Mr. Trent Alexander-Arnold.
Again.
Yep. Brilliant low flat corner, and smashed in by Gini Wijnaldum. Absolutely hammered home. Like, on the run, like Hendo, full on the run, except this time far in the top right-hand corner. No chance for the keeper. Brilliant goal.
Was absolute wallop, is what I've got written down here.
Absolute wallop. I like that.
Wallop.
He scored away from home again.
I know, in much less glamorous circumstances than he normally does.
At Wembley, in
Stadio Olimpico,
in the semi-final of the Champions League. This time away in Cardiff, but it's an away goal for Gini.
Although I'm pretty sure that. Hang on, let me just.
More stat checking for Owen Collins here.
Yeah.
It's not. What are we researching here?
That every away stadium that Gini Wijnaldum has scored in for us has been in a stadium that's hosted a European final.
Wow, that's quite an impressive stat.
Obviously, Stadio Olimpico was where we beat Rome ourselves in 1984. Wembley. I mean, we won the European Cup at the old Wembley, but new Wembley has hosted Jurgen Klopp's Borussia Dortmund.
That was the final, yeah. I think this year's one as well. In this 1920 season, I think it's hosted there. Is it not?
No,
it's the European Championships being hosted there. The finals being hosted there, yeah.
But the 2014 Super Cup was at Cardiff City Stadium.
Interesting. There we go.
So that's an interesting sort of record Wijnaldum's got there.
Gini likes the big occasion away from home. Yeah. Then again, Cardiff proved very difficult to break down, and I don't know. You probably haven't seen this in the research, but they should definitely equalise. And there's a bizarre moment where the ball comes in, and Morrison, their captain, is like 6 yards out with clear header, on goal, and it hits him on the back. He almost jumps ahead of the ball, and it bounces off his back and goes like behind. And it's the most unbelievable miss. Like, there's such a big opportunity. We should definitely be 1-0 at this point, but luckily didn't score. And so, there's another interesting thing to mention, which is what happened to Fabinho. So Fabinho comes on for Keita after sort of 70 minutes. He goes off 4 minutes later with an injury.
Oh yeah,
and James Milner comes on, who would eventually score our second. A bit unlucky. He comes on, gets injured, goes off again. It's like Jesse Lingard at Man United that time. Yeah, unfortunate. I mean, luckily it wasn't like a bad injury, but it was one of those where you're like, he's just come on. And now we've lost a sub. Now we've lost a substitution. And, if Fabinho's out, that is a worry. But eventually Salah wins a penalty. He sort of grappled, thrown to the floor.
Well, I can't remember who it was, but it basically just was holding on to him. And Salah did well to stay up, but he kept playing for quite a while this guy basically had his arm around him, just holding on to him. And eventually Salah kind of slips down. But a lot of people say like Salah's a diver and he's looking for a penalty, but how is that not a penalty? What was he supposed to do there? Like, how long do you let that happen before you say, look, this is clearly
Well, he had to throw himself down so the referee would notice. But he literally had his arms around him in a bear hug.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's not rugby.
He was giving him the Heimlich manoeuvre.
It's not rugby. Like, if it was anywhere else on the pitch, it would absolutely be a foul. And then, they have the right to go, how can that possibly be a penalty? It's like, we're not. What are you looking at?
People are blinded by hatred.
We get a 2-0 win. Get away with it a bit. Wasn't a great performance.
I wouldn't say we got away with it. It wasn't a great performance, but sometimes you just got to grind them out.
Yeah, well, that's it. And then we've got another game, as I say, the second of this double header of against Premier League. Well, not actually, no. Huddersfield have been up for a couple of years. Sadly, won't be with us, for the next season. But yeah, home to Huddersfield, who were basically relegated at this point.
I think this was the last game before they got relegated, wasn't it?
Maybe. Yeah, it was a nice demolition of a very poor team. Let's be honest, this match. Really different planets of football.
It was satisfying to watch, but it was also
I felt a bit sorry for them, really.
Yeah, it was kind of hard to watch in a way because I do really like Huddersfield.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was also our first match against another sort of
new manager.
Not Austrian, but German, Jan Siewert.
Yeah, Jan Siewert, who was Dortmund's youth coach.
Only the third German to ever manage in the Premier League.
Yeah, with Klopp and Wagner.
Wagner's technically American, I think.
David Wagner? He's German.
I think he's an American citizen.
No, he's German.
Pretty sure.
So who's the other one?
Felix Magath, that used to be at Fulham.
Oh God, him. He's awful.
I think David Wagner is basically German. He's German born, but he is
speaks German and has a German accent.
But he's an American citizen. Can
he not be? He's supposed to be dual nationality, then, no?
I think he is. He's half German, half American. But he played for the US national team.
Did he?
Yeah, 8 times.
Well, I'd still consider him a German coach, though.
Well, that's your prerogative, really. Yeah. But
he came from Germany as well.
I suppose it's like whether you say Raheem Sterling's English or Jamaican.
He's both.
Yeah, but
like David Wagner is German and American. He's both.
But you wouldn't say Raheem Sterling was the first Jamaican player to score for us for 30 years, would you?
Since what, John Barnes?
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with him saying that. It's factually accurate. So, anyway, football. So, Daniel Sturridge starts this game. Probably the last start he makes for us. So, didn't play brilliantly, but we got to see him starting the game because Firmino was out, injured. I think he had a bit of an injury. I think he picked something up, so he didn't get to play. But it didn't take long to score. We were given a gift within the minute, and Naby Keita scores a third. I'm so happy for him. Like, I've been hoping to finally see him do well, and less than a minute in, he's he smashes one in, like having been handed a pass back. We're 1-0 up already. It was the fastest Liverpool Premier League goal of the season, I believe.
There wasn't really a pass back. There was someone basically closed down the Huddersfield defence as they were trying to play it out of defence. And so in response, they just gave it straight to Mo Salah, who fed in Keita and bang.
Nice.
He scores really early in games, Keita.
Well, 36th minute was the Saints one. That's the longest.
But I suppose one against Porto was 5 minutes in? Yeah.
So maybe that's a trend he'll keep up when he gets fit for the next season.
Well, I hope so. He's a good nerve settler in that respect.
Absolutely. And I mean, that kind of set the tone for the rest of the game. Sadly, it was very much all one-way traffic. Mane eventually getting the second from Andy Robertson. Gets his first assist of the month.
Hey.
As he starts to lose ground in the Trent Alexander-Arnold Andy Robertson assist competition that Trent would eventually win by overtaking Robbo in the last couple of days. Great ball, 2-0. And I mean, it almost it's depressingly all over before it's even started.
I don't know if that's depressing.
I feel bad. I don't know why. I feel really bad for Huddersfield.
Well, I do, but sometimes you just got to say it's a total mismatch of a contest.
Screw you. I don't care.
I'd feel bad if we played Oxford United and beat them 10-0 or like High Genie Sport in the Club World Cup, but that's what football's for, isn't it?
Yeah, true. And before half time, it's 3. It's a delightful volley, like chip volley thing from Mo Salah as he's running through on goal. Another assist from Trent as well.
Completely cancels out Robbo's own contribution.
Yeah, absolutely does. It's a beautiful ball, and beautiful finish. And 3-0 at half time, and it's all one way traffic, and it's all very straightforward, I'd say.
This isn't going to be a shock slip up or one of those games where we think we're going to, have to labour to beat one of the bottom sides. This is
bar a massive implosion.
This is an open and shut case. You can't see an implosion happening either. There are some games where you get the sense it might happen. This wasn't one of them.
Yeah, and in the second half, we make it 4. Mane with another header. He seems to get a lot of headers. Got 2 in this game. He's a very small guy, but has a good spring, good leap.
Yeah.
And seems to be in the right position to get headers. So, yeah, useful asset for a small man to have.
Absolutely.
I can tell you, as a small man, I can't head the ball to save my life.
I've not seen you try, so I'm not sure I believe you.
Shall I try now?
Yeah, have we got a ball? Head a grape.
I was going to head a grape. Yeah, so we've got grapes on the table. Okay, just
Right.
if you line it up for me, like sort of throw it in the air, just so like I can get a head
in
of
front of you. Where are you going to head it? Just over there. Just head it directly forwards.
I'll go for the bucket, shall I?
Head it, yeah.
It's
Oh,
a bucket.
wow, that's quite. It's not a massive bucket, listeners. This will be quite precise if you can. This is like a.
Need
Right.
it quite high up.
Here we go.
Oh, it landed on your laptop.
It did. Thanks for that.
You can eat it now.
Cheers.
You did.
Head grape.
Head grape. That was alright. That wasn't a bad header.
That wasn't a bad header.
You know,
So see if I can do better as a taller man.
good technique, I think. Didn't quite get the accuracy, and also my head's now a bit damp. Okay.
They're quite wet grapes.
Yeah, they are a little bit. They're. I think they've had a bit of condensation residue. Cool. So you ready?
Here we go.
I like how your hands are like behind your back.
Don't know why.
Like that's not really how heading. It's usually like a header like that, isn't it? With your arms. Sorry, my bad. I'll do it
That
again.
was a bad throw.
My mistake.
It's got me in the eye.
Okay, so it's about here, yeah.
Yeah,
Well, that's better. You're under my
I
laptop.
hit your laptop. This is
So equal first. I'll have to eat this. Then,
wonderful
anyway.
bit of symmetry. I'm just gonna.
So in the Sadio Mane test, we've proved that small people can head balls, or grapes in this case.
No grapes, yeah.
Yeah. Where were we?
What was the point of that?
that livened things up a bit.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a beer.
Yeah, go for it. Actually, come back. We have one more thing to talk about.
Okay, I'm still here.
Oh, you're still here. I thought he was like going off. Okay, I'll just wait then because there's a good thing to talk about.
Why don't you start talking, and by the time you finish saying it, I'll be sat down again.
But I need your reaction to it.
Okay, well I'll react.
Okay.
I'm literally just reaching over.
What are you going for? What's the drink of choice? Obviously, don't go too quick because like we've got a lot of recording to do.
Oh well, I've got a lot of beer to drink as well. Don't worry.
Oh, fair enough. I'm still on my first. I'm nursing.
It's Peckham Pilsner Lager from Peckham Rye London Brick Brewery.
What's it called? Brick Brewery.
Brick Brewery.
Brick Brewery,
It's,
that's a nice
just
name.
under the arches at Peckham Rye Station.
Oh, I know that. Yeah, I've been there quite a few times.
That's not where I got it from. I got it from a shop. But
I got it from a shop.
But I just happen to know where the brewery is.
So yeah, great. And then probably my favourite bit of news from this game is the return to action of not only Gerrard and Shaqiri, who we hadn't seen for a bit, Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain,
Hey.
after almost a year to the day when he got that horrible injury making that challenge against Rome in the Champions League first leg semi-final, is back on the pitch. Delighted for him.
Lovely to see, yeah. And he came very close to scoring.
Almost within minutes. Yeah. Like,
would have been perfect script.
brilliant cut, great run, cuts inside, he's in on goal, and then unfortunately a bit of the rustiness showed, and then he sort of fluffed his chance and just fell to the keeper basically.
Yeah.
But yeah, really good to see him back in a Liverpool shirt again. Need even if we don't need him for the run in, because it probably wasn't going to be used a lot in the run in, and actually wasn't really, but certainly for the future, next season if he can stay fit, he's a phenomenal asset to have. He's very different to other midfielders we have as well. Like he's a lot more like physical pace and power from that midfield. I think we don't really have anyone else who's like that.
No, he's certainly our most physical midfielder. I think in terms of just driving through sort of defences and stuff.
And quick. I think probably one of the quickest. Like, when you think about the goal against Man City where he drove forward from pace and smashed the ball home low. Like we don't have other midfielders who really do that, who carry the ball so well. If that makes sense.
No, we don't, and it's a real shame that he got such a devastating injury when he was in the form of his career. So we can just really hope that this season we start to see the Ox of old, because he became one of my favourite players actually.
Oh, before the injury, absolutely.
Well, even during the injury, because he did a lot of sort of media work while he was in recovery.
He's probably a bit bored to be fair.
Yeah, but
like it looked dull.
But like he did a lot of kind of videos for like LSC TV and stuff like that, and he comes across as a genuinely nice guy.
Yeah.
Like sometimes you see players and they come across with no sort of personality whatsoever. Ox comes across as a really friendly, warm person, and particularly the friendship he struck up with Ryan Brewster.
Oh yeah, because they were both in the treatment room every day.
For basically the entire season, and they've really bonded, despite having like Brewster's almost 10 years younger than him, I think. But that real sort of affection and respect between the two of them, and it's really encouraging to see because we've got proper team spirit at our club at the moment. It's not just 11 players. It's a club of people who actually really care about each other and enjoy working with each other, and you can tell that, and it makes such a difference, I think.
There's only one thing about Oxlade-Chamberlain I don't like.
That he's going out with someone from Little Mix?
Yeah, exactly.
You don't like that because you want to go out with someone from Little Mix, or you don't want anyone to go out with someone from Little Mix?
I mean, both, if you think about it. Because they're kind of the same thing. I've actually met her as well.
Was it Perry Edwards?
Perry Edwards, yeah.
What's
When
she
I was
like?
working on X Factor.
Yeah. Did you meet Ox as well?
And he was in the building, but I never saw him.
Oh, that's such a shame.
I was literally like constantly leaving the office trying to like
just
spot
find
him.
excuses to walk down the corridor.
Yeah, just to be like, hey, massive fan, but I never had the chance.
Nah, shame.
Sadly.
What's Perry Edwards like?
All right. I only said hello. That's literally all it was. You know, they're very famous and like big for the big. People seem to like them.
What, as a couple?
No, it's a band.
Oh, right. Well, I don't mind.
The Oxlade-Chamberlain Perry Edwards band.
Yeah. Who are playing at the London Roundhouse next month.
Yeah, opening up for whatever it was, Stratford Spitfire. I can't remember what you said.
Stratford Timeshare, Peter Apple and the Dismissive Nuns, Sabian and
Lentil Fire.
Lentil Fire.
I like how you remembered all of those.
There we go. Ask me again at the end of the podcast.
Oh dear, it's at the end of this. Not even the end of this one, then. Yeah. But yeah, perfect way to end the month with a final fifth goal. Andy Robertson, who then becomes the highest ever Premier League defender assists. That I said those words right in the wrong order.
I know what you meant.
Like, I played all the right notes just in the wrong order. And yeah, Mo Salah finishes it off fairly simply. 5-0. A very easy and comfortable win that rounds out what it actually turned out to be a perfect month.
That reminds me, actually, we didn't actually mention earlier in April, in the Southampton game, that Salah goal that we were raving over, where he runs the entire length of the pitch.
He was 50th, wasn't it?
His 50th Premier League goal for us in 61 appearances, which is the quickest ever for a Liverpool player.
Yeah.
There we go, we've mentioned
So
it
the
now.
thing is, that's amazing, but I'm not at all surprised.
No, not at all.
I'm actually surprised that it took that long.
Yeah, well, he's one of those people, isn't he, who gets like within touching distance of a record and then takes ages to actually break it. Like with the Golden Boot at the end of last year. He was stuck on like the equaling the record for most goals in a 38 league season.
No, he had equalled it, he'd not overtaken it.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. He was stuck on like having
31,
equalled that,
yeah.
and then went about 3 games without scoring. It's like, come on, man, you could have broken the all-time record, and we wouldn't have to keep wasting our time saying for a 38-game season, because it used to be 42. If he just got like 2 more, we could say the most goals in any Premier League season ever. But maybe this year.
Maybe this year, yeah, hopefully. So yeah, 32 in the end, wasn't it? So yeah, 50 goals for him, and yeah, finishes out a perfect month. Sadly, still not good enough because City have a perfect month as well. Apart from, of course, going out to Tottenham in the Champions League with a Raheem Sterling goal that didn't count.
That was like last minute, wasn't it?
Yeah,
that was wonderful.
God, the look on their faces when they realised it didn't count. Like honestly, like I don't dislike Pochettino. I think he's a very good manager. But I hate Man City so much now. I hate Raheem Sterling in particular.
Do you mean you don't dislike Guardiola?
I both.
Oh, right, okay.
I dislike Guardiola more, because he's so goddamn perfect. It's annoying. But I like Pochettino, and I was really happy to see him like celebrating how beating City with one of the craziest matches you've ever seen. It's like 2-2 within like 20 minutes, something ridiculous.
Made ours look very dull, actually, didn't it? Like
that
a 4-1 away win at the Dragao.
No one was talking about it.
Looked quite mundane in comparison, but
phenomenal. So yeah, and they were playing. Yeah, so it's Liverpool, Barcelona, and Ajax, Tottenham in that semi-final, which we are about to get onto.
Yeah,
very exciting. Although not this game. Well, it was very
excitement, folks.
It was very exciting. I was very excited before it. Like, I haven't played in the Camp Nou for years, not since Bellamy's golf incident. I don't think
that was a great golf incident.
And John and Irisa both scoring, ironically, in that match. Yeah, we are at the Camp Nou in the semi-final first leg, which a few years ago you could never have imagined we were in this situation, really.
No, when we were kind of labouring to a draw of Blue Ludogorets Razgrad, you never thought we might be playing in the new camp for a chance of a second successive Champions League final.
Even now that sounds insane.
4 years later?
I just can't get my
less
head
than
around
that, 3.5 years later.
Can't get my head around it, you know. And yes, the first time we've met Barcelona, that included 2 former players in Philippe Coutinho, who we already mentioned, and Luis Suarez as well.
Yeah.
This was a horrible and cruel night, I think. I think cruel is a real word for it, because we were actually very good, and the scoreline doesn't reflect that at all.
It was very dispiriting. It was actually the night before the polling day. This is a meaningless anecdote, really, but I just finished my last door-knocking campaign of a sort of 6-month campaign to get elected, so I was absolutely knackered. I'd done a final video to camera for my candidate Facebook page, and as I stood in front of one of my...
Hold on. Would it no? Let the man speak.
Thank you. Stood in front of one of my boards which said I'm voting Owen Collins or whatever it is they say on them, and I was stood in front of that doing this piece of camera, and as I finished I turned round and there's a dog pissing all over it. Which seemed to sum up an awful lot of things. But I thought, right, I'm going to watch a football. And went to the pub and have this kind of sense of sort of demob happy optimism about both this game and the fact that next day I was going to be up at 5 o'clock in the morning for polling day, which is always exciting if you care about these things. And then it was absolutely heartbreaking to watch, really, wasn't it? We weren't even bad. We just got
We were better than them. I'm going to just put it out there.
Yeah.
We were better than them, but we didn't take our chances, and they did. That's literally the only thing that happened.
Yeah.
I just want to bring up the fact that Firmino wasn't fit to start this game or play this game. Like he did, he sort of came on with 10 to go. But weird decision to play Georginio Wijnaldum as a number 9 in a false 9 kind of thing. It was really bizarre.
False 9, of course, as regular listeners will know, is not a real 9.
It's an upside down 6.
It's an upside down 6.
It was strange. So we had no real striker. Like I don't know what we were quite thinking. I guess we were trying to get more midfielders in to block their kind of spaces. I think we gave them too much respect in that. I think we should have definitely played Origi and played our own game. But
Origi against Barcelona, you must be mad.
I must be mad. Yeah, certainly not unless we're desperate and we have no one else. Yeah, but before we talk about the first goal, we should mention that Naby Keita went off with what was a season-ending injury.
Yeah.
So all that great work in April.
April is the cruelest month. Well, no, May is.
May, yeah.
By the looks of it, but yeah, no, it's a shame because you do really like him, don't you?
Yeah, I'll just put it out there. I really do. And
I'm quite. He's not someone I've really got any fondness for. Weirdly,
I like the way he plays. I think I like the style, his style of football. I think it's perfectly suited to the way we play, and if he could just get fit, we'd see it.
Yeah, don't disagree with that.
But it's still sad to see after he was just really getting up to speed, having to come off. For John Henderson comes on, and 2 minutes later we're behind. Luis Suarez scores after a great through ball from Jordi Alba that cuts us open.
And everyone thought, will Suarez celebrate against his old club?
Of course he will.
Yes, he did. Extravagantly.
And it was at that moment that every Liverpool fan goes, "Oh, that's why you didn't like him."
It was that moment that every Liverpool fan went, actually, I think he is a racist.
Yeah, I get what you were saying now.
Yeah,
like, I'm really sorry.
What a dick!
I didn't honestly didn't realise.
What a knob!
We had a complete lack of self-awareness.
This guy, what a twat!
Yeah, we were with you.
I'm glad we never liked him. Never sang about him.
Deary me. But yeah, sadly scored. Although a 1-0 down at half time, as I say, we were better than them. Like, we've played well, and you sort of thought in the second half we'd have hope, but unfortunately in the second half all we did was we had control of the game for large spells, but particularly Salah and Mane just missed a few big chances that really need to be taken if we're going to get through this. We need an away goal,
We weren't. Yeah, exactly. You thought if we were going to lose this, you'd at least lose it with an away goal, or a draw is a good result in the new camp. But we needed to score. We couldn't finishing this game without scoring would have been a disaster.
But with 15 to go, Barcelona double their lead, and it's a very lucky goal, really, because the ball cannons off the bar, and Messi's just there to follow up and tap at home. But yeah, it was a real deflating moment. That was the deflating moment. At 2-0, you're starting to go, oh God.
Then it's a real uphill struggle again. Even you get one back then. Imagining Barcelona coming to Anfield and not scoring.
It seemed difficult, didn't it?
Yeah, so, even with an away goal, even like defeat with an away goal would have been hard to, it's not like that's a result to fill you with positivity for the home leg.
Especially since we played well. being 2-0 down and playing that well just felt like, well, what else can we do?
Yeah.
You know, we don't deserve this, and we certainly didn't deserve it to go to 3-0. I mean, we can't not say how good this free kick is.
It was a good free kick.
It was a sensational free kick.
There we go.
I mean,
we've said.
30 odd yards. I mean, 2 Allisons couldn't have saved it. You know, you have to sometimes accept that Lionel Messi is the best player to have ever played the game. You know, and so we haven't played Lionel Messi for. When was the last time? Like, have you ever played Lionel Messi before?
I think he might have been there when we played against them in 2007.
Because I just remember thinking we never actually faced him.
Yeah, he was. He was there. So we've beaten him in the new camp before that, for John Honorisa and Craig Bellamy night that you mentioned earlier. And this is certainly the first time he scored against us. Well, no, it's the second, but you know, it's the first game he scored against us. But yeah, the aggregate result actually is. Hang on, it takes a bit of brain power.
Owen has to do maths, so we might be here a while. Sorry?
6-5 to Liverpool.
Over what?
Over the 4 games that we've played with Lionel Messi in.
So we're winning.
Yeah.
We're winning. Winning. Yeah, 3-0. And even worse, in a sort of desperate need to try and get something, we throw Bobby Firmino on, who isn't fit.
Yeah. And
he actually ends up doing more damage to himself.
And
he puts him out for even longer. Just so stupid. I mean, I get why Klopp did it, but that was a bit much. Like, at some point, you have to just go, well, I mean, you had Divock on the bench. You know, we had Shaqiri on the bench. Surely there were better options if Firmino wasn't fit.
We had Trent on the bench, to be honest. He could bomb forward and put a spanner in the works.
Putting Joe Gomez at right back, I still don't get it.
Joe Gomez came through at left back, got that really bad injury the first time, came sort of back as a right back, got really badly injured, came in as centre back, and now anywhere but centre back, and he just looks poor.
Yeah, he's not a right or left back. He's a centre half.
I know, but he looks
good there.
He made an impact for us when he first signed at full back, and now I would rather play someone like Hover than Gomez at right back, because I don't think he's. I think he's so out of position now because he's so hardwired in centre defence.
But despite being a better side for 17 minutes, it's 3-0. I was almost 4 as well because right at the death, Dembele come off the bench, should have scored. They broke away as we were throwing everyone forward, and they completely fluffed the chance to make it 4. And I mean,
but by that point you're sort of in the mindset you think, what does it matter?
It really mattered.
Well, it did, yeah.
It really mattered.
But at the time you think,
oh, that's Dembele arguing again.
Yeah, but you did just think, how can it get much worse? You know, we got a
3-0 down in the new camp.
Yeah, we've got to beat Barcelona 4-0.
Yeah, or 5-1 or whatever.
Or even 3-0 to kind of take it to extra time.
Yeah, it just seemed almost impossible.
It did. I was just reading actually the Liverpool Echo sort of headline, which said Liverpool's Champions League dream was in tatters. And it's quite interesting reading it actually after, with the benefit of hindsight and knowing what happened. Yeah. We were ultimately left with a barrel load of regrets, according to James Pearce. Champions League dream was hanging by a thread.
That's true.
Is it over? No. The defiant chance of Liverpool from a 4,600 strong travelling cop long after the final whistle was a telling sign that they haven't thrown in the towel. They still believe that this journey could lead to Madrid on June the 1st. After all, this is a club famous the world over for producing miracles on the European stage. When you were fought back from 3-0 down at half-time to beat AC Milan and lift the trophy, the prospect of overturning the same scoreline in the space of 90 minutes against the La Liga champions doesn't seem impossible. Liverpool will need to produce a performance close to perfection to overturn the 3-goal deficit against Ernesto Valverde's side.
Yeah.
Interesting reading it.
Not wrong with it, though. None of what you said is incorrect.
No, not at all.
Let's temporarily forget that because we haven't got much time to worry about that because we've only got a few days and then we're at St James's Park.
St James's
Park. Playing one of our most esteemed former managers, who would very soon not be there anymore, Rafa Benitez and his Newcastle side.
Yeah, well, we talk about the miracles that Liverpool produced on the European stage. One of them was very much down to this man, Rafa Benitez. Rafa Benitez. Rafa Benitez, Garcia and Nunez and Xabi Alonso. And Jose Pepe Reina and Jose Rafa Benitez. Good song, that. That was one of the... we don't have many chants for managers, do we?
We don't have one for Jurgen, do we?
No, I don't think we do.
Which is beggars belief, isn't it? Especially with the amount of chants coming out nowadays.
Yeah.
You know?
Nothing beats a Talbot Beachnik one, though.
Yeah. So, St James's Park is a place we've really struggled at in recent years.
It is.
Really, like, something about that place that we really don't do well at.
Well, Benitez, as well, is a manager that we really have trouble breaking down.
We've only beaten him once, haven't we? That was last year.
Or
was that this year?
I beat him this year on Boxing Day.
Yeah.
And last year was the first time we beaten him.
That's right, yes, you're right.
So we've kind of cracked the code now, but for a long time, at every club he went to, whether it was Valencia before he was ours, or then after that when he was at Chelsea, then he was at Newcastle for a couple of games, we could not get one over on him.
And also, both those wins are at home.
That's
Away
true.
from home is another matter entirely.
Yeah.
You know? So, yeah, going into this game with a bit of trepidation. Sturridge starts again, so I was wrong to say it was his last start for us. But, you know, I took a gamble, didn't work. Yeah, because I say, Firmino was injured.
Quite an appropriate metaphor, that, for playing Daniel Sturridge, isn't it? Taking a bit of a gamble, it didn't work.
Very true,
In
yeah.
fact, quite an appropriate metaphor for Daniel Sturridge's career at the moment, and the fact that he's been banned for 4 weeks.
Has he?
Took a bit of a gamble and it didn't quite work.
Yes, you're right. No, I had temporarily forgotten that.
Breached the FA's laws on betting.
Silly Billy. Silly Danny. And Dejan Lovren starts as well, which is a rare occurrence. So, it's a dramatic game in the end. Like, it's a real topsy-turvy game. Starting out early, we take an early lead through big man Virgil van Dijk, who's suddenly started scoring some goals.
Yeah.
Taking a little while for him to get his kind of scoring boots on. He even admitted himself at the end of the season, I should be scoring more. I know that I've got the ability and haven't quite been delivering as I'd like to. Which is nice that, you know, a man so perfect can be so magnanimous and so self-critical. So.
Do you fancy him a bit?
Who doesn't?
I'm glad you said that.
I don't think he's like the most attractive man on earth. I fancy his personality. He's so goddamn. Yes, Virgil, we know you're there. We're talking about you now.
Someone's ears are burning.
Oh, he knows. He loves it. I'll just wait for him to shut up.
You done?
Yeah, you good? Cool.
Ooh, go back in and pamper your ponytail.
No, he's just so perfect. Do you know what I mean?
He is. It's like physically, obviously, he's a very tall, strong man. I mean, the hair and the little beard.
It shouldn't work, but it does.
It does nothing for me. But there's something about the whole package that you just think, oh.
He's so goddamn lovely.
He's nice. He seems very classy. He's a class. He would make an excellent James Bond.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah,
Virgil van Dijk is the next James Bond.
Virgil van Bond.
Yeah, the name's Van Dijk.
Virgil van Dijk Bond.
The name's Dijk. Virgil van
Dijk. Is it Van? No, it's Van Dijk because it's an addendum to the surname.
Yeah, but I just wonder if it would necessarily.
Virgil Bond Van Dijk James. No, I don't know.
We're gonna have two Vans playing for us soon. That could be a record.
We are, yeah. Forget this. Well, if Vandenberg makes it, but we'll see. Again, who got the assist for this? Trent Alexander-Arnold.
Trent Alexander-Arnold. He's 2/3 of a beast.
Yeah.
He's 2/3 of a beast. He's Trent Alexander-Arnold. Yeah,
he's doing his white old man rap
Mate,
again.
It's a good rap.
No, it's not.
It is.
Not a good rap.
It's a better rap than
I'll give you a rap in a minute. I don't know what I mean.
I've already had one. It was Chicken Caesar from Tesco's.
Oh, nice.
You can give me another one if you prefer.
Yeah, well, maybe later. But
a weird comment just made it even weirder.
Unfortunately, it doesn't take long for them to equalise. And Christian Atsu, who doesn't get mentioned ever by anyone, but yet for some reason when Liverpool play at Newcastle, weird things happen. Hostel, who scored last year, this year Christian Atsu, you know, equalising, and annoying. I'm not going to lie to you. Newcastle are very annoying, and we aren't playing great.
No, and this was actually
particularly again travelling back from Europe. Don't forget.
This was a bit of a mistake from Alisson, I thought.
Yeah.
It was a bit of a spill. There wasn't much command of the 6-yard box there, like you would expect from him.
He should take the ball and take charge. You mean?
Yeah. Well, it was Solomon Rondon that kind of had the shot. That was sort of cleared off the line, comes to Alisson's arms, and he sort of doesn't really get a firm grip on it, and so it rolls into Atsu, who obviously from about 2 yards out absolutely buries it. But I think it was arguably
his mistake.
Well, I don't know if I would say it was his mistake, but certainly it was avoidable. It was a goal we didn't need to concede, and if you could point out the weak link that made us concede it, I think it was Alisson.
Yeah, he could have probably should have done better.
And there's very few times you can say that.
No, absolutely. It doesn't take us long though to regain our lead. Brilliant finish from Mo Salah. Great left-footed strike to the bottom corner, assisted by Trent Alexander-Arnold.
Although I do just want to mention, before that, Trent Alexander got the ball from Sturridge, who was in the corner with 2 Newcastle defenders on him, and plays a delicious little back heel to Trent.
Oh, nice.
And just whip it into Mo Salah.
Oh, yeah, I remember this now.
A really sort of underrated contribution. Again, probably the story of his season, but yeah, fantastic little kind of moment of skill that set us up to taking the lead again.
Yeah, and it was fantastic, and I couldn't say it was deserved. It wasn't a brilliant performance by half time. And Newcastle seemed to be playing pretty well, which for some reason Newcastle seem to get better once they're confirmed as safe in the Premier League. Like 3 seasons running, they've ended up finishing like 10th because they have an amazing end of season when there's no pressure on them anymore.
Good running side, yeah.
Which like most other clubs would be on the beach, like, and Rafa's team are like even better, like actually really good by that point. Particularly Salman Rondon, who had gave us quite a torrid time.
Although I think they're going down this year.
Yeah, well, Rafa's gone, Steve Bruce has got in. They've lost most of their good strikers. Perez and Rondon are gone. Yeah,
what about Atsu? Is he still there?
No, I think he's on loan. If he is, I don't care.
If he isn't, you don't care.
No. But if we get to the second half, and unfortunately they equalise again, another former player who I always forget played for us, Javier Manquillo with the assist.
He was playing this
game. Player, and Salman Rondon gets a goal he probably deserved on the day. Good volley, no, great volley actually. And they're causing us issues at 2-2. At this point it was like, I don't see how we're going to win this game. If anything, we're throwing it away again at Newcastle.
It's another of those tricky away games against lesser sides, isn't it? That you think you're going to cost us the title.
St James's Park.
But cometh the hour. Cometh for Belgium.
Absolutely.
Divock Origi, who we've not talked about much this month, really, have we?
No, I mean, we should probably mention before that is the pretty nasty injury Mo Salah got.
Oh, yeah.
After clashing, innocuously with Dubravka, who had to be taken off. And it was actually Origi who he replaced. Yeah, it looked worrying. Luckily, it wasn't as bad as we first feared. It was bad enough to keep him out of the Barcelona game.
Yeah. Not what you want.
Well, not when you've already 3-0 down.
Yeah,
you don't have Firmino, and now you don't have Salah. And we've got to try and score 4 goals against Barcelona. It was all looking terrible in that respect. And, yeah, at the time, very worrying to see Salah go off.
Yeah, and it did sort of really compound that slightly depressed sense that this game was... the clock was running down.
Well, the season was basically over. That's how it was feeling by this point.
Yeah, I mean, this was going to be... you thought when we came off the pitch and it was 3-0 down to Barcelona, you thought, well, okay, throw everything into winning the league because we've still got a real chance of doing that.
Although that wasn't in our hands, of course.
It wasn't in our hands, but you think, there's still time for City to slip up. And then you have this game, you're the ones who crack first and slip up. You've just lost 3-0 in the Champions League semi-final, and your star striker's going off injured. And it is this real sort of rainy afternoon on a kind of...
Our whole season basically ends in 3 days.
Yeah.
That's how it felt to me.
Well, it felt like January in every other season.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
But yeah, it was a very depressing kind of end to the game until, by sort of divine intervention...
A man who doesn't know the meaning of the word depressing.
A man who doesn't know the meaning of the words Divock, just leave it. It's going to be fine. It's probably alright. Just come on.
Just get yourself home.
Come away, Divock.
Oh, he ain't interested. When everyone else, he has that. Divock Origi seems to have a natural ability to do things that everyone else would think impossible, and make them fairly straightforward.
To do the things that everyone's dreamed of happening, but have given up hope on actually happening.
Yeah, and then he can't do the normal stuff. It's the great irony of Divock Origi.
Couldn't hit Cal's arse, but
yeah, but he scores the most important goals at the most important times.
And he only came on. He was only on the pitch because of that injury to Salah. So there's a certain kind of, I don't know what, cosmic sense of irony or justice happening here. Yeah, but it's the man who replaces Salah that you see Salah coming off and Origi coming on, and it's just like, it's such a no disrespect to Origi because I love the guy, but There's such a drop off in class and skill and everything, and threat level to the opposition. It's like kind of saying, "Oh well, I'm sorry that your swordfish steak isn't quite to your liking, so here, let me get you a Big Mac."
Yeah.
Like, but 86 minutes, just like he did against Everton, as we get a slightly fortuitous free kick, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
That Xherdan Shaqiri takes, again another sort of forgotten man of the season, really. It was
well, it was they encouraged him to go and take it, because originally Trent was going to go and take it.
That's right, yeah.
And get his second hat-trick of assists in the season. Did we mention that earlier? When was that?
It wasn't this month.
Was it February?
It was the Watford game. Yeah, 5-0 against Watford.
That's it. Yeah, and he almost got another one here, but like Van Dijk and stuff went, no, get Shaqiri on it, get an in-swinger with his left foot. Master stroke.
Yeah, and it's again a bit of a scrappy header, but I don't think Origi does clean, skillful headers. Bit of a messy header.
Didn't matter, did it?
Gets it across the line with about 5 minutes to go, and sends the travelling cop wild.
Yeah.
And suddenly the whole mood has shifted.
Yeah, there's a sense of, yes, we can. Don't worry, Divic's here.
Actually, we should say as well, this was quite an unusual game for us, because this was a Saturday night kickoff.
That's right, yeah.
Not a Saturday, not like sort of 5:30 on a Saturday
Which
evening.
I famously said was my favourite kickoff time.
Yeah. This was actually 7:45, but not like a midweek kickoff time, but on a Saturday. And I think it was because the Premier League tried to move the fixtures around a bit to give us a bit of a break in this Champions League semi-final, because they did the same for Spurs as well, didn't they? And that was the only time they could really move it, because we were Wednesday and then Tuesday, weren't we?
Yeah, it was really unfortunately the wrong end of that kind of turnover.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had to basically put it on the Saturday. It was the only day they could. Yeah, brilliant. And I mean, we are now one game left in the Premier League season, and if it wasn't for the fact that City keep bloody winning, we I mean, we'd still only lost one game all season, and like, it genuinely now looks like with them going to Brighton, we can lose one game all season and not win the title.
They've still got to play Leicester at this point as well, and I was...
Oh God, no! I don't want to think about that.
I was hanging on that they might beat Leicester, that Leicester might. I have this vision that, at the end of Return of the Jedi, Luke Skywalker's there, and Yoda, Darth Vader, and Obi-Wan Kenobi all like appear to him as ghosts and kind of give him their blessing. Man City had barely lost all season, but when they'd lost to Newcastle, which was Benitez, and they'd lost to Crystal Palace somehow, which was Roy Hodgson. And by this point in the season, Brendan Rodgers had left his job at Celtic, become the Leicester manager, and I had this dream that the way it was going to go, the way we
had a dream.
We finally won the league again after 29 years, and Klopp would turn around, and basically Leicester would beat Man City, we'd be in the driving seat for the title, we'd win it, and Klopp would kind of turn around with a trophy, and he'd see the ghosts of, his three out of four of his immediate predecessors as manager, in kind of like holographic figure, saying, we could never do what you've done, but in our own little way we've helped you.
Young Padawan.
We've played our part, and I think it would have been such a perfect way to do it. But people like Roy Hodgson and Brendan Rodgers, who are quite widely derided by Liverpool fans now, contributed to us winning that title, and people like Divock Origi as well.
Rafa Benitez as well.
This was but this was a title for the forgotten men of Anfield to come back from the dead, and sort of like some kind of Avalonian round table odyssey, but it wasn't to be. So let's hope we win the Champions League instead.
Well, I mean, it's still, even though we beat Newcastle, there is still the sense of, well, Man City still have the title in their hands, and we've got to now play Barcelona at home, 3-0 down, no Firmino, no Salah. How did this happen? How? Like, and I can't understand how it happened. I still don't really know how it happened. Well, I do. I watched the whole game like about 20 times, but just astonishing. The 90 minutes of football we're about to talk about, probably the greatest Anfield European night in history.
Yeah.
I can't think, and that includes years gone by that we weren't around that I know about.
Yeah.
Nothing is quite as unbelievable as what happened here.
It beats Saint Etienne. It beats Olympiacos.
Yeah.
It even beats Dortmund.
Oh yeah, different competition, but same idea. To get through this game with a lineup that included a front three of Mane, Shaqiri, and Origi, who hadn't played together all season.
Well, just to emphasise how deep our attacking injury problems were, Ben Woodburn was on the bench.
Yeah, the lesser spotted Woodburn.
Ben Woodburn and Ryan Brewster were our...
First time he'd ever been on the Champions League bench, I think.
Ryan Brewster, yeah. Only the
First time this season he'd been on the bench.
Yeah, I think it's only the second time in his Liverpool career that he's been on the bench for us in a matchday squad, Ryan Brewster. First time all season that Woodburn's been on the bench. I mean, look at how depleted we were. Our bench was Lovren and Gomez and Mignolet, Wijnaldum in midfield, and then Sturridge, Brewster and Woodburn. You know, it was... if you were any more desperate, you'd have had Andy Lonergan on there. You know what I mean? This is kind of literally backs against the wall in every way possible. And you can... And even, like you say, our starting lineup had Origi and Shaqiri leading the line against Coutinho, Suarez and Messi.
Yeah.
You know, if there is one, strike force better than ours in world football, better than Mane, Salah and Firmino, it's probably that. As a threesome. Maybe PSG, who we've already beaten in the Champions League, but if not, Barca. Suarez, Messi and Coutinho. What the hell?
And it started perfectly with that man Divock. After 7 minutes, after Hendo drove through the midfield and hit a shot, was saved. Origi into his path. And at this point, I think most Liverpool fans were like, well, let's just see what we can do. That's what Klopp said. He was like, look, we're just going to try. We're just going to see what we can do. We're going to try and enjoy it. And let's just do whatever happens.
Let's give them a game.
Let's enjoy it, you know. And, you know, goal after 7 minutes. Great start. Okay, let's keep going. Barca did push forward and created a couple of chances. Alisson made a couple of great saves. One from Coutinho especially, as well as Messi from distance. And first half we are the better team. It's like the home leg. We were the away leg, sorry. We were the best team, but Barcelona still looked threatening, and one goal really, really would have made things even more difficult. Because us scoring one would basically meant nothing if they scored.
Yeah.
We'd have to score another 2, so it's actually made it worse, you know. And so the drama comes in the second half, I think.
Yeah, I mean, by half time, actually, we kind of... Because we'd got that early goal and then not got anything else all half, it did sort of feel a bit more resigned, actually... You know, we go 1-0 up. We've still got 83 minutes to get 2 more goals. When it gets to half time and you've suddenly only got 45 minutes of football against probably the best team in Europe, it becomes a lot harder, especially when you consider that one of the mainstays of our defence came off at half time.
Well, yeah, I mean, there were a couple of injury worries. I think Trent also went down at one point, had a bit of an issue, which managed to get away with. But yeah, Robbo, after getting him and Suarez had a bit of a thing, because Suarez was laughing at him after the first leg, pointing directly at him. Then they had a bit of needle and stuff with him, and Robbo ain't going to take crap from anybody.
Well, he's Scottish, isn't he?
He's from Glasgow, mate. That's how Scottish he is, you know. So yeah, unfortunately, he came off worse in a challenge that meant he had to come off at half time. But rather than put Joe Gomez there, as you would probably expect, we went for it. Wijnaldum was thrown onto the midfield. Milner went to left back.
Wijnaldum, who, according to reports, had been really pissed off and upset that he wasn't starting.
Well, he said that himself at the end of the game.
You know, probably the biggest game of the season at this point, and he's benched. When you see people, especially because he was like you say, he was playing a sort of attacking role only a couple of weeks before this, and now Xherdan Shaqiri's preferred over him, and it's hard not to feel a bit brought out by that.
I guess so. It's tough, you know. I do understand that.
And this is the difference, I think, between players. This is the difference between great players and very, very good players. You know, there's skillful players. People like Coutinho, you know, who sulk and who fall victim to kind of saying, you know, fine, and who are selfish. Wijnaldum had that point to prove. He had that upset and that hurt of not being in the starting lineup. He came on at half time and he said, look what you're missing. He didn't kind of petulantly strap about the pitch. He busted his balls for Liverpool that night. With a point to prove, but he proved it in the most glorious way possible.
Yeah, within 10 minutes of coming on, third man running from midfield, Trent with a great low ball, yet more Trent Alexander-Arnold assists. Yeah, we did say it was going to happen a lot. And he smashes it, the ball home underneath the keeper. It's 2-0, 3-2 on aggregate, and there's a chance.
Well, now
there's actually a chance.
Now there's that feeling that you got in Istanbul, where suddenly you got 2 goals back quickly against AC Milan when everyone had written you off, and suddenly those fans who were singing and didn't give up anyway, you actually they're convincing you. They're not just like putting the wind in your sails. They're making you think, yeah, we got this, and it's doing the opposite to the other team. There's shell shock in Barcelona at the moment, and so 2 minutes later, in comes a cross from Shaqiri, Wijnaldum's header.
Brilliant header, by the way.
Brilliant header.
So, great spring, perfect, right in the top corner. Keeper had no chance.
So well taken.
Bedlam.
And it's happened like that.
It's happened again.
It's happened.
It's happening again.
But the worst part for me was there's still half an hour to go,
and we're still technically not even winning the tie.
No.
This is just to draw.
So, I mean, if Barcelona score in the next half an hour, which, let's face it, is not unlikely, it's Barcelona.
We've got to get 2.
We've got to get 2 in that. And let's say if Barcelona score 20 minutes into that half an hour, we've got to get 2 in 10 minutes. And so there was this incredible atmosphere. But I don't know about you, I was still sat there. I mean, my fingernails haven't grown back yet. I've basically bit them down to my knuckles. I've never smoked so much in my life, and I don't even smoke. The tension and the unbearable weight of suddenly this 30 minutes stretching out in front of you was just like, oh my god, the euphoria mixed with the kind of, I would say, dread of what could possibly still go wrong.
The thing is, if there had been no more goals by this point, there would have been more time to be agonising, because it would have gone to extra time.
That'd be another hour.
Half an hour on pens, maybe.
Yeah. But what I mean is, when this goal was scored, there's potential for another hour of football. If it stays like that, we could be here for another hour. It's like, oh my god,
I can't deal with this. Someone get me a Valium. Didn't have to happen.
No, because possibly the greatest, most ridiculous, unlikely, surprising, inexplicable moment, not just in our history, but probably in the history of the European Cup, happened. And I can't fully explain how or why it happened, but it was Oakley Cannonier, his name is, or Cannonier.
Who?
The ball boy.
I was thinking about that, yeah.
Who basically, Klopp had said before the game, because they'd studied, Klopp and his team had studied Barcelona's sort of games throughout the season, and they'd realised that set pieces, including corners, they were quite slow to get organised. They weren't ever really kind of straight back into it. They took it as a real chance to have a breather. And Klopp had gone around and said to all of the ball boys, get it back in play quickly. When the ball goes out of play, let's restart immediately. Let's not give them the chance to breathe and organise. And so Trent is there in the corner. Barcelona are milling about in their box. Divock Origi's moving into towards the 6-yard area.
Just mingling almost.
And Oakley Cannonier gets that ball back on the corner spot, basically instantly. Trent is walking away, sees that Barcelona aren't ready, just steps up and just crosses it into the box like it's a bloody like he's on the
passing the
ground.
ball over there. Yeah,
it's not even like a cross with an awful amount of power or like skill. Just literally like punting over, like if he'd been on a beach and someone said, "Oh, Mister, can we have our ball back, please?" You know what I mean? It's that sort of cross. Origi runs on, and as Origi gets to it, all of the Barcelona players suddenly think, "Whoa, what the is happening?" And but at that point it's too late because the ball has already left Origi's foot and is going in the goal.
Yeah. And one of that, I think Nelson Piqué was the only one who even vaguely realised what was happening.
Yeah, and you can see when you watch it in slow motion, you can see them shout at Ter Stegen. You can see the kind of sudden panic and explosion of whatever on their faces as they suddenly realise what's happening. Oh my god, it's
Your shivers.
It is, honestly. It's such an iconic moment.
I always think, because Trent, it looks like Trent walks away almost as a dummy. I think he just he was doing that anyway, and he almost just had a rush of blood. He looked over, but okay, that's that thing. I'll go for it, and just did it without even really realising.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if it was a dummy or not, because up until he started walking away, there was still another ball on the pitch.
Yeah, because there's a lot of talk where should it have counted? Like, was there something wrong? Because the Barcelona players reacted so poorly. I mean, they would complain about anything because it's Spanish teams, but there was that sense of, does this count? I mean, technically, everything was legit, yeah?
Yeah.
There's no second ball on the pitch. We put the ball down, in play, in the corner quadrant. Yeah.
But I mean, the noise of Anfield that night, if Barcelona could have argued it, the ref would not have, the cop.
Well, if you had to stop,
the cop would decide in forward.
VAR would have pulled it. Remember, VAR was in action, so they would have turned around and gone, no, this doesn't count because.
Yeah.
But VAR checked it, and it was absolutely fine.
And
Unreal.
And suddenly we're 4-0 up with, 10 minutes to go?
10 minutes, a very, very, not settled 10 minutes, shall we say?
No.
However, I actually think we were very controlled.
Oh, we were.
Barca didn't know what to do. Like, we absolutely tore them to shreds.
It was the most extraordinary, we should say the game finished 4-0, as you know, and it was the most extraordinary result in our history.
Well, one of. It's up there.
I think it's V.
No, don't be silly. There's 130 odd years.
Okay, give me a more extraordinary result than this.
3-3 in Istanbul in a final. Half the amount of time against a team better than this Barcelona side.
No, I don't think they're better than
yes,
this
they are.
side.
Barcelona aren't that great.
Crespo.
Clement Longley. I don't know. I've just picked a name off the list that I didn't really recognise. Arturo Vidal's nowhere near as good as he thinks he is. All I'm saying is you can't really say that out of context, right? It's unbelievable. Best European night at Anfield. I'm absolutely adamant on that. But one of the best games we've ever played.
I don't see how you can say it's the best European night at Anfield.
Yeah.
But I think that it's still not as good as in terms of I don't know. I think it's better than Istanbul. I think in terms of the.
We won a final because of that. At half time.
We won a final because of this.
Well, we won, yeah. But not like...
We won the Champions League that night.
No, we didn't. Because we started another game to play. Yeah, so that's a silly thing to say.
Well, no, but I'm not pretending I've forgotten the Champions League final existed. But that was the night we won the Champions League, in my opinion. There was no way after that we were ever going to go to Madrid and lose. Whether it was Ajax or Spurs. We were the favourites and we would not have lost it. That was the night that basically put our name on the trophy.
I don't agree, but okay. We're allowed to have differing opinions. That's how the world goes around.
Yeah.
But whichever way you look at it, the scenes at the end of the game, like Jimmy Milner, rock hard, like Yorkshireman in tears in the corner, just exhausted and emotional. Virgil van Dijk, a man mountain who exudes calmness, just overwhelmed by everything. And then that scene of every single Liverpool player, staff, everyone, apart from Jordan Henderson, because BT can off, all over looking at, all with their arms singing "You'll Never Walk Alone" in front of the Kop.
Yeah.
No other football club in the world has that.
Mo Salah with his t-shirt on saying "Never Give Up." That was an inspired choice of that night, wasn't it? Whoever dressed as Mo Salah.
Yeah. To the fashion, that fashion label made a mint afterwards. Whoever made those
Liverpool
t-shirts
started selling "Never Give Up" t-shirts.
Yeah, I think it was like there was like a small branded company who do them, and then they outsourced, gave the license for it. Like, I wish I'd made that t-shirt. That would have been great. Yeah. Scenes that will define a generation of football fans.
Yeah, I don't think it's ever been. I don't think that.
We're not having that argument now. Let's move on.
I'm not having an argument.
You keep arguing about stuff that's important. Don't need to.
I'm just expressing an opinion. You don't have to. I'm not saying it so you respond. I'm just saying I don't think it will ever be beaten.
I said no one ever be beaten.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
You can't though.
You can't say a lot of things we say. You
like
can't
what?
say.
You said that again. I've exonerated myself from all responsibility.
Still can't say it.
Right, but you just did.
Again.
I'll edit it out. Yeah.
All right.
Where are we?
Don't know.
Oh yeah, we're in the Champions League final again. How has that happened? Like, I know I started
We've just spent
with
15 minutes explaining how it happened.
No, but you know what I mean. Like, considering everything that happened last year, considering where we were 5 years ago before Klopp took over, and now we are 1 point away from winning a Premier League title and in consecutive Champions League finals after the disappointment of the one before with Gareth Bale and the Real Madrid and the Salah Sergio Ramos incident,
Loris Karius
making a number of howlers. Like, how have we found the mental fortitude to do it again? You know,
because we got the best manager in the game.
we have, and some of the best players.
Some of the best players.
Yeah.
Not all the best players.
Well, there are lots of other best players elsewhere. You know. Oh, Champions League final again, and our season continues going on and on.
Yeah.
It'll now go into June the 1st.
We thought, we only had 2 more games, didn't we? And
What do you mean? Oh, we have 3, yeah.
yeah. Well, we thought that was
This might be our penultimate game of the season.
Mm.
We're almost expecting it with, where we were at the time. Yeah, extraordinary.
But with all of this excitement, we forget that we did actually go in for the first time in. Being realistic, the first time in a generation that we went into the final day of the season as potential champions.
Yeah.
Man City needed to get maximum points to guarantee the title. If they'd slipped up and we'd won, it was ours.
Even a draw. Yeah.
So they went into the game 1 point ahead of us. Final day of the season.
And they were at Brighton. As
They were at Brighton. We were hosting Wolves.
Which, as I said to you the other day, 3rd season running, our last game of the season has been at home to a newly promoted team, which is quite a weird stat.
Yeah, it's
That's an unusual schedule fixture kind of quirk. Would you say?
It's a strange turn of events. That.
So
It's a shame that hasn't continued this season.
no, it hasn't. But Wolverhampton Wanderers, who've had an excellent season, finished 7th, Europa League for them. Played brilliant football, some fantastic players, great manager with a phenomenal beard.
Yeah, I think because of how exciting the title race was, and the title race is never normally exciting.
No,
Who wins the league is normally the least exciting part of the Premier League season. But this year, actually, it was a complete opposite, and all the teams that were going to be relegated were relegated by the end of April, mainly.
yeah,
But because of all that was going on, the kind of achievement of Santo and this Wolves side to get their first season back in the Premier League for about 5 years, and to qualify for Europe, isn't it an extraordinary achievement? He's gone from the Championship to the Europa League in the space of 2 years.
Whatever you say about their influence with George Mendes, the agent and stuff, and all that kind of slightly dodgy, underhanded connections, which have been sort of circulating and rumoured. You still got to manage the team. You still got to get them playing, and they play a weird system as well. They're kind of 3-5-2 thing. It's not like tactically. It's not like 3-4-3 really. It's not a common thing for people to play, but they've made it work, and they make it work well.
And it would be like imagining in the what are we now, 2019? In the 2021. 22 season, Preston North End are in the Europa League.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's an equivalent ascendancy, and it's remarkable, really. Also, we should mention, talking of weird sort of quirk results, this is our 4th game in a row that we've faced an ex-Liverpool player.
Yeah, because it's Conor Cody's their captain.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if we've got a run longer than that.
That would be some digging.
Yeah, I've got no idea really, but so I'm not even going to check.
Oh, fair enough.
I've got no means of actually checking quickly. Do you know what I mean? I'd have to sit down and actually.
So yeah, this was one of those games where it wasn't just our game we were keeping an eye on. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
And it started out brilliantly because within 15 minutes, Sadio Mane smashes us into the lead. Of course, with us 1-0 and them at 0-0. First blood Liverpool.
Yeah, and then it was a very weird atmosphere watching this game because it was a beautiful summer's day, and everyone was
always seems to be sunny at the end of the season.
Well, that's how it should be.
But you can't always predict that. But for some reason, it always is.
Well, it's like the World Cup starting, isn't it? World Cup always starts on a sunny day, even if it starts in the evening. There was a sunny day, and you go and get your inflatable World Cup from Sainsbury's, and you have your big bowl of cheesy footballs.
Yeah, it's never raining, is it?
No, rarely. I guess that's the advantage of playing tournaments in summer, but
particularly in nice countries as well.
But the fans were totally distracted, and there was that sort of thing that, like all the rumours of that someone dies at Glastonbury, at Glastonbury every year, a different celebrity death rumour goes around. Do you know what I mean? And one year it turned out to be Michael Jackson, and it was true, but. So basically, all it would take would be someone to put their phone to their ear in the Anfield Road end and go, "Ah!" And like a stone rippling in a pond, this kind of excitement would spread around the whole stadium in
Because
seconds.
no one would think to stop and check.
Exactly.
For at least for a second.
And so there was this mad sort of atmosphere, this uncontained sort of feeling where, you know, you're constantly on the edge of your seat, just waiting for the person next to you to start screaming, for you to start screaming as well. This weird sort of chain reaction of electrical current. And not long after we were 1-0 up, it happened for real because Brighton took the lead against Man City.
Well, I was actually going to mention on that subject, the commentators. I was watching the Liverpool game as commentary, and obviously had the BBC website up to watch the other ones. And the commentators, there was like a loud cheer, and like from the Liverpool crowd, and the commentators went, "There's a big loud cheer. I don't know why. Brighton haven't scored. I don't quite understand what's going on here." And there had been one of those moments where it had lifted, but then 2 minutes later. Then it happened again, and the commentator went, "Oh, it's just another rumour gone round, I'm sure." And then it was like, "Oh no, Brighton have actually scored."
That's it. It was sort of a bit of a boy that cried wolf kind of situation.
It really was, and it.
Ironic, given that we're playing Wolves.
Yeah, absolutely. We should also mention about the Mane goal, by the way. It's another assist for Trent Alexander-Arnold.
No.
In fact, both of these goals today were, which takes him ahead of Robbo in the final standings. Even though he was like 6 behind him, like with 2 months ago. So there you go, just the most unbelievable player, unbelievable scouser since Gerrard. Ridiculous. However, the atmosphere very quickly goes sour because City get 2 more goals before half time.
Well, they kind of equalise and everyone thinks, okay.
Very quickly after Brighton scored as well.
Yeah, and everyone's got that sort of mixed reaction of like, oh, this is depressing, but also if it stays like this, we're champions.
Yeah.
So
hold tight.
You know, if we kind of knew that it was Man City 1-1, we'd be delighted. But you kind of got the sense then that they weren't going to lie down and roll over to Brighton and Hove Albion.
Also, don't forget that we are still playing our own football match at the time.
Although most people weren't paying attention to it.
This is the funny thing, right? But Wolves are difficult. Wolves are a good team.
Yeah, but this is why it was such a weird atmosphere, because nearly every fan was like watching their phone, not the actual game.
It's like being at a gig.
Yeah.
I hate that so much. When they scored, City scored the second, I think that was like kind of flattened the tone for the rest of the game. That was the kind of, as soon as City took the lead, you just sort of knew, oh God, it's happened again. So, yeah, City take the lead and flattens the atmosphere. We control the ball, but Wolves sort of threaten, and there's a little bit of a kind of, we're not really at it. I mean, admittedly, we've kind of come down from such a ridiculous high. There was always that kind of sense of this is never going to quite be great. Do you know what I mean? I was not really expecting a brilliant performance. Mane adds a second late on. Again, Trent Alexander-Arnold, ridiculous. But by the end of it, City were 4-1 up. They were champions.
Yeah.
97 points, 1 defeat all season, and it wasn't good enough. I don't know how. Most points ever without winning the league.
Yeah. Breaking our own record, I think, for that.
Yeah. And we now hold that and the record for most goals without winning the league as well.
Yeah. I think we actually broke our own record for fewest games lost without winning the league as well.
Yeah.
I think before we'd only lost 2 games.
Yeah, now it's only 1 game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And next year we're going to go unbeaten for the whole season and still not win the league.
Yeah, almost guaranteed.
Mark my words.
Yeah. Where do you think it went wrong?
The same place it always does, around January, February.
Yeah, any particular matches, any particular moments you remember thinking, we may have thrown this away?
Well, I think one of us would say that after every game from
for a little while,
from New Year's Day onwards. I don't think we could get through a bad result without one of us saying, well, this is when we lost the league title. Leicester, when Harry Maguire equalised despite he shouldn't have been on the pitch, that for me felt like quite an unjust moment that came back to haunt us. Man United,
when they had 3 injuries before half time and had 10.5 players on the pitch.
It was a really dull performance from us that we just weren't able to.
We absolutely had to win that. We should have won it as well.
Everton again.
Yeah, they had their best game of the season, a 0-0 draw at home. Sorry, Everton fans, but don't celebrate that.
And
West Ham away.
Yeah, I mean those are the only games that. Those are basically the only games you can point to because we won so many. I mean, even like...
So you wouldn't say losing away at City in that 11mm kind of...
I would. I was just about to come on to that. And that the only game we lost all season, obviously, that's 3 points we didn't get. If we got those, we'd have won clearly, because also it would have taken 3 points off City. That was obviously the turning point. I don't think it was when the game turned, but it was when that 10-point lead that we had on New Year's Day was cut down to about 2 points. And from then on, our momentum, while we kept winning and stuff, for the most part, we certainly didn't lose again. But that was when, we went from being in the driving seat to being like, oh, I don't know what to do now. This is a bit kind of not used to this, to being back in our more familiar role of chasing, but never quite being able to overtake. It was decided by millimetres in the end for title. Mane hit the post and it came out. I think Leroy Sané...
John Stones cleared it off the line. From like 11mm out.
But yeah, it's...
And then City won away at Burnley with a goal that was like 30-40mm over the line. That's how close we came.
Yeah. Millimetres. We were millimetres away from winning the title.
Man. Disheartening, isn't it?
It is. And
it's like we've got a curse on us.
It's every 5 years as well, have you noticed that?
5 years?
Our best attempt at winning the closest coming to win the title was this year. 5 years before that, we had that crazy season under Brendan Rodgers when we were putting 7 past everyone and conceding about 5. 5 years before that, we had that season under Rafa, where we just inched so close to Man United but didn't quite do it. I mean...
5 years, like cycles.
Yeah. Almost. Which, if I was a more pessimistic man than I am, I would say that we're not going to get this close again
for another 5 years.
Until 2024.
I don't necessarily...
By which point we'll have a different manager and an entirely different squad.
I think what you can point to is the fact that certainly the last time we got close, it felt like a one-off. And that's why it felt so gutting when we lost to Chelsea, because it was like we were gallivanting our way to a title we possibly didn't deserve.
Well, I think we deserved it. We totally deserved it that year, but it's more the fact that these chances don't come around often. We learnt that in 2009, where we thought, we came 3 points away from winning the league in 2009. Next year, we'll do it. And we came 7th.
But we didn't, didn't we sell players? Because this is the big thing you have to remember. Suarez left after we didn't win the title.
Yeah.
Those season before, we started losing like Xabi Alonso, Mascherano. This time, we've held on to everybody. Van Dijk, Salah, Mane, Firmino, Alisson. All our key players. Trent, Andy. They're not going anywhere.
Yeah, you're right.
That is to me the fundamental difference as to why you shouldn't feel like that.
No, I don't feel like that. I just feel that, as I say, if in a bad pessimistic moment when I'm angry, I could feel like that. And you're right, that is the difference. But being a Liverpool fan has taught us that these chances don't come around very often. But at the same token, I said the exact same thing after the Kiev final last year. I said last time Liverpool were in a European Cup final I was 15, now I'm 26. I can't afford to wait until I'm 37 for us to get there again. We didn't. So.
Jurgen Klopp has seemingly broken all those conventions that we kept worrying about.
Here's hoping.
From those dramatic ones like the final to the fact that number 3 was cursed when he brought Fabinho in, who's great, we love him. And the number 9, and he gave it to Firmino, one of our best players. That is what he does, and I genuinely believe that we're now in it for the next few years.
Well, I hope so.
In title chases, I don't know if we'll win any of them. I feel it would feel incredibly unfair not to, but we can't think that far ahead yet.
No.
We still have one more game to talk about.
Yes. Talk us through it, Matt. Over to you.
1st of June, a whole 3 weeks after the end of the season, which is I think that explains why the game was so bad. In Madrid, playing a Spurs side who, I'm going to be honest with you, shouldn't have been here.
No, well, they had their own sort of minor miracle against Ajax, but it wasn't as good, was it?
No, and also Ajax were the best team, apart from us, the best team in the Champions League. They demolished Real Madrid, embarrassed Juventus, playing brilliant football. I wanted to play Ajax in the final. I really, really did. Because that team will never exist again.
I did, but I think we'd have struggled more against Ajax than we would against Spurs.
Well, we knew Spurs better. But then I guess on the other side, Spurs know us better.
Well, so like I say, Ajax were a much better side. Spurs,
they had one good half in 4.
Spurs, but we were better than them, and I would rather play them in because it meant we're more likely to win.
True. I was just a bit sad for Ajax, really. I really like them. And it would have been nice. Two historical clubs playing in the Champions League final, you know, both of whom have come back from the doldrums.
Yeah.
You know?
No, I think it was definitely a sort of romantic tie, Liverpool Ajax.
But sad.
Maybe this year, hopefully. We'll get them at some point.
Well, I've got to qualify first. Yeah. Champions League final in Madrid. This time we're favourites. Last time probably weren't against Real Madrid. Although, arguably, we should have won that game. And circumstances were otherwise. We talked about that at length. But this time we go in as favourites. And so, pressure's on.
Yeah, in a weird way. More pressure than there was last year.
Oh, much more. Because we should be winning this.
Yeah, we should talk about the lineup.
Yes, of course. I mean, it is. You sort of could guess it, really. There's only a couple. The question's midfield, I suppose. So back five, Ali with Van Dijk and Matip, because obviously Gomez was out. Gomez was out. He was on the bench, so Matip was chosen because he'd been like the regular number two defender. For the latter part of the season with Trent, Robbo. Was obvious up front, the three you'd expect. Firmino, Mane, Salah. Firmino managed to get fit in time to play.
Well, he had that sort of 3-week gap, hadn't he?
Yeah, but I mean, it was still touch and go. His injury wasn't great.
And it didn't help Keita.
No, Keita sadly had to miss out. Watched at home. And then the midfield, Fabinho.
Well, I think he probably went with them, but...
Yeah. Fabinho... which is the least surprising option of the three. Hendo as club captain, sort of you expect to be there.
Yeah.
And then Gini Wijnaldum was chosen, the man who got us here in the first place. So, yeah, on the bench.
Which is good, you know, I was pleased with that.
On the bench, it was the first time in a competitive game I think we've ever had 12 substitutes.
It is, yeah. I was just because I know you put a note on about the Club World Cup in 2005, last time we won the Champions League.
Yeah.
We had 9 substitutes on the bench for the final that day. Could only use 3 of them. The rules this time, of course, were that we got 12 substitutes. You get your normal 3, and if it goes to extra time, you get a 4th.
Which is commonplace in now a lot of competitions.
Yeah, especially in European finals.
Which I'm a big fan of. Because, you know, extra time, it's more exhausting.
Oh, totally. I think
some players will break down.
I think it's one of the few rule changes that have been brought in recently where you can actually go, yeah, that's logical.
Unanimously agree that it's a good idea.
But it did mean that with 12 subs at our disposal, we had a very sort of strange bench, didn't we?
But there's a lot. The obvious ones like Milner, Origi, Gomez, Lovren, Moreno. You know, players that you know, Sturridge, players who have contributed significantly to the season. Shaqiri
and Moreno.
Yeah, he's been on the bench a lot. I know, we do misjudge him, but he's been a good servant. And
he has. Oh no,
this was going to be his last game for us, so it was nice to have him.
I'm not knocking him at all, but there's been a lot of times
we've done a lot of that in the past.
He hasn't actually been on the bench a lot this season. Do you know what I mean? Like he's
quite a specialised position, which means
and when you've got someone like Milner who could kind of fill in as your kind of one of your defensive subs
and
instead, Gomez.
Yeah.
So and of course Quaveen Kelleher.
Yeah, interesting.
Only his second ever appearance in matchday squad for us after the Wolves game in the FA Cup.
It's a Champions League final.
And it's Champions League final.
Not bad.
Same with Ryan Brewster, back on the bench. No place for Ben Woodburn, sadly, but then it wouldn't really be fair to take any of those out to put Ben Woodburn in. The
Ox was on there, which was lovely to see after his, getting a chance to... He didn't play, but getting a chance to at least be with the final team. So no arguments there really. It's basically our entire squad except for Keita. I can't think of any other player that actually missed out that you would say was part of a first team squad. Which is great, having 12 subs. It's a nice option to have. Yeah. The game was terrible. Like, there's no other way of putting it.
Yeah, well, it was partly terrible because what happened basically immediately. Which
just over a minute gone. The ball's flung over the top and Mane's onto it. Bit of a sort of step over. Flicks the ball in. Sissoko, arm out, hits his arm. Penalty.
Yeah. After a minute. And
I was almost surprised, to be honest with you.
I
barely sat down with my beer and gone...
Yeah.
What?
Well,
yes!
My brother had left the room to go get something. And I said, it's penalty. And he's like, yeah, very funny. I'm like, no, genuinely, penalty already.
Did you do it with like that lack of gusto?
No, I didn't, but I thought I wouldn't shout it.
You can shout it, but if you do it from away from the mic like this, like, yay! Yeah, I want to
say penalty! Penalty!
Yeah,
it's more like that.
I see, good.
Yeah.
It's nice. I like the audience to have that kind of audio
it's like-
stimuli for
yeah.
their imaginations.
Indeed. And Mo Salah, quite fittingly after his heartbreak a year ago, tucked it away. First Liverpool player to score in a competitive match of the month of June ever.
Wow.
Because this is our first competitive match of the month of June ever.
First Champions League final penalty scored by a Liverpool player?
Because
Because we missed the one in 2005.
yeah, I suppose technically we didn't.
Because Xabi Alonso missed that and hit the
Hit the
rebound.
rebound. Yeah, I think so. I think, as far as I can remember,
Yeah.
there weren't any penalties. Obviously, we won in '84 on penalties, but
And 2005.
yeah, but not
In
local
normal
play
time.
kind of penalties. Yeah.
Yeah, so there you go. Good stuff.
Yeah, that's a good start.
Yeah, and it changed the complete dynamic of the game.
It did totally.
Because suddenly we basically had a 1-0 head start. So we kind of couldn't push forward and go crazy. But we also wanted to need to get a second, and Spurs were like, well, now we have to go for it. So we were very cautious. I mean, both teams were really sloppy. The 3-week break did no favours to anybody, because it just meant everyone was kind of like trying to... First 20 minutes was just trying to get match fitness.
Yeah, well, it was like a pre-season friendly in that kind of sense of everyone's a bit off the boil and just trying to sustain a run kind of thing.
Oh, have you seen this fact about the Salah goal? The second fastest Champions League final goal ever.
And the first was in 2005 against us.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maldini, is it?
Paolo Maldini, yes, I think
Which
so.
was after about 50 seconds.
So there you go.
That's got a nice touch of symmetry to it.
I like it, yeah. Yes, genuinely Spurs were more in control, which was kind of underwhelming, but they didn't really do anything with it. We never really looked threatened in the first half. To the point where by the time it got to half time, the commentators were sort of like, well, I haven't got much to talk about.
Yeah.
You know, it's the Champions League final, yo! Yeah, it wasn't great.
No, it was actually a really dull game.
Certainly for a neutral, like, you probably would have turned off and, gone and got a cup of tea and gone to bed instead.
Well, if it was like the World Cup and there was another game on at the same time, you'd have probably put the other one on
Yeah.
and just have this on the radio or something.
But,
especially after the way we got to the final, you could never quite match that kind of euphoria of the Barcelona game. It was never going to live up to that, so that was another reason why it all felt a bit sort of flat and...
Yeah. But you sort of hoped in the second half we can't be that bad. Wrong.
Well, I don't think we were bad. We were just uninspired, you know?
Yeah, well, the thing is, Spurs got better in the second half. Like, they actually started creating a few chances. Ali made a number of good saves. Particularly against Dele Alli and Heung-min Son. Both had good chances or great strikes that Ali kept out. We barely registered on their goal. It's worrying, though, because only like one good chance for them, and as bad as we're playing, it's only going one way. Like, if they score, I think they win it.
Yeah.
Because we looked like we had nothing. And that was frightening. And we are so lucky that we've got Ali in our goal.
Yeah.
Because he has... I mean, think about... Like, we would not be here without him. That save against Napoli is one of the best moments of this entire season. One of the most important... Like, when
we wouldn't be in this final now if he hadn't made it.
It is comparable to Gerrard's goal against Olympiacos 2005. The moment that put us through.
Yeah. Arguably, yeah.
Yeah. If that doesn't happen, we're out. It's like, I love Ali so much. I'm so glad we bought him.
Who does he remind me of? He reminds me of Rob Delaney a bit.
The American stand-up comedian.
Yeah.
A little bit, yeah, with more beard.
Yeah.
And sort of more Mediterranean, Latin American-y. So, maybe. I can see that. But yeah, Divock Origi gets himself on the pitch after 58 minutes. Firmino only could do an hour because he was still coming back from injury. But I think that's part of the reason why we may be a bit flat going forward. Is that Firmino struggled.
Yeah.
I think certainly we were a bit more lively with Origi on.
Yeah, but also Origi brings that now. You see Origi, and instead of having that kind of slight deflated sense when you see him coming on,
it was almost a joke, wasn't it? It was almost like, oh, good,
here comes Origi, just what we need. And now the sight of Origi coming on brings so many iconic memories with it that it gives everyone a bit of a lift.
Well, he wasn't not going to play in this game.
No, but it's the most ridiculous turnaround in atmosphere, or like compared to how it used to be when he came on to how you feel now.
Yeah, and also Genie came off a couple minutes later, and Milner got to get on, which is good. Like so you'd have to say like two players on the bench who deserved a chance in the final got on, which is good.
Absolutely, yeah.
You know, but both hugely pivotal to us being here. And as I say, with Origi coming on, actually, I think it turned it slightly more in our favour. I mean, we still weren't great, but we were a bit more threatening. I think us having a big target man actually helped us. Just someone to lift the ball into, to try and sort of go more direct. Which I know sounds a bit like Bolton Wanderers circa 2004, but like if that's what you got to do, that's what you got to do, you know. But with a few minutes to go, everyone nervous and on tenterhooks, we seal it. And it is the most fitting, unfitting scorer to win a champion, to secure a Champions League final. A man who you could not even begin to write the script at the beginning of this season for how Divock Origi would score a Champions League final winner.
Bizarre. He wasn't even in the matchday squad until December. He was the forgotten man. He was only one up from Pedro Chirivella. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, he was basically, like, I don't even know if he was training with the first team squad, was he? Or was he with the under-23s?
No, he was with the first team squad, but he was just, like, not nowhere near getting... Because Sturridge was, like, the number 2 striker.
Yeah.
So Origi was nowhere near, with Shaqiri kind of playing as the second wide player.
The oncoming, attacking player, yeah.
So...
Yeah, it's an insane trajectory.
So it's a corner from, I think, Trent on the right. It's cleared by Kane.
Can't remember.
Sort of half cleared by Kane. I remember every detail. Like,
I was pretty addled by this point.
I've watched it so many times since. Van Dijk sort of, it's a bit of a tussle, and Van Dijk not nicks it. Joel Matip plays it across to Origi, and on his weaker foot smashes it into the bottom corner, and
then we celebrate.
And then it all kicked off.
And then we're champions of Europe.
I mean, I was in a pub near my house, and I was hugging every Liverpool shirted man I could find, and woman, and child. Well, I won't any children, but I was just like, we all kicked off, and we were all like hugging and jumping around and like screaming at the telly. I'll never ever forget it.
It was my granny's birthday, actually, and I knew we'd win because last time we won the Champions League it was my granddad's birthday. 25th of May and 1st of June. It was my dad's dad and my mum's mum, and so we were sat there with my granny, and she was 97 years old by this point in the evening, but I did somewhat launch myself at her.
Yeah, I may have nearly broken my mate's glasses. Like, so I just grabbed him and just was like, yes!
It was, yeah.
It's a great goal, by the way. It's hard to like remind yourself. Great strike.
Oh, it was really well taken. Yeah, it was actually probably his best actual strike of the season, because his headers against like Everton and against Newcastle and that were really scrappy. His goal his first against Barcelona was a tap in.
The second one was good.
The second one was good. It was a good kind of instinct goal, but this was probably his best goal of the season.
Yeah, absolutely.
And as I say, on his weaker foot, but yeah. Then we just. Oh.
Whoa! That I did not expect to go off like that.
Do you say that a lot?
I was hoping to push that and then like go, we're European champions, yay! Except what's happened is the champagne has just gone off in my hand.
Hey guys, we won.
That's very Plastic Scousers, isn't it? It literally just popped out without me even doing anything.
You took the foil off.
And it's like bang!
Mid-sentence, just a sudden explosion.
Sorry, it's got on my trousers, mate. I think it missed you, didn't it?
Yeah, no, I'm fine, yeah. I thought it was hilarious.
Yeah, I guess it's more honest and authentic, I suppose. Can you please open the glasses?
Why, are you scared they're going to explode as well?
Yes, I can't be trusted with anything. I avoided the laptops, though. That was good. Yeah. The technology was avoided.
That's right, they've had their share of being hit with grapes off our forehead.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, here's a question for you.
Yeah, talking to the mic, remember your training. Anyway,
so, yeah, well, then we have the delicious coverage of, for the first time in ages, of us having won something, and the final whistle going at a major cup final, and not having to turn the telly off immediately.
Yeah, me walk out the room and get hit in the head by a pint.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up, actually, if you didn't. But,
yeah, well, it hurt.
Barely touched you.
It literally actually really hurt.
I know, but barely touched you.
Don't be playing. Player, don't be playing. Why are you
So
making
that's-
all the glasses?
I don't know.
There's only two of us here.
I don't know.
Can I please have one more?
Yeah. Oh, now he wants for glasses I've made.
No, I want one glass that you've made.
We'll have two. I'll have 2 glasses.
You want 2 glasses of the bubbly stuff?
Nah, that's right. I just use the same glass again, save I'm washing up.
Okay.
I don't know why I'm absent-mindedly assembling all of these.
Just quite enjoy it. Quite relaxing.
Like a chimp. But it meant you got all that glorious coverage of our players running onto the pitch in celebration and the cameras following them, not our players sinking to the ground in disappointment and the cameras just going over the top of them. Like, you got to see Jurgen Klopp being picked up and thrown in the air. You got to see Jordan Henderson in tears hugging his dad, who's been suffering with cancer, and said to his son, "I don't want you to see me while I'm undergoing therapy for this." Jordan Henderson hugging him and not letting go, like for minutes, not letting go, and Dejan Lovren next to him shouting at the fans, "This man is your captain, this is your captain," and just screaming. Like, all our players on the pitch, like the whole bench, you know, Quaveen Kelleher in his full kit, but like Keita's there, and Curtis Jones and Ben Woodburn, and you know, Rafa Camacho, despite him being a bit of a turncoat prick, John Henry and his wife
Melissa.
Linda in her bloody elbow length opera gloves, like, you know, as every kind of member of our board and
What's
our
his name?
staff.
Werner.
Tom Werner.
Tom Werner. He's like a
Werner.
Liverpool fan who kind of basically made it all happen in the first place with FSG. It felt like the culminate. Everyone who'd ever been involved from the moment FSG took over,
Yeah.
and they finally,
with the exception of Brendan Rodgers.
yeah. But all those backroom people, John Edwards, I'm sure was there. Didn't really see him. Oh no, Michael. Is it Michael Edwards?
Michael Edwards.
Yeah, the heralded, unheralded king
Yeah.
of who has got us the players that have done this for us. You're right. You'd be struggling with the glasses a bit.
Well, it's because I picked up one that doesn't have a base on it now.
So you're like, I can't put this down. There we go.
Yeah, it was. We should also mention Alberto Moreno, like on the pitch in tears, wearing a T-shirt with a picture of him and his friend Jose Antonio Reyes, who was his teammate at Seville. Most people will probably remember him for his spell at Arsenal, who I think was killed that morning in a car crash.
Was it that day?
I think it was the same day. If not, it was a couple of days before
Wow.
at most. And a photo of when they'd won the Europa League together, and going around kind of making sure that, like, his friend got sort of a moment in the spotlight. You know, you had Mignolet and Allison there, like comrades in arms, kind of wrapped around each other, and John Achterberg, Kelleher, like Achterberg, Mignolet and Allison, the 4 of them lifting the trophy together. Like, and what a great display of the sort of team spirit I was talking about earlier, that it is every man is needed and every person contributes and no one is overlooked. And I'm not ashamed to admit it, but when when Jordan Henderson lifted that trophy with the Champions League music playing and the stream was going off, I had a tear in my eye.
Oh yeah, I think it's only natural.
Magnificent. So, as you may have hinted, we've got some champagne.
As you may have hinted, I'm covered in it. I'm really like sticky.
It is quite, yeah.
Owen Collins, 5 years of doing Plastic Scousers podcast. I feel we've earned this.
I feel we've chipped in.
We've done our bit.
Yeah.
For the 3 people who listen. Champions League winners.
Champions of Europe.
Ting.
Cheers.
They're made of plastic, they don't really ting. Actually, no, we could do it shot glass. Here we go, hang on. I'll make the noise. Champions League finalists, ready?
Ready?
Oh yeah. Champions League Champions League winners. Champion. I'm not paying any attention here.
We won! Cheers!
Yay!
Hey.
Oh, that's alright.
do it in front of the microphone.
That's crap. I'll do it myself, hang on. There you go, that was better.
That just sounded like
Marbles.
It didn't sound like glasses.
I haven't used like marbles.
We've got so many bottles around us. Why aren't we just doing it for them?
Good point, well made. I want to try this drink.
Anyway,
and I've covered enough of it.
No, well, cheers. Here is to everyone that contributed. And Daniel Sturridge. You know, there was a wonderful bit when basically they put the cup down and everyone lined up again, a bit like they did after Barcelona, and everyone was going forward to pick it up and raise it up in front of the fans. And Daniel Sturridge walks over in full knowledge that this is the last time he will ever wear the Liverpool shirt. And just before he goes to pick the cup up, he does the Sturridge dance again. And honestly, there's a video taken from in the crowd that day of Sturridge coming up, and as he starts doing the dance, everyone was just like, oh yeah, and there's such a kind of sudden nostalgic feeling of warmth for everything that Sturridge has given us in this really checkered Liverpool career, where You know, he started off so brightly in that nearly league-winning season 5 years ago. Had so many troubles with injuries. He had an ill-fated loan at West Brom. You know, he's not really played that much this year. But seeing him
not since Christmas.
yeah.
No.
But seeing him do that dance one last time encapsulated everything there with the European Cup in front of him, and it was just like, it was perfect. It was perfect.
We waited so bloody long to finally, 13. Like, what was it? We won the League Cup in 2012.
Yeah.
That was 7 years ago. Before that was 2006,
Yeah.
and then 2005. Man. Oh, thank
Oh.
No, we can retire now.
Yeah.
This is what's all been the 5 years
Yeah.
in preparation to win the Champions League.
Pretty much.
Yeah,
But
if they write the history of the Plastic Scousers as a movie, this would be the end of the first film.
Well, it is the perfect drum of the first film. How popular do you think this film's going to be?
I think it'd be great. Two lads sat in front of microphones at different houses for like 2 hours.
People will want a sequel to this.
Yeah. Oh yeah, of course.
Jesus Christ.
I've got a franchise going, mate. Do merchandise.
But no, it is a perfect dramatic arc because the last game before we did our first podcast, which was a season review of 14-15, we just lost 6-1 to Stoke City.
That's right.
And it was Gerrard's last game as captain, and it felt like there was a sort of passing on of a baton, and it does feel like there's been quite a, that whole period of us kind of Brendan Rodgers and Henderson becoming captain and complete transition at the club and complete upheaval. And I think now that Sturridge has left, Henderson's the only player I think that played in that game that we got left.
Mignolet.
Well, now that still
Mignolet's
left,
also left.
Mignolet, Moreno, and Sturridge have all left. I think Henderson is now the last surviving player from the Rodgers era.
Yeah.
Or from that bit. Obviously, that summer we brought in Bobby Firmino.
But no, he wasn't involved in.
He wasn't involved
the
in
14-15.
Yeah.
No.
So
No, he is the last bastion of that.
I think he is, isn't he?
Yep. Yeah, because there's a picture of the squad and you can see like Skirtle and stuff.
Yeah,
there,
it's got Dan
and
Agger,
Flanagan and whatnot.
Flanagan.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's amazing to think what has been achieved in that time since we started doing this podcast. It is hard not to get a little bit wistfully sort of teary-eyed about it all.
Nostalgic, yeah.
Mm.
So Owen, we've after that shock of me now being covered in champagne and the quite overwhelmingly beautiful victory that both has brought us tear to our eye. Somewhat surprisingly, considering where we were at the beginning of April.
Yeah.
Like to think now that we are, European champions. Big ears, number 6.
Let's talk about 6, baby.
Baby, let's talk about you and me.
Let's talk about
And
all the good
that celebration. Oh my word!
that interview.
That celebration.
Oh, the parade.
Good God!
Oh yeah, we should probably touch upon that. I mean, 750,000 Liverpool fans in the city centre, literally turning the sky red with flares and smoke.
Oh, careful!
Sorry.
He's gonna knock some cups over here. He's so excited. He's gonna knock his cup over.
Literally turning the sky red with flares and with smoke, and it's just it took.
People were hanging up buildings of lampposts on bus shelters, on boats.
s-
People had got boats onto the Mersey and parked nearby.
Scaffolding on the roof of Weatherspoons. It was about an 8-mile route, and it took them about 8 hours, I think.
Yeah, I mean, like the 750,000. Some of them were outside the city centre because it took that route through like the housing area near
Anfield.
Anfield.
Suburbs, didn't it?
Yeah. But yeah, the scenes are, I mean, good. You can tell how long we've been waiting.
I mean, there was a hilarious bit as well where Jurgen Klopp nearly fell off the back of a bus.
Yes, because he like. So here's the thing, right? So I was listening to someone who was there that night, who actually got there because they know someone who works at Liverpool, and so they managed to blag their way into the players' party afterwards.
Oh wow!
None of the players had slept all night.
I bet
they'd all been there until like 6, 7, 8 in the morning. Got straight on a private jet, carried on, got on the bus, and just started partying. They were all drunk, all shattered. Like,
all shit faced.
Yeah, all of. I mean, Jurgen especially was
saw when
flying.
When they came down the steps off the plane with the trophy, and they posted a photo, they all did look quite bleary-eyed.
I mean, tiredness, admittedly, because they've been awake for like 2 days and hadn't played football for like 90 minutes. Don't forget, you know.
But Klopp was sort of straddling the side of a bus, and at one point he nearly slipped off. I mean, what a way to go that would have been. Like, luckily there were probably so many fans around it that someone would have caught him. But
I was going to say, and also it's only like a 7-foot drop. I don't think it will kill you.
what, from the top of a double-decker bus?
Yeah.
Oh, it's higher than that.
Is it higher than that, about 10 foot?
I think it would probably will kill you if you fell off the top roof
Depending
of,
where you
off
land,
roof
I
of a
suppose.
bus. Yeah.
If you landed on your legs, you might sort of withstand it. If you landed on
Yeah.
your back, you're done.
But I mean, it was so pissed that he probably wouldn't.
Notice.
Yeah, I'm that.
He was counting, like, there's that shot of him famously counting, like,
Counting on his
1,
fingers.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6!
It's
And the interview he did with LSE TV, he barely, he was not coaching, it was like,
sloshed.
I'm
as
so
hell.
happy,
I mean,
the crowd are so...
they all were. They all were. Like, every single member of staff. Richie Partridge, who's...
you used to be a Liverpool player, now physio?
Yeah.
Like head
so,
physio?
so he was on the bus.
Yeah, of course.
And he was... it was a bit... He got a lot of stick for it, because Rhian Brewster was doing an interview. And at the end of it, Richie Partridge comes over and puts his arm around him and says, how many Liverpool appearances have you got now? And Rhian Brewster's like, oh yeah, none. He's like, well, I got 3, so if you ever want to talk about what that feels like, you come and see me,
that's
okay?
hilarious.
Well, it's funny, but
It's really funny.
he came across really badly, because it was obviously meant as a joke. And if you think how closely Brewster and Richie Partridge have probably been working together this year, through that rehabilitation from the injury, they are... If anyone could say that to him, it's probably Richie Partridge, weirdly. But I love how Richie Partridge was drunk enough to say it into a microphone on live TV, and also to think, I've got 3 Liverpool appearances, so, look at me, I'm amazing. It's like...
Around Champions League winners.
That's less than, like, Bruno Cheroux and, like,
Was he involved? Was he even in the squad for the 2005 win?
He was in the Liverpool squad that season.
Because then he would have been on the bus. Because Rhian Brewster technically could have been a Champions League winner and he didn't, but I think he was involved. Was he not?
It's a good question. I mean, Brewster obviously was on the bench, so he got a medal. Partridge probably would have been there in Istanbul, because people like Zach Whitbread and like Darren Potter were all like part of a travelling party.
Isn't it you
but
had to have
on.
played, like if you've played any amount of football during that run, you get the trophy. Get a medal, sorry.
Well, I don't know what it was then. Now you get 40 medals, and you can do with them what you want. So basically, they
melt
give
them down and sell them.
Yeah, well, you technically, but they give the winning side 40 gold medals.
Yeah,
and it's basically up to the club or the manager to decide who's worthy of the medal.
A bit of both, yeah.
So like,
the club, I suppose, because the manager gets a medal.
Yeah. So like, when you think we've got what 30 or maybe 25 core players this season, if you think that we said nearly all of our players were in that 23-man matchday squad.
Yeah, a couple of apart from Cater.
Plus people like Cater.
Yeah, and like 1 or 2 other youngsters. So I'm sort of Curtis Jones or whatever. Or
yeah, you might give one to Jones or to Woodburn.
Yeah.
And then there's Klopp and his immediate.
Excuse me.
There's Klopp and his immediate team of about 8 round him as well. So
yeah,
there's a couple that will get distributed. So I don't know what it was in 2005. I don't think Richie Partridge got one. I think Neil Mellor did, but he'd actually played in the Champions League that season.
He scored in the Champions League that season.
Against Olympiacos, yeah. Was Richie Partridge... I think if we'd won the League Cup that season, because he played in that when we beat Tottenham on penalties, when it was like him and Mark Smith and David Raven and like the real kind of sort of...
Michael Foley Sheridan.
Yeah, and John Welsh and that lot. So he probably would have got a League Cup winners' medal if we won it that season, but I don't think he got a Champions League winners' medal. But he might have done this year, to be honest, Richie Partridge.
I was going to say,
he might
probably,
well have
he's head physio, one of the most important players, members of the backroom team.
I mean, he was on the bus, but then most people were. We had 2 buses.
Yeah, I know we had 2 buses, yeah. Hopefully those canteen ladies were on it.
Yeah, I hope so. And John Henry and all was on it, I think. And people say, like, look at FSG just trying to get all the credit, trying to get his face in front of the cameras. But they weren't. Like, if you watch when Henderson lifts the trophy, it's for squad and it's for players and it's for coaching staff around him. And then after about a minute, you see this rush over of everyone else from, like, off camera, basically, that come and join him. Yeah. And it's like for directors, and it's Linda in her opera gloves and all of that. And it's clear that they want the players to have this moment, but they also want to share it with them. And if you look at the farewell letters of people like Daniel Sturridge and Alberto Moreno and Sema Mignolet, when they've left this summer and they've kind of written a farewell note to the fans, all of them have mentioned people like John Henry and the directors. That's not normal. for there to be that bond between the players and the executive directors of the club is really rare.
Think about like how many clubs protest their, the sorry state Newcastle are in.
Yeah, exactly.
Like of all, I feel incredibly sorry for the Newcastle fans. I really do.
I do, really.
Of all the clubs in the Premier League, I really, really want them to sort their mess out. But
I mean, it's clear.
But do you know what? FSG deserve some bloody credit.
Well, they do.
They've thrown money at it, and they've done really good business, and they got Klopp in. And they've got Virgil van Dijk and Alisson, and they did all this, and they don't parade themselves as being like the saviours. They quietly, understatedly, do the job, but they do it. They've done it well. We're champions of Europe because of them, essentially.
I've got enormous amounts of respect for sort of John Henry and Tom Werner and the way they've run this club.
Yeah.
And that's not to say I didn't
Which
have
is
respect
so weird to say because that's not normal.
Yeah, I mean, I had a lot of respect for David Moyes and Rick Parry, but they're like. David Moyes is a Liverpool man, this is his boyhood club. But for David Moore.
Who am I thinking of? Who's the guy who's now at EA?
Ian Ayre.
No, not Ian.
What was it? Not Christian Poulsen, was it, or something like that?
Christian Poulsen? No, he played in midfield.
No, not Christian Poulsen. Christian Purslow.
No. Who am I thinking of? The guy who's in charge of Peter Moore.
Yeah.
He's now at EA Sports. Yeah.
Yeah. David Moore.
He was at EA Sports and now he's at Liverpool. Now he's at Liverpool.
Yeah.
Because he was on the bus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's our chief exec now.
But he did run FIFA or something.
Yeah. He ran EA Sports. Yeah.
Sorry, getting confused there. It's video games and football. I was very happy.
But I mean, it's rare that you do get foreign owners that come in and have that. It would be so easy for them to run the club like Gillette and Hicks did and run it into the ground, but they didn't.
Or like the Glazers,
or Randy Lerner at Aston Villa,
or any of the ones who had distance, kind of like Stan Kroenke. I was going to say. Yeah.
But it's clear from what the players themselves have said, the respect that is mutual between the board of directors and the players, and the actual day-to-day interaction with them, and that is so rare, and so I think they bloody deserve to be there on the pitch with us in Madrid.
Course.
And I like the fact that they waited till the kind of main event of lifting the trophy. They should have done.
The photo has to be the players and the manager and the backroom staff.
Yeah, and they did, and they handled it just right. And I think they're great. And so
it's weird, right?
It is. It's strange, but here's to FSG.
Absolutely.
Have you finished your second glass?
Yeah. Well, you were chatting for quite a while. So I'll have to drink to listen to it. Sorry.
So do our audience, don't worry.
Yeah, I get it.
Moving on then.
Let's move on. At the beginning of the season, we made some predictions, as we've now done for several years, as we sort of try and see how good we are at being Nostradamus or whatever. So let's have a little run through, shall we? I've got my notes here for it. I don't know if you've seen them or anything like that, or no?
I've not, no.
No, okay. So I'm going to ask you what you think you predicted.
Okay.
And then I'll tell you what we both said. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Cool. So the first question, where will Liverpool finish in the league this season?
What did I say? I think I said second.
I said second, you said second, it was second.
There we go.
Correct.
We're good.
Who will be our top scorer in all competitions?
I think I said Salah.
I also said Salah. What is the answer?
It's Salah, yeah.
Did he score, because I know that it was joint in Premier League, because most of Mane's goals were in the Premier League this year, I know that.
I think it was about 35 to 34.
Oh, crikey, that was close.
Yeah,
can we double check that before
Mane
we move on?
Mane was only one behind him, whatever it was. I know that for a fact.
Yeah.
27 Mo Salah was.
Okay.
It's remarkable, really. You think he only scored 5 goals outside of the Premier League, but.
Okay, how far will we progress in Europe? What did you say? Which is now very interesting.
Oh, I think I said semi-finals.
We said quarterfinals.
Did I?
And I said quarterfinals as well.
Why did we both say quarterfinals?
Well, because it's a 60-second thing. You just say what you immediately think. We immediately thought the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah. So, gladly wrong on that one.
Yeah.
We're still equal at this point. Who will be our best signing of the summer?
Alisson.
You said Alisson. I said Keita. I was definitely wrong there.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm still claiming very unfortunate with injuries. However, he may be always very unfortunate with injuries. So let's see. But Alisson.
I mean, Alberto Aquilani was very unfortunate with injuries.
Yeah.
He's retired. He retired this summer.
I don't want to think about him. You're Alisson, one of the best goalkeepers we've ever had. No doubt about it. Who will we most regret letting go by the end of the season?
I'm trying to think who we got rid of. Who did we get rid of last year? Emre Can, John Flanagan. I surely wouldn't have said either of them. I think I might have said Clavan.
You said Clavan, and I said Clavan, and I think
Well, what do we think?
Potentially, I mean, it's not really an easily answerable question, but the game against Wolves, where we have to bring on a 16-year-old kid to play.
But what a 16-year-old kid for, right?
Yeah, but like, when we had to play Fabinho back there quite a lot,
Yeah.
which isn't his natural position.
But
Having
arguably,
Clavan would have been very helpful at that
but
point.
is Clavan better than Fabinho? I know he's
In
an
centre
actual
back, yes. Plus you put him back there, you're then losing him from the midfield.
I mean, I still miss Danny Ward, but
Well, he left 2 years ago, so he can't be in the answer.
no, he didn't. He left last summer.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did.
Really?
Yeah.
You didn't say him.
No, I know he didn't. But I'm saying I might have been wrong in my prediction.
No, you said Clavan. I think. Well, we didn't need him like we could have used Clavan. That's what
No.
I'm saying.
No, I know.
I'm saying in terms of regret, you regret letting someone go because you could have done with them throughout the season.
Yeah. Well, I do think if we had Danny Ward, we'd have done better in the League Cup and FA Cup. But I've no way of proving that. So let's move on.
No, because you're no. And then okay, will we win the FA Cup or League Cup this season, or both, or neither? I was quite pleased with this question. I thought it was quite amusing.
I imagine I said neither.
You said the League Cup.
Did I?
Yes, you did.
What was I smoking?
And I said neither, and I was right. So we're equal again. Who will be our most disappointing player this season? This is a good one, by the way. This is great.
What, in terms of what I said?
Yeah, this is what we said.
Did I say Shaqiri?
Jorginho Wijnaldum.
I thought about that, actually, yeah. I wondered if
I
I'd
actually
say
shuddered when I said that. Like, that bad call.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
What
I said Alberto Moreno.
Oh, well, it's
It
hard,
was an easier option, but it's also true.
hard to tell, really. I wouldn't
Yeah.
say he was disappointing.
As opposed to Genie, who was the opposite of disappointing.
Yeah.
I think
well,
I win by
no,
default
I'm not
there.
saying I got it wrong, but I don't think either of us get a point for that. Because
I was more right than you.
No, you weren't. Alberto Moreno was not disappointing.
Every time he played, he conceded. That is disappointing.
Well, he only played twice. That's a
But
ridiculous
that's the
thing to
joke
say.
between us now, right?
Nah.
We used to say, "Oh, Alberto Moreno's playing, so we're disappointed. You know, we'll concede." Like, that is true.
Well, I think it's unfair to get to get a point on the back of Alberto Moreno being a disappointment.
Half a point. I think half a point.
Quarter?
Because you said Genie, which you ended up being very not disappointing.
Yeah, right. Have half a point.
Half a point. I think that's fair.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Which, if any, of the academy prospects will have an impact on the first team this season? Now, this isn't really fair because none of them did, so we could have got it right either way.
Most of them probably went out on loan, I imagine.
Well, yeah, but the ones who stayed didn't really play at all.
No.
You know, like the ones we were looking at in pre-season last year. Think about the ones in pre-season last year. We were quite looking forward to seeing.
Did I say Camacho?
To Curtis Jones.
Yeah.
So did I.
Ah,
He made no impact whatsoever.
no.
In the one game that him and Camacho played, Camacho was arguably better.
Oh,
So, I
totally
mean,
better. Yeah.
So I mean, we're both wrong, really. But actually, that question was kind of moot. Yeah. So none of us got points for that. Who will have the best spell away from the club on loan?
I think I probably said Harry Wilson.
You did say Harry Wilson.
Yeah.
I said Danny Ings, so you won that.
Yeah. Because Danny
Definitely.
Ings didn't have a bad spell, but he didn't.
He was injured a bit.
Nowhere,
sadly.
not close to Wilson, though.
No, I mean Wilson was sensational last year.
It's amazing, actually, when you look at how many people did go out on loan and how little impact a lot of them had. 'Cause you nearly spill that over your laptop.
Oh my god! Oh, my heart time just slowed down as I almost spilled my glass of bubbly. Like literally, I could see my life before my eyes. There you go, sir. Yeah, you win that for sure. Harry Wilson looked amazing. We'll talk about that in our next podcast, which you will be listening to, I'm sure, directly after this one. Will the Plastic Scousers podcast take off this season, leading to our inevitable success in broadcasting?
I think I said no.
You said yes. I said no, and with that, I win by half a point.
I think my tongue must have been very firmly in cheek when I said that.
I appreciate that. We'll call it a draw, although I actually won. But yeah, we were quite accurate, I think, this time round. Like one or two blips aside. Jorginho Wijnaldum was your most embarrassing one.
Yeah, although we both thought we'd go out in the quarterfinals.
Well, to be fair, it's not like that would have been a bad thing.
When we won 6-1 on aggregate.
What? Oh yeah, but that's
In the
like
quarterfinals.
you can't predict. You can't
No,
predict
I
that.
know, but-
if we'd have run like Juventus or something, who would have given a bit more of a challenge.
But, I mean, we
like-
weren't ever close to going out in the quarterfinals.
No.
Or indeed, arguably the knockout round.
I think basically what we can agree on is I was very wrong with Keita, you were very wrong with Wijnaldum.
Yeah.
I think that's probably the fairest way to judge it.
Yeah, I'll go with that. And otherwise, we're basically equal.
Yeah, cool.
Some good, some
I'll go
bad.
with- yeah, everyone gets things wrong. That's why it's fun. Predictions
That's
are fun
right,
because we get things wrong.
Exactly.
So, coming towards the end of regular time with our usual podcast, and since we're here at the end of the season, we'll do what we always do and reminisce and play some of our favourite features. And I think we picked a couple of belters this time.
We did.
I think we have. First, let's go with my one. because I really enjoyed this. And essentially we did it, I think, around sort of February time, I think I remember. It's a show in which we have a mass debate.
Oh, that's what that wet stuff on your leg is.
Let's have an argument.
You've been practicing that fake laugh, haven't you?
No? Yes, let's have an argument. A feature in which myself and Owen will posit solutions. We're going to fix football, essentially. That's the plan, right? Last time we did this, we thought, well, let's suggest some things that will improve some of the more debatable points of the game. You know, we did things like how to get rid of diving. What else did we do? Can't even remember.
I can't remember what I said.
Multi-ball.
Multi-ball.
Multi-ball's a good. I like the idea of multi-ball. That was a nice suggestion. Yeah.
I said we should have more joint managers. That there should be no summer break instead of a winter break.
Constantly happening football.
Constant football, and that we should all put in a bit more effort to boost the game in Oceania.
Ah, okay. I see. Yes, of course. That makes more sense.
Which I think is quite an internationalist sort of ambition.
And since we solved all those problems, it's time to solve some new ones. Let's just keep solving football. So the way this game works, slash productive business meeting, as it seems to now be, is we will make a point and we'll have 2 minutes to argue that point.
Oh yeah, I forgot
Only 2 minutes. After those 2 minutes are up, then the other person will have to make their response to that in a typical sort of like debate society kind of thing. You know, whether like, you have your point, then you make your point, you counter it essentially. So Owen, would you like to go first?
Yeah, why not?
The idea is you read your statement, you will then have 2 minutes to make your point, and then I'll have 2 minutes to argue against it, and we will come to an eventual decision as to what we want to do, whether we want to carry the motion or reject it or work on it. You happy?
Cool. Yep.
Owen, please read your first statement.
Well, we've just touched upon it. So my first statement is, with 7 competitions to focus on in the 2019-2020 season, Liverpool should throw everything they've got at winning the FIFA Club World Cup, and anything else they achieve will be a bonus.
2 minutes starts now.
Well, I've already said a lot of this in this podcast, but I do genuinely believe that there is a gap in our trophy cabinet that some of the greatest Liverpool players in history have not been able to fill. You look at the side that won the European Cup in 1977, 1978, Emlyn Hughes, one of the greatest captains we've ever had, and yet those years Liverpool declined to enter. They said, we don't want to fly halfway around the world, play Boca bloody juniors, we're out, fine, don't count us. It's a disgracefully parochial and short-sighted attitude.
1 minute 30 left.
That's fine, which has cost us dear in the long run. Then, in later years, when we actually did take part in the competition with players like Dalglish and Souness and Hansen, some of the greats of our history, and we still couldn't get past teams like Independiente and Flamengo. And then in 2005, when we finally requalified for the reconfigured Club World Championship, yes, we breezed past Deportivo Saprissa, but we had 3 goals disallowed against Sao Paulo in the final.
1 minute.
It's an injustice. It's not fair, and we should not rest until we've righted that wrong. We should say, we were cheated by a Mexican referee and a Canadian linesman. We were cheated out of a FIFA Club World Cup in 2005, and we're coming back to finish the job. And look, we've won the European Cup last season, and we've won the league 18 times. That's the second best of any club in the UK. England, sorry. We've won the FA Cup. We've won the League Cup. We've even won the Community Shield and the Super Cup, but we've never won the Club World Cup.
30 seconds.
That should be our priority. And I had another point to make, and I've forgotten it. Hang on. Pause it.
No, there's no pausing.
Okay, fine.
It's 2 minutes. That's the point. It's 2 minutes. You can't pause the time.
Basically, we have a duty to all of those players that that have not had this opportunity to literally call themselves world champions. Also, Man United have bloody won it. I'm not having Man United call themselves best team of the world when we're not, because we're far better than them. They're shit, we're not. We need to go hell for leather in the Club World Cup this season.
That's it. 2 minutes. Okay, and I have 2 minutes to immediately make my response.
Well, go on then.
2 minutes, go. Right, we're in 7 competitions, for God's sake. Right? 7. We have so many trophies that we could potentially win, and we've not been very good at winning trophies recently. I don't know whether you've noticed that. This Champions League final win isn't a common occurrence. We're not like Man City, where we just win 6-0 in a final because we paid millions of pounds in illegal money to buy illegal players. We value every trophy we get, and we have to work really hard for them. But we should value every opportunity we have to try and win another one. Like, the League Cup, we don't take seriously enough, and I actually find that quite disappointing anyway. And we should absolutely go for it. Plus, you said to me that the Premier League, we won it years ago, it's fine. Every Liverpool fan on planet Earth is desperate for that trophy. We would throw every other tournament by playing nothing but a lemon dressed in a Liverpool shirt just to win the Premier League. And I know that is almost a guarantee for most people. The Club World Cup, look, I want to win the Club World Cup as much as the next man. It's 2 games.
Bearing in mind, I am the next man.
You are the next man in this room. 10 games. That's it. Like, I could probably like put out 2 teams, completely different teams for Liverpool, and we could win that tournament with everyone only playing one of them. Like, the teams aren't great. The Latin American League, who's supposed to be the second best like area, they've been falling apart. There's no quality there. There's no point in us throwing all our weight behind a tournament that will basically win in 2 games. If anything, it's a complete waste of time to be going there, because we'll be knackered. We'll be having to stress out at a busy Christmas period where we have to play 9 games in 31 days, and we've got this winter break which we never used to have. So we've got to pack even more games into that space. Like, the Club World Cup, if anything, is nothing but an annoying distraction especially if we're chasing that title at Christmas, and that is the reason we lose it. If we lose the Club World Cup because we lose the Premier League because of the Club World Cup, you will hate it. We'll all hate it, and so we shouldn't even be going, let alone trying to focus on it.
Oh, Matt, you lost it then at the last minute. I was with you through a lot of that, but you f***ed it.
Why?
Talking out your arse, man.
Why?
Shouldn't even be going.
Well, come on.
It's an outrageous statement.
Discuss why.
Because of course we should be going. That's like saying let's not play the Community Shield just because we won the league. You know, this is one of the most prestigious competitions it's possible to play in. Okay, it doesn't have a reputation it should, but so few teams, 1 team in the whole of Europe gets to play this a year. You know, it's the most exclusive tournament it's possible. It's like the Confederations Cup. You know, this is in many ways the pinnacle of achievement in club football. And don't get me wrong, I would love us to win the league more than anything.
Would you love us to win it? Would you? Because I'm not wrong. Like, we have like 9 games in December or something crazy.
Yeah, we do.
Which is like, that could throw our league chances.
But
there's no, it might.
But would 7 games not have equal? I mean, 7 games is still a lot.
Travelling as well. We've got to travel to Qatar, which is 5 hours ahead.
It's a silly place to play it, but it's only because they don't really have a stadiums in New Caledonia. You know.
So you'd rather it be like a tour where we go and play around the world?
No, because then I think that involves even more travelling.
Yeah, I was going to say New Caledonia isn't close to the Mersey.
I think they should have a different host each time instead of just banging it in Japan or Qatar for 10 years at a time. No. I think it should travel around the confederations like the World Cup does. So one year we might get lucky and it will be held in, like, in all likelihood, like Azerbaijan.
Yeah.
Because it does go where the dirty money is. But it's at least an easier flight. Or like, America. But I just think also, and I'm arguing this from a certain tongue-in-cheek perspective, as you're well aware. But we're going to get other chances to win the league because we play in the league every year.
Well, we always have a chance to win the league.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, to be fair, like Sheffield United have a chance to win the league this year.
I mean, every season we've played, we've had a chance of winning the league in our history. In only 6 out of 127, we've had a chance. Not even that, because we didn't take part in 2 of them. So only 4 times in 127 years of history, we've had a chance to actually win this competition. That's like Halley's Comet, you know?
Yeah.
We might not be alive next time this happens.
No, I think, in all honesty, I really am looking forward to going. What I don't agree with is the fact that we should throw all our weight behind it, because I desperately want the league. And that is it. I think that is the only argument that means that it quite falls down.
I know, but I was trying to pick something that we'd be able to argue about rather than saying...
We have.
Yeah, and we have. But if I just said, hey guys, I think we should, put a good team out for this, but not worry about it too much.
I mean, to be fair, that would be controversial in itself, because some people will go, why the hell are we doing it?
Yeah, but not between me and you. I was trying to find something we could... So I am being slightly silly with this. But at the same time, I do genuinely believe it. This should be our priority this year. It's one thing to say Champions of England.
No, that's not tongue-in-cheek then, is it, though?
Because
it's not a priority.
But am I being tongue-in-cheek when I say that?
Well, you're being obfuscating.
I'm being deliberately difficult.
I like that word.
But it's one thing to say champions of England, but England is a country of about
Champions of the world, yeah.
But England is a country of about 50 million people that's rainy and grey and sodden and full of racists. Champions of the world means you're literally the best 11 people out of nearly 8 billion.
I'll tell you why I'm going to agree and pass this motion.
Oh, wow, this has never happened before.
Because Real Madrid consider this tournament like they consider it a serious tournament, and they love to be the best team in the world. And I'd love to shove it right up their arse. Absolutely. I'd love to be like, you embarrassed us in the Champions League final in dirty and horrible ways. Now we're the champions of the world, bitch.
And the same with Man United. They went mad for the World Champions thing when they won it in 2009.
Yeah.
Also, if you win it, you get a special little patch on your shirt. You know, you get the one when you win the Champions League.
Oh, really?
You get a little one with the Club World Cup on that goes right in the middle of your chest that says, like, FIFA World Champions. Yeah.
Oh, I tell you what as well. What's amazing, so we're going to have number 6s on our European things.
Yeah.
Do you know in FIFA, if you win Champions Leagues, it changes the number on the shirt?
Seriously?
And if you win it with a team who haven't won it before, like Tottenham, for example, it puts one on with the number on it.
Wow.
I know!
That's intelligent.
Like, because I played like 3 seasons of Liverpool. We've got 8 Champions Leagues. And it's like, but you don't realise it's happened until you go, that looks weird. Oh my God, it's following it.
Well,
it was so good. And it's totally not irrelevant, but it blew my mind.
I'm so used to seeing the 5 times one on our sleeve now. It's been there for 14 years.
Oh,
It's quite weird seeing it. Same with like the 6
that's why
star.
I noticed, because when I won it on FIFA, I was like, it says 6.
Yeah.
What?
Well, it's like on the T-shirt that I'm currently wearing, folks. For those of you who are wondering,
I know he has clothes on. It's not normal.
Sorry to break the illusion that I do this podcast naked, but I look at these stars that we have under our crest now, and I think that's not right. It's an even number. I'm so used to seeing it because we didn't really do the 4-star thing before because it had been so long and it was a different era. But then the 5 stars became iconic and it became part of our identity. So to see us now with extra is like, ooh.
This is unusual. Yeah. No, I think tongue in cheek, and because I want to stuff Real Madrid and tell them where to shove it. Yeah. Yeah. Motion carried. I haven't got a thing.
Hey.
Ding, ding. I should have brought a buzzer or something.
Can we do a little clink?
You want to use the glasses again?
Yeah.
Oh, you've essentially done that. Here you go. Have a shot glass.
Motion carried.
That was better that time.
Yeah, it was.
Much better.
I think it was lighter.
Yeah.
Can I have more champagne?
Of course.
Thank you.
Of course.
Just to celebrate.
I'm only keeping it down here because it's away from the electronics.
No, that's fine. This is the first motion I think I've ever had passed.
I don't think you had one pass last time.
Not one.
One of mine was so bad, I cut it from the recorder tool.
Really?
I got rid of the social media one from last time. It was so boring and uninteresting. I cut it. Okay, it's my first one. Have you got a timer, Owen?
I can probably get one.
Oh, do you want to use mine?
Yeah.
Probably easier if you just use mine.
Easiest.
There you go. Just hit the start button whenever. So I will read my statement and then you'll hit your fire button.
Ready?
So here is my statement.
Yep.
To solve the oft contentious problem of whether a handball is deliberate and warrants a foul, all players, excluding the goalkeeper, should have their arms strapped to their sides for the duration of the match so as to avoid any confusion.
Go.
So the handball thing is essentially unsolvable in my mind because naturally your arms aren't always by your sides, and if it hits your arm while you're sliding in a challenge, like you're not putting your arm there to stop the ball, you're putting your arm there to lean on the floor so you don't hurt yourself, right? If the ball hits your hand, it's a handball, but it's not deliberate, but you essentially you can never know what someone is deliberately trying to do, so it's an irrelevant rule. So strap everyone's arms to their sides. Okay, it will take some getting used to. People have to get used to running with their hands by their sides. Obviously not the goalkeeper, because it is they're allowed to hold the ball in the box, and the rule of being in or outside the box is more easily definable, because with cameras and VAR, we can see whether or not they're in or outside the box. But they also need to do saves and all the rest of it. But the rest of the players, that way, if it hits them at all, it's not a handball, because they've not deliberately done anything. Even if it hits them on the elbow there, they've not actually moved their arms to do it. It's just bounced off and then they can carry on and go after it. So essentially, problem completely solved. 1 minute. And the other fact of the matter is, if you're watching, I don't know, Man City, Liverpool last year or whatever, where there's two teams who are really good at football and it's really entertaining to watch and they're both great. It's great, fantastic. Have a lovely time, a couple of beers, whatever, brilliant. If you're watching Burnley versus Watford and it's a terrible, turgid affair, is it not livened up by the fact they run like idiots? Running around like this, like penguins, being like falling over, because admittedly it's not easy to run with your hands strapped by your sides, falling over. At least that's more entertaining. I think for me, you're never, ever, ever going to solve handball. VAR won't, referees won't be able to, and no technology will, because you can't get rid of that deliberation. So just get rid of it completely. That way, never have to worry about it. That is my 5 seconds, and now I will just talk until the time stops, which is now. And there we go.
Okay. Right, you ready for
Your response starts now.
Well, Matt, I appreciate the points you're making, and you're right that, as we've discussed earlier on this podcast, VAR does not actually offer any easy answers to the problem of ball to hand, because it still relies upon the fallibility of the human judgment and the subjectiveness of that opinion. But one of the main, and so that's one downside to VAR, but I mean, from that point of view, I can see why strapping players' arms to their sides might be beneficial. But one of the other downsides of VAR is the time-consuming nature of it. You know, we touched upon earlier that if you score a goal and then you wait 5 minutes for VAR to decide whether it's a goal or not, it sort of kills the moment. Now, if we think that VAR and the video assistant referee is a disruptive influence on the speed of the game, think how bad it would be if every time a player attempted a sliding challenge, or indeed just naturally fell over, we had to stop the game so someone could go and pick them up again. Because I don't know if you've ever tried getting up from a horizontal position without using your arms, but even for top athletes, it's probably not that easy. And I think there will be so many times of someone putting the ball out because someone was lying on their back, unable to get up, that games would become 2.5 hours long. You know, it would be constantly disrupted.
30 seconds.
You'd constantly be having to drop balls left, right and centre because someone would, as a goodwill gesture, kick it out of the sidelines because, oh look, Toby Alderweireld is stuck on his back again. You know, I think it's a fundamental flaw of the process. There's got to be a better way of stopping handballs and ball-to-hand contention without meaning that if a player falls over, that's it for the rest of the game.
10 seconds.
I just think for the necessary speed of the game and to stop having to employ someone to go around picking up players, it's not going to work.
Stop. Oh, dearie me. I mean, you were laughing a lot, so it clearly would be entertaining. no argument about that, right?
But I can imagine it would be immensely frustrating. I mean, if we think players are time wasting now by taking it in the corner, all they'd have to do in future is just sit down. Just like, oh, quick, run down the clock, boys. All right, and just plop to their knees.
The problem is that, like, we're going to forever argue about handball,
Yeah.
right? All I'm trying to do is come up with a solution that you can't argue would completely eliminate the idea of deliberate handball. If you can't move your hands,
don't argue
you
out.
can't deliberately do
I'm
it.
arguing it would ruin football.
It wouldn't ruin football. It'd be hilarious.
It would be hilarious for the first couple of games, and then you'd get so bored of watching players
But
struggle to get up.
You get good at that. You train on getting up techniques.
Yeah, but think of all the things you wouldn't be training at because you'd be trying to stand up
We had
instead.
a throwing coach earlier in the season.
Yeah,
So
and
we
look,
could have a standing up
and
coach.
we won the Champions League because of it.
Exactly. We'll win it
But
again.
imagine if budgets were tight and Klopp had to choose between a throwing coach and
Budgets are tight?
and a standing up coach.
Budgets are tight. We have a multi-billion pound business.
We do, but say Bolton don't. Bolton can barely
Hang on,
afford
Bolton's
to.
a horrible case to pick because
Alright,
they are in real
but if
trouble.
all the EFL clubs suddenly have to start employing the services of a coach specifically designed so
To
their
stand
players
up.
can stand up, you know, the money's going to run out pretty bloody fast.
Okay. I'm happy to reject the motion, but we need another alternative.
Well, before we
What
reject,
else can we do?
Before we reject the motion in true Plastic Scousers, can I submit an amendment?
Please.
Well,
Well, we can amend and relook at it. So please, that's if it's what you want to do.
lie on the floor with your hands in the pocket
Okay.
and see how long it takes you to get up.
Okay.
Because this is the
You're
basic.
gonna have to commentate because I'm away from
Oh,
the
totally.
mic.
But this is
So,
this
hands
is
in
a
pocket,
fundamental
yeah.
foundation of my objection.
Also, I don't want my trousers to fall down. That's the bigger worry because I apparently lost a bit
No,
of weight and these don't fit me.
I don't want your trousers to fall down either, so we're united on that. On
Okay,
your
so
back.
I need to lie on the floor.
On your back.
straight.
Right, pretend you've just slide tackled me. There he
Oh,
is.
okay, so I've gone in like that.
Yeah, and then
then I'm down.
flat on your back. Let's say it was a 2-foot challenge. Put your other leg down. Okay.
I'm gonna dive like a fish
Yeah.
into you. I'll be sent off.
Right.
And then that'd be like, Matt, get off the pitch.
I'm gonna time how long it takes you to stand up. Go. You can start when you're ready.
Now.
Yeah. He did a good kind of thrust then, but he didn't quite manage it. He's rolled onto his side. He's up on his bum. This is promising. You can't lean against whatever that is. You have to.
Use my elbow. It's like leverage.
Okay, but. And he's up on one knee, and he's down again. He's down again. I wish you could see this.
It's a thing, right? It's a momentum thing. So I've got like a rock.
He says it's a momentum thing. I don't know if you can hear him. He's rocking. He's up on his knees. He's on his knees, and he's up.
28 seconds. See, that's fun. Like
that's fun. But that took
you had a great time watching that.
I did. But that took you 25 seconds. Imagine
that's great though, because the football would be like, no, I've got to get to him. I can't.
Imagine if 25... Like, we complain about too much stoppage time and stuff now. Imagine if 25 seconds was added on for every time a player went down to the ground.
You don't add the time on.
But that
you watch them straight to get up.
You could end up with a situation where there's only two players.
No. Like goalkeepers have to rush out to pick their players up.
Okay, now I'm listening. Keep going.
Because they can use their hands, right?
Yeah.
There's no reason why they couldn't run out, pick them up, and then have to run back.
Oh, you've got me.
I've solved it.
Oh.
Like, if it's like Van Dijk, that's fine, because like he's just there. But if Firmino goes down over there,
Firmino just falls over.
Yeah.
Alisson has to sprint halfway up the pitch.
Plus, the other goalkeeper could push someone over.
Oh, whoa! I don't think that should be allowed.
Well, it's not allowed in football anyway.
No,
but then lots of stuff you can get away with. It'll be like sort of subtle.
Yeah, I mean,
imagine corners, right, with everyone with their arms around there. I mean, there's no grabbing. You can't argue that there'll be no grabbing at all. Right, they'd just be like salmon, just like bashing against each other, trying to get leverage.
And shoulder barges would be fun because there'd be the added risk that if you shoulder barge too hard, you're going down as well.
Well, yeah, and several others like dominoes. Come on, I mean, okay.
If we
maybe not in serious football, at least in friendlies.
Can we adopt that the only person allowed to pick them up is the goalkeeper?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Because that dispels my fears. I'm up for this.
Someone can help.
The amended motion meets my approval.
So long as the goalkeepers. Okay.
Yeah.
Motion carried.
Motion boom. Cheers.
Oh, I'm exhausted now. Let me just stand up. Oh yeah, we need the glass thing. There we go.
It gets better every time. It just gets further from the microphone.
Right. Let me reset the clock. Whenever you are, please, Mr. Owen Collins, can you read your next let's have an argument debate topic?
To make a point about how corrupt most of football governance in Europe is, from now on Liverpool should boycott all UEFA competitions.
Go.
Look, UEFA's disgraceful, really, you know. Under Michel Platini's leadership, it was basically creaming money off everyone, bless you. And again, it was, it was corrupt, it was underhand, it was full of dodgy deals, dodgy money. It was not a trustworthy or appropriate body to be governing football. It's exactly the same as FIFA. FIFA is like the most dodgy organisation going. But we don't play many FIFA competitions, but we play in a lot of UEFA competitions, and every time we do, we endorse this system of governing football where it's all about the money, and it's all about, the prawn sandwiches and the suits, and it's never about the fans, and it's not even very often about the clubs. You look at UEFA's plans for the Champions League, where certain clubs will be in the Champions League every year. Now, we might be one of them, but that's not the way the Champions League should work. It shouldn't just be like an exclusive club.
1 minute.
And that's what UEFA are turning us into. You look at how they treated... look at where they put their finals. They put the final of the Europa League this year in a country where Arsenal weren't able to take one of their players to because they couldn't guarantee his safety. Why the hell are UEFA holding football competitions there? And this isn't going to stop until a club, takes a stand and says, look, we're not going to be part of this. And I think being champions of Europe at the moment gives us an awful lot of leverage. And we're a club built on principle and justice and doing the right thing. We are an ethical club. You look at the fans supporting food banks. You look at the politics of Bill Shankly. We are... we shouldn't be standing for this, and we should be the ones to lay down a marker of integrity and decency and say, if you want to do this, do it without us, or change your act, get your act together, and then we'll think about coming back.
Okay.
You, Platini.
Your time is up. Very passionate case.
I know it's not quite as funny as players running around like penguins.
Well, I think we may have had different thoughts on what we were doing, but I still think it's important to talk about these things.
Go.
Okay. I agree with you in many respects. I totally... That Henrik Mkhitaryan thing genuinely angered me, and the fact that a team essentially had a handicap because one of their players couldn't play with them because he thought he might be killed. Like that is disgusting. It's a wider issue of the fact that there are still hugely terrible conflicts going on all over the world, and there are still huge hatred, rivalries, which even in our country now we're seeing. And if it affects sport to such an extent that it is now essentially stopping someone playing in a European final, despite how hard they've worked to get there in the first place, it's wrong. But there's one big problem, and it's a particular problem that we saw last year, because we were desperate for the Premier League. Liverpool chased that thing like there's no tomorrow, and we missed it by a point to a Man City side who, let's be honest, have spent a lot of money they shouldn't have, and are breaking rules and essentially cheating their way to titles. And if it's not that, okay, well there's 2 FA Cup and League Cup, but Klopp doesn't really seem to take them seriously, and will always play a younger team. The reason we shouldn't boycott Europe is because it's the only chance we have a bloody trophy anymore. Right? Last year, like the last 2 years, we've been in the final. We've won one of them, and we got to the final of the Europa League, another UEFA competition. So that's 3 trophies, 3 opportunities that we haven't had in this country. The closest we've come outside of Europe to winning a trophy was last season's Premier League. Otherwise, well, the League Cup in Klopp's first season wasn't even his first season. He joined earlier on. But ultimately, we need to be. Europe needs us as much as we need it, because if I want more nights like the Champions League final, and it seems like the only place we're going to get them.
Time.
I spent most of that just arguing your points again.
Well, that's. I
was very passionate on the Mkhitaryan thing. I wanted to.
Yeah, no, well,
talk
good.
about that.
And I said just now that I think we need a way to distinguish between ball to hand and handball.
Yeah,
so I think that's okay.
It's a better solution, yeah.
You're right. It is our only chance of a trophy, but it depends whether we put personal gain before integrity.
Not, is it? We have plenty of chances in this country. I'm more annoyed that we don't take the domestic competition seriously.
But do you think we would if we banned ourselves from entering UEFA competitions?
Well, we'd have to. We have no choice.
We'd have to.
And we'd have many more Wednesdays free.
That's true.
Or Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Or Thursdays if we hadn't done very well.
And a Saturday night in early June.
Yes, or late May, depending on the times.
I mean,
no one can hear me, and he's talking to the mic, because I'm just pouring this.
Matt said a late May.
Yes, absolutely. It's a weird one.
Yeah.
It's quite a serious one, because it just had me essentially on the floor trying to behave like a snake.
It's tongue-in-cheek, but also it's very...
You're making a very serious point that actually is very valid.
I'm making a very serious point with my tongue in my cheek.
But at the same time, you said that, the FIFA are exactly the same. And all the competitions are FIFA-based. So we're essentially, bowing down to them irrespective. No?
No, I suppose, except most of the competitions we're playing aren't actually, run by FIFA. They are just FIFA.
FIFA's the head organisation of all of it, right?
Well, yeah, but
the FA runs the domestic competitions.
Yeah, and
UEFA runs Europe, but FIFA is the overarching umbrella.
But it's not like they organise the FA Cup or anything like that. Whereas UEFA directly organise the Champions League and choose for host venues.
But FIFA organises the Club World Cup, which you just said you wanted to be part of.
Well, this is my predicament.
So now you've fallen into a trap where you're saying boycott one tournament and yet we have to focus on another when it's the same problem.
Yeah, I know.
Did you think about this when we started?
I did. I was hoping you wouldn't pick up on that.
My analysis has worked. I've got a master's degree. It's finally paying off.
In modern history?
Yeah.
Huh.
Modern history and politics.
It's good knowledge, though.
It was good knowledge, yeah.
What's my BA in?
Creative writing.
English and creative writing.
Basically
the same.
Yeah, basically unemployment BA.
Yeah. Thanks, mate. Literally unemployed right now.
To be fair,
Too soon.
I was unemployed for 2 months, to be fair.
Did I make jokes about it?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. You got me.
We're friends, we're allowed.
I don't.
So what do you think? So
what have we decided?
Do we boycott? I don't want to boycott. I think there's other things we could do.
So what can we do instead? Talk to me about other positive solutions.
Well, this is the funny thing about Man City, because I hate them, and they have half-empty stadiums, and they have a lot of unentitled success, and think they're the greatest thing in the world, but they're not, even though they keep justifying it. It sounds weird now. It's like Cristiano Ronaldo. He thinks he's the best, and
which is why we need to take the Club World Cup seriously, because then we will be the best in the world.
Absolutely. But they protest because they think they're being mistreated because of the FFP thing. So if we protested UEFA, do we not turn up to any away games? Is that a start? I don't know. Does that work?
What, in
I feel
Europe?
like, yeah, because I feel the problem is that the home crowds in Europe are so goddamn good. You can't take those away. Like,
You would be missing a lot.
imagine losing out on Barcelona last year. Imagine if we boycotted and that didn't happen.
It's an enormous sacrifice to make, but then
It's everything to make sacrifice to make.
but
Like, it's
sometimes
everything
you've got
to
to
us.
put your principles first.
And we're a very principled club.
We are.
Like, literally, the whole goddamn city has banned the sun. Like, that actually, when you think about that, like,
Yes,
think
Liverpool.
about that, like, now. Imagine if, like, Manchester banned the
Daily Telegraph.
yeah, or the Daily Mail. Imagine that happened.
I'd love it.
It would be mad.
Yeah.
But we've done it, and it's legit. You go up there, and there's not only if we banned it, there's always a space in supermarkets where it should be. Because obviously big supermarkets have deals with them where they always put them in certain places. And it's just never there. Right? That's insane. But Liverpool is such a different town that you are right. If anyone could do it, it would be us. But we would be losing out on too much, I think. Unfortunately, there is too much to gain. And there are other... I can't think of another solution. That's the problem.
This is a
But the thing is, we won't solve it by bowing out. We won't solve it. Because there'll be other teams with all the money to pour in anyway.
Nothing is achieved by unilateral action. It would take, collective. It would take collective endeavour to bring about change. As I believe, in most cases, not just in football.
And how often would you believe Florentino Perez at Real Madrid would do it not for his own personal gain?
It's unfortunately the disease that has infected UEFA is contagious, and a lot of clubs across Europe, including in this country, are equally, enamoured by the filthy lucre and put the fans and the actual people who make football what it is very bottom of the pile. But you are right that until we can guarantee some sort of collective response to the corruption of UEFA, we will be losing more than we will be gaining. So maybe I am inclined to let this one fall.
Motion rejected?
I think so.
For now. Motion rejected. Clinky, clinky, clink. Yeah!
So I'm still on a high from the fact the Club World Cup one got through, so I'm happy to let this one pass. Because, like I say, that's more important.
Well, here's my next one. To honour the traditional sport from which football as we know it today exists, once a year, the country's top 2 teams should play a game of mob football, where an unlimited number of players, formed from the supporters, players and staff of both clubs, compete to get a pig's bladder into the opponent's stadium and score a goal in it.
Your time starts now.
So football came about because it was around the 1600s in Britain. There was essentially this version of football which involved 2 rival villages getting together, kicking around a pig's bladder, which was inflated, and the idea was to score it in a goal in the opponent's village. Now, we celebrate, Liverpool especially, we're almost mocked for the fact that we celebrate our history, how many league titles we won in the past, how many Champions League titles we won in the past until now, all this stuff. But our history started in 1892, and football's history started in the 1600s with this sport. Now, it would be very, very difficult pragmatically to do it with every team. So, I posit that the Community Shield should be replaced with this tournament, which essentially amounts to, for charity, all the money, all proceeds, any profits, any viewership, all would go to Community Shield, which is essentially what that is. It gives money to charity. But it will also allow for fans to get involved and supporters and everyone from the 2 rivals. So it'll be Man City and Liverpool in this case. There'll be a pig's bladder equidistant from the 2 stadiums. If it was on a motorway, in a field, wherever it was, all the players have to start in their own stadium. It could be as many as you want. They have to basically get that ball, get that bladder, and get it into the opponent's goal. It would be chaos. It would be mad. It would be brilliant. And we could play. We could be there. We could get into that stadium. We could buy, it doesn't matter how many players play, we can be part of it. All we have to do is get to the Man City Stadium and get that ball in the back of the net. And we win. And we win the Community Shield, which, let's be honest, we didn't do this year, which was rather gutting. It's mad, and I love the idea that it would evoke something that's so important to football that we've only just brought it in, it's been around forever and we never really celebrate it. I think it's insane and people would love it.
And time.
And you are going to now play your reprise. 2 minutes on the clock. Time starts now.
This is quite hard for me because I do think this is a genuinely good idea. And so I've got to speak for 2 minutes against it, when actually I think I'm largely in favour of it. I feel there's certain logistical problems that haven't been thought through, however, is my reservation. There has to be a maximum number of players, because if not, you could literally be, the public safety concerns would be enormous. Say if you said there's no limit to who can play for Liverpool in this game, you'd have 1 million fans descending on Anfield. The traffic would be a nightmare. The trains would be overcrowded. From that point of view, things would be hard. I mean, if I got to play for Liverpool, I would sit in traffic for 24 hours. You know what I mean? But also, there's no guarantee when you get there that you get to touch the ball. And I think you and me would be gutted if we went all the way to Liverpool, queued for 24 hours in traffic, got onto the pitch, then had to sprint halfway to Manchester to pick up the inside of a pig. And after all that energy and all that argy-bargy, neither of us might have even touched the ball. And we might go home bruised and bloodied and battered 24 hours later. We've raised a lot of money for charity, but we've not actually really got to say we've touched the ball. Who wants to play for Liverpool? Like, ask any Liverpool player. Ask Ben Woodburn if he'd come on for his debut and not actually touched the ball at all. Would he really feel like he'd achieved that much? Because I do think this is a genuinely superb idea, but there's got to be a certain way of
30
guaranteeing.
seconds.
Maybe it could be like a ballot, or maybe there could be a way that if it happens regularly enough, you're on a waiting list, and so no fan or ordinary punter gets to do it more than once. Because I think it should be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Also, I think you're going to put a lot of people off if you use a pig's bladder. There's a lot of vegan Liverpool fans. It'd be nice if we could have some sort of synthetic organ of a synthetic pig. But otherwise, I think, I'm in favour of this. Let's run to Manchester.
Let's time out. I'm glad you like it. I do think genuinely we don't ever really talk about the original history of football. It's something that I think is more interesting than people give it credit for.
Absolutely, I agree. Yeah.
And we always see 1892, John Holding, and all that, and Notts County, the first ever football club, and that kind of thing. But football didn't start then. It started way beyond.
Yeah, it did.
Why not recreate it today with modern environments? I think I didn't. What I missed the mark on was I went literal old school. Right. Obviously, people now have cars and bikes and all-terrain vehicles if you need to get over fields and stuff. And the idea was it was only for running. You had to be a run, but obviously it's exhausting. But I think we could do it with more modern technology. And do it that way, where it was safer as well. Because you don't want people to die. That wouldn't be nice.
So, instead of running, people would go on quad bikes?
Well, essentially, it would be a free for all. It would be whatever.
I got that.
Get the ball there, however possible.
See, this is like an episode of Taskmaster.
It's like Taskmaster versus Hunted.
Yeah.
That Channel 4 show. I do like the idea. I don't know. I said replace the Community Shield only because we lost it. So I was
fuck it, get rid of it.
But I think the two best teams in the country are the only ones who get to do it. So it's a one-off thing. It can be managed, right? With security and the rest of it. The only problem is, what if it was like Newcastle versus Exeter?
Even better.
That is some running. That is some distance.
Yeah, I mean, you can play it over several weeks. It's more to the
point. It's infinite. It's until it's done.
Yeah.
If it's in the middle of a league game, if Newcastle are playing Burnley, and they happen to finally get the pig's bladder to the stadium.
Because if you replace the Community Shield with it, there's a sort of impression that the league season can't start until this game finishes. So it might not be starting the league till mid-October.
Or at all, if it takes that long.
Yeah, which arguably would not aid fixture congestion in December, and would be worse for it from a Club World Cup.
No. Although I do like your idea of balloting. It's almost like a ticketing system where all the money goes to charity if you pay for it.
If you want to play in the big pig bladder game, you pay a £5, you enter the ballot, and if you win, you get to play pig bladder, and if you lose, you've given £5 to charity. Yeah. So it's
and there's always next year.
There's always next year.
But unless you're not in it next year.
This is my main concern. Really, is that it would often be the same two groups of fans, or there'd only be about.
We've not been in the Community Shield since 2006.
No, but how many different teams have? Arsenal, Chelsea, Man United, Man City,
Wigan,
Leicester,
of course, yeah.
And I think basically every other Community Shield since has been some combination of Arsenal, Chelsea, Man City, and Man United.
Yeah, you're all right.
Yeah.
It's only the occasional.
Portsmouth have played in it in 2008, I suppose, but
the occasional curveball, but that's kind of part of the magic of it, Community Shield is no better than this.
I'm not saying it's any better.
But imagine if you were a Portsmouth fan, and not only did you win the FA Cup, You guys are playing the Pig Bladder tournament.
That's
Yes!
true. Yeah, that's true. But I think it would be a shame that you'd have every other fan looking on more enviously with a pig bladder than they would with a charity shield. Most fans
Yeah,
don't
but that's
expect
kind of
to.
why it's so good, no?
Well, I suppose I guess it just feels a bit exclusive. I think, this pig bladder thing in its original origins was about, it was everyone. And
But then you can't. But it's not everyone. It's everyone in 2 villages. That's why it's still 2 teams worth of people.
Well, can I make a suggestion then?
Yes, please.
We do it with 2 different competitions each year. As the Community Shield is always the Premier League winners and the FA Cup winners.
Unless the FA Cup's one on the same team.
Yeah.
And it's second place in the league.
So what if we started changing it up? So one year it's that, but the next year it's like the winners of a championship and the winners of Johnson's Paint Trophy.
I quite like if it was like the Fair Play League.
Yeah, all
The
that.
top 2 in the Fair Play League, so the 2 least fouling teams get to play the most violent goddamn
Get them. That's
sport.
it. There we go. I like the irony of that.
You know,
I'm happy with that.
if Everton and I don't know from last year, Everton and Norwich this year, for example, are the 2 nicest teams. Suddenly, people in Norfolk have got to run a Merseyside, and vice versa. Okay,
I'd be
you
up for
like
that.
it in principle. We just need to work out the details.
Yeah, but if it was based on the Fair Play League rather than just the 2 best teams in the 2 cup competitions, I think that would be more open.
Also, guaranteed probably a bit more safety.
Guarantee must. Well, also, I just think it would encourage people to play fair more, so it would also
Good
help the
point.
image of the game the rest of the year.
Yeah, get to play in the tournament.
Because who wouldn't want that to be playing pig bladder in August?
I want to play it now.
I do.
I want to run to. Well, we're in London. Where it'll be Manchester.
Well, if it was us, we'd have to run to Liverpool
And then run to
and then
Manchester.
although I think we'd be allowed to get the train to Liverpool, and then run to Manchester.
Yeah. Okay. Good. So we like the idea in principle.
It's a long way. It's a long way to run.
Yeah.
Bearing in mind, it took you 25 seconds to stand up just.
Yeah, I have my hands in my pockets. Okay. So we're going to carry it.
Yeah.
With a bit of development.
Yeah.
Motion carried.
Amended motion carried.
Oh,
That was
crap.
rubbish.
Sorry. There you go. I did it on my own. It's
Okay,
fine.
fine, yeah.
Cool. Right. Owen, your last debate point for Let's Have an Argument. I feel like we've been very productive today.
Yeah.
Are you ready? What is your statement?
In pre-season, Liverpool should never visit the USA again.
2 minutes starts now.
It just doesn't work, does it? I mean, it's great that we get to go and see Alcatraz, and we get to have a photo in front of the Statue of Liberty, and there's various photo ops of someone serving a donut and someone working in Subway and a guy with a massive milkshake, and oh look, here's James Milner eating a foot-long hot dog. That's funny, but actually we lose every bloody game we've ever played in America. Basically, we're endlessly shit when we go stateside. It's too hot. The stadiums are nice, but it's kind of spoilt if you don't win in any of them. And everyone's in America's heard of us. America has got the internet. It's a first world country. If we're talking about expanding the brand of Liverpool FC, which, let's face it, is what pre-season's really all about, it's about getting more shirt sales, then let's go places where they can't just Google us. Let's go to, Chad. Let's go to the middle of Panama. Let's go places that don't have an internet connection. There's a set of islands in the Indian Ocean where, if you remember earlier this year, a US missionary went there to try and convert them to Christianity and got murdered with a bow and arrow. And they weren't actually
1 minute.
They weren't able to recover his body because they couldn't get there because the tribe that lived on the Andaman Islands were so hostile to the outside world. Now that to me is a perfect place where we should be playing Borussia Dortmund. There's a whole new untapped market here that we could be exploiting. Don't go to bloody Boston. We've played in Boston umpteen times. We've never won in Boston. It's too hot in Boston, and everyone in
30
Boston knows
seconds.
who we are. There's undiscovered tribes in the middle of the Amazon that are just waiting to hear You'll Never Walk Alone for the first time, that are probably crying out to see James Milner eating a foot-long hot dog. But don't do it in New York. Do it in the middle of a bloody, Serengeti. That's where the real mileage is in pre-season. So let's never go to USA again, and let's never go to somewhere like Australia again. Let's go to Mongolia. Let's go to northern Lapland. Let's go to the Andaman Islands. Let's go to the middle of Panama and Central America, and let's expand.
And stop. Okay. 2 minute response. Ready?
Go.
Okay. Firstly, if you go to the islands you said with the bow and arrows, guys, I have a strange feeling you haven't quite thought this through. If the American military can't go there, how are a bunch of footballers gonna get there without being shot in the face with a homemade bit of wood? Pre-season's a really weird one for me. So essentially liked the idea of us going around the world and playing games in interesting places where fans don't usually get to see us. In principle, that makes sense. But you are right. Something about America particularly. However, our owners are American, so we sort of should go there almost as a thank you for all the money they put in. You know, we always go and play at Boston Medway, and that's because they own the place, and actually we sort of owe them as well. You know, we just talked a lot about how FSG have essentially brought us the Champions League, and you know, they've done it in such a good way, in a way that we respect, in a way that we enjoy, you know, think, yeah, we owe it to them to at least go out there and play a game there, and for us to kind of represent the squad, you know, in that kind of place. I also don't think I think America, if all the places we're going to go and tour, is one of the best. The infrastructure's there, the money is there, the people speak the same language. There's no, you know, there's no sense of difficulty. Okay, I know America right now is probably not, you know, it's not as hospitable as it has been in the past, but there are many. I think going to those places that you talked about, yeah, it'd be great, but one, no one would turn up, and two, it'll be a much harder thing to organise. America, you can go out there, you can get set down, get eased out, you can be playing, there'll be lots of crowd. I think it's actually one of the best places you can go if we're not going to stay in Europe.
I mean, you've made some good points, Matt.
I usually do.
Well, I wouldn't say usually. Semi-regularly.
Apart from every time we do this feature, which you basically, everything you start with is, well, I agree with most of what you said, actually. That's because we're friends, so actually...
Yeah, exactly. You know, it would be a hard man to come in and say, you're talking shit. I disagree entirely.
I'm sure, to be fair, I'm pretty sure you would if you could.
I'm pretty sure I have on at least one occasion.
Yeah.
I just think, you know, as we say, success breeds success. And exposure breeds exposure. And yeah, our owners are American. But, you know, if we actually expanded the profile of the beautiful game in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands in the middle of the Indian Ocean, one day people from there might own a Premier League club. You know, someone's got to be the first to go there, or else they're never going to improve the infrastructure. Also, genuine question: would you try and shoot Virgil van Dijk in the face with a bow and arrow? Because I bloody wouldn't.
No, I wouldn't want to, though.
Well, no, I
it's
wouldn't want to.
It's a difficult thing to take out of context.
But
no, it's a very difficult, you know.
Carry on.
I don't know why that was so funny. I don't want to shoot Virgil van Dijk, and I don't think. But if I felt my family and my way of life was being threatened, yeah. Because I don't know who Virgil van Dijk is, and I don't care.
But really?
Not if you're on an island with no communication to the outside world, like you just described.
But he's an intimidating bloke, and I think if I was on an
so is someone with a bow and arrow.
Yeah, but they might be really small. He could just Virgil van Dijk.
They might not.
Well, we don't know. That's the risk.
They're definitely fitter and more athletic than me because they probably don't spend most of the time playing video games and eating pizza.
Oh, I know. I'm not disputing that they're fitter and more athletic than you, or indeed myself. But Virgil van Dijk, I mean, he's a machine.
Yeah.
Also,
but he doesn't have a bow and arrow.
No,
it's like bringing a knife to a gunfight.
But Alisson could save anything. Footballs, arrows.
He's not going to take an arrow to the hand.
No, he'd just kind of palm it away.
I feel like you don't know what bow and arrows are.
I know what an arrow is.
It's not a kid's thing. They hurt. They kill people.
Yeah, I know.
They killed the American military, the most funded military on planet Earth. Couldn't do it as a bow and arrow man.
But you got to be diplomatic about it, and I think
they won't let you. They'll you turn up and arrows start firing.
He's gorgeous.
I feel like your understanding of diplomacy with very small islands is frighteningly minuscule.
Okay, well, what about my other point that sometimes you've got to be the first one to start the infrastructure?
I possibly agree, but I mean, financially, it doesn't make a lot of sense because you've got to go a long way. Also, they don't really have pitches in some of these places.
Well,
how are you meant to play football?
I mean. But if they knew, oh, quick, Liverpool are coming, they're world champions.
Let's build a pitch.
Because it would be really embarrassing if they get and we haven't got a pitch.
How are you going to play in North Lapland? It's all snow and ice.
There's all snow and ice in Newcastle a lot of the time. Get under soil heating.
What, in North Lapland?
Yeah, they've got it at Molyneux. Wolverhampton's not that different.
I'm sorry, I
Wouldn't you love to say that Liverpool were the first team to ever play a pre-season friendly in Antarctica?
Yes, but that was not the point you made. You said we should never go to America again.
No, but because we should be going to places like Antarctica or the moon.
We didn't say that.
Oh no, it was implied.
Right, it wasn't implied.
I
thought you hated America, which admittedly is very easy right now, but I thought you hated
Well,
America.
it's not just because I hate America. I just think we should be widening our net, and I think also we never do well in America. When was the last time we won a game in America?
I don't know. I don't follow pre-season like you do. It's not important.
Actually, I think it was probably last year, to be honest. We beat
Yeah, I
Man
think it
United
possibly
4-0,
was,
but
yeah.
that's not the point.
Just because we didn't win this pre-season.
Yeah, and
Yeah, I was going to say, Shaqiri's got a wonder goal in America.
Yeah, but
You would not have had that if we didn't go to America.
Yeah. No, he'd have scored a wonder goal in. Give Shaqiri some credit. He can score wonder goals in
Yeah.
Central African Republic.
I mean, it's quite
Well,
hot there.
well,
You were claiming how hot Boston was, and
It's quite
apparently...
hot in America.
Yeah, but it's hotter in sub-Saharan Africa.
Okay, well, Antarctica then. Or
It's very
the
cold there.
The Falkland Islands.
But it's not big enough over there.
What?
It's like- basically, it's like
bigger
thir-
than a football pitch.
It's basically 30 people, a load of threatening Argentinians and some penguins. Why would you want to go there?
Literally penguins. You just said it yourself.
Penguins can't buy tickets. They've got thumbs.
No, but you could watch them like waddle about and think this will be really good. Like
It's not going to generate business.
no, but if we sent the Liverpool squad to go and look at some penguins, then when the time comes that we start strapping their arms to their sides, it'd be a lot easier for them to deal with it because they'd have watched other penguins do it.
You were complaining about the travel. The travel to the Falkland Islands is 2 days.
No, it's not. It's 2 days to like Australia.
You can't get there from Argentina. You have to go to Chile and then get this boat round. And that boat is almost a day.
Or you go with the RAF.
How are Liverpool going to blag the RAF to take them there?
I don't know. I don't actually know that.
Right, I was going to say, you haven't thought this through.
No, but you can see where I'm coming from.
Yeah, Oxford. Wasn't my best joke, but I tried. Annoyingly, I kind of agreed with the idea of not going back to America, but all your justifications made me think no.
Then suggest something different. Convince me. Talk me out of it. Because the statement was we should never go to America again.
Disneyland?
Disneyland's in America.
Yeah. So, Liverpool... Well, you're arguing we shouldn't go there. I'm arguing we should.
Oh, I thought you just said you agreed with the fact that we shouldn't go to America.
No, I never said that. I said we should go back to America. I like America.
What was the point you said you just agreed with, but my reasons were flawed?
Yeah, I said I I've forgotten.
Which bit were you actually agreeing with?
None of it, apparently.
Okay, well,
I
that's
don't
fine.
agree we should go back to America, and I don't agree with any of the points you made either.
Well, okay.
I think
It's not up to
should we just say this probably wasn't the best idea,
What, going to America?
or not going to America? I'm not quite sure where we're at with this.
What if we go for the middle ground?
Also, my last point's really good. I want to get onto
play
it.
it on an oil rig in the North Atlantic. Because that would be fun.
Oh, what's the thing called that you told me about?
You're going to have to be more specific.
Well, the one that technically my mum and dad are like barons of, because I bought
Sealand.
them. Sealand. That's
Oh, yes, let's go to Sealand.
it. I'd rather do that. Well, one, because the travel's easier.
Yeah, you just
Right,
get a boat from
than going
Harwich.
to America. Yeah, going to America takes like a couple of hours most. Two, it's big enough to play football in. Just need to give it a scrub down.
Just about,
yeah,
yeah.
give it a scrub. Put some nets up.
Probably about the same size as the Dell.
All you need to do is hire some scuba divers to get the balls out of the sea.
Mm.
Which now I say so ridiculous.
Although, you say that, but balls float.
They do,
You
but
could
you know,
just-
but hang on, it's
You
not
could
like
just get regular swimmers. Wouldn't need to be scuba divers, because they could just stay
yeah,
on the
they've got the
surface.
kit because you've got to be there for a long time.
Okay, we'll get someone like David Williams. Get some channel swimmers to just bob
I like
about.
how you thought
and-
David Williams, not Michael Phelps,
Yeah, well, I think-
who was the greatest swimmer of all time.
Yeah, but could he do it in the channel? Because David Williams has
I
swam
mean, you
the
can
channel.
do it any way you want. To be fair, when there's water, you can do what you want. Yeah, I know, right?
That's why you've been banned from Streatham Ice and Leisure Centre.
Thank you for that. I actually haven't. I just didn't renew my subscription.
No, I mean David Williams can swim the channel. Michael Phelps could not swim the channel.
No, but all he has to do is swim around an oil rig. It's not that hard.
Yeah, but in the channel, that would be freezing.
Quite cold. That's why I said
Pardon my
scuba divers.
French.
They've got the kit.
Well,
They've got all the warm.
but they don't
warm
need. It's a
stuff.
waste of money. They don't need the air tank because they don't
They
need to go
do.
below the surface. They just need a really good
They're in
wetsuit
like
and some
minus
goose fat.
things degrees. They've got to look after themselves, or they'll die.
And yet you think Michael Phelps could do it. There's a flaw in your logic.
Michael Phelps in scuba gear could do it.
I was so close to being on board with this idea, Matt, and then you brought a Michael
Well,
Phelps
see
thing
that,
in,
see-
and it's really thrown me
But
off.
playing football on Sea Land would be great.
It would, but not with Michael Phelps involved.
Okay, I'll take Michael Phelps out, and then can
Okay.
we agree?
I feel a lot more comfortable now.
Rather than going to America, we'll play on Sealand.
Yes, I'm happy with that.
Fine. Motion
So-
carries.
Yes.
Sealand. I
That
say.
was rubbish. Let's do that again.
Okay. hang on.
Yeah.
Okay. My last point, Owen. To help referees to do their job in the face of near consistent abuse from players and fans alike, each official should be armed with the following gadgets: a piece of rope, an air horn, a taser, a banana, a copy of Lost in Translation on DVD, and a small painted wooden duck.
Go.
Okay, here's my list of reasons why. Obviously, referees get a lot of near abuse. I can imagine it's a horrible job to do. I actually think it's very unfair. Even if they get things wrong, it's only because they're human. As we've talked about before with VAR, mistakes can be made. So, I've picked a list of gadgets that I think would help. A piece of rope. Now, a piece of rope would be very useful because if anyone decided that they wanted to run away from the referee, they can tie a lasso around their foot so they couldn't get away. An air horn. When you get crowds of players swarming you, blow the air horn, none of them can hear you, and they'll all go, my ears! And then you can shut them up and tell them to piss off. A taser. Pretty obvious. If anyone's acting out, being a bit of a twat, stop them. Gives you time to go, right, stop misbehaving, I'm the referee, etc., etc. A banana, because, referees get hungry, it must be exhausting. A copy of Lost in Translation on DVD, because that is the most boring goddamn film on planet Earth. For 2 hours, nothing happens. It's two people sat in hotel rooms in Japan thinking about whatever, and at the end, apparently, they love each other. Also, he's like a 50-year-old man, and she's not even 20. It's gross. It's almost like pedophilic. I don't get it. I don't like it. So I imagine they had that. That is an inspiration, if nothing else, would be better than Lost in Translation. I must be better than them. If I can't be better than that crap film, which is crap and I hate it, they can definitely improve. A small painted wooden duck. Famously in Blackadder, it was used as a way of hiding yourself in a river. Which, let's be honest, if referees have had a really terrible day, they can easily go jump in a river and use a small painted wooden duck to hide themselves. Therefore, the complicated list that I've said, that's to carry a backpack, that'll be a bit impractical, but we'll work on that. A piece of rope, an air horn, a taser, a banana, a lost copy of illustration and DVD, small painted wooden duck. Allow them to have full authority over the course of the game, because quite frankly, we should leave them alone, let them do their job, and people should stop being twats to them. I find it very disappointing and I hate it.
5 seconds.
And I've got 5 seconds, so Lost in Translation is a terrible film and I hate it, and I can't hate it. Okay, last point. You have 2 minutes. Go.
Well, I'm going to start off by saying that I think Sofia Coppola's Lost in Translation is actually something of a cinematic masterpiece. I think there should be a lot more room in mainstream cinema for the slow-burning character studies that Lost in Translation epitomises. There's too many action films these days. There's too many explosions and car chases and caped crusaders, and sometimes you do just want two people bearing their souls to each other in a Tokyo bar. And quite A, why you've got it in for that film, and B, why you felt it necessary to bring that quite searing hatred into this, I'm not sure, but okay. Also, I have certain ethical issues with the idea of tasing players during a game. I think, from a Liverpool fan's perspective, if I had to sit there and watch, Jordan Henderson get shot with a stun gun, it might kind of actually make me want to abuse the referee a bit more.
1 minute.
I think it might actually do more harm than good, because if you were Andy Robertson and you saw Trent Alexander-Arnold get tased, it wouldn't calm you down. You'd be even angrier with the referee. What else was there? Length of rope. I'm on board with that. I think lasso is not a bad idea. But if there's a question of where you put them when you've lassoed them, stops them running away, and then you just hold them and then they've just tied to you. I don't know if that quite works. What else? An air horn.
30 seconds.
An air horn can work. Yeah, it's like an update of a whistle. That I've got no qualms about. The duck again. So that's that. You say it would be bulky. If they have a Lost in Translation DVD, they presumably also have to have a DVD player and some sort of viewing software. I think this is going to really what the hell?
Time up.
What the hell is this?
Well, good. I'm glad you're confused, because it means I could probably win this series by default. You also didn't mention the banana, which is, of course, a very sustenance and useful thing.
Oh, well, I've got no qualms about that. That's entirely sensible.
It's
People need potassium, Matt, even referees.
Particularly, tennis players need, energy. Referees have a lot of energy expended. They need to fuel themselves.
Yeah.
No,
the banana is the least objectionable part of this proposal.
For the sake of time, I'm going to accept that I just did this because it was funny.
Yeah. I had a feeling you might.
Yeah. However, I do think that referees get far more than they deserve. It's absolute bullshit. Like, I get that sometimes they get it wrong, but most of the time they don't, and they never get applauded when they do, you know.
No, you're right.
And it's not
you're
fair,
right.
like because people are idiots, and they just think, oh, you hate my team. It's like, no. Do you know what I mean? It's like, you love your team. I don't give a goddamn, you know?
I know, I agree, but I don't think the answer to that is to start shooting players with tasers.
I think air horns are a legitimately good idea.
I think air horns are a good idea.
Because I get sick of players surrounding referees, particularly because Liverpool don't do it. You never see it, but all the other teams you play, City, like, they all do it. I just said City very subtly, did you notice?
So what? You said City what?
I said City, other players do it, don't you notice? Yeah.
That was subliminal. That was.
Yeah.
I see. I think I agree with you on the air horn. I'm kind of tempted to suggest we whittle this down a bit, because the banana definitely, the air horn almost certainly, with one concern, because referees have like a utility belt these days, don't they? And they have a can of
Like Batman.
They've got like a can of vanishing spray, haven't they?
Yeah.
That they do the free kick line.
I
with.
love that, by the way. That's so good.
I love it, but I don't know if I'm overthinking this, but I worry that say you're the Man City players, you're surrounded with a referee. He wants a bit of peace and quiet, or she gets the air horn out, but accidentally picks up the vanishing spray and blinds half the team.
But that's their fault.
True.
Like it's like getting a yellow and red card the wrong way around. That's their responsibility. You know, I don't think that's going to matter too much. Plus, if you put them on different sides,
True.
you know your air horn's here and your spray's here.
And actually, if
Piece
you,
of rope sort of like can be lined down here or up here.
I suppose
I
if
oh, I
you
just hit the mic.
suppose if you blinded a player, it would be an equally strong deterrent against complaining.
Yeah.
To you.
Oh, it really annoys me as well.
It does. Can we say the air horn and the banana
Yeah.
and the duck?
Well, why the duck? Oh, but that came out of nowhere.
Well, I think it's entirely sensible. If you're trying to hide in a river, you use a small painted wooden duck. This was your idea.
It was my idea, but I didn't think you'd go along with it.
Well,
Is it just your love of Blackadder 4 that's done it?
it is, and the idea that I can't think of a better way to hide in a river.
So okay, so we'll remove the taser.
Yeah,
We'll remove the DVD.
yeah, I would like.
I
that.
just wanted to complain about how much I hate your
I
translation.
I picked that up, but I do like that film genuinely.
Piece of rope.
Maybe only for cup finals.
Well,
Like the
I
fourth
actually think
substitution.
mainly for like games where you expect like Millwall games. I'm not being funny, but like people like or like Man United games where they just like do everything they can to avoid getting done.
Talk me through the rope a bit more. So you lasso them,
Yeah, because
so they
like
don't move away from you.
when you watch them kind of like walk away as if, oh, it wasn't me or whatever, you can like stop them doing that and like go, right, get here, you're getting booked.
And then you have to untie them and set them, release them back into their natural habitat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, fine.
It'll
So
be arguably quite time consuming, but
okay,
but
we're looking at 2/3 of the gadgets I suggested. That's not bad.
Yeah, no.
I'm confident that's motion carried, basically.
I'm happy with a kind of slightly reduced list to carry that motion.
Carry motion. Motion carried. Yeah, we good one.
That was a good one. Good one to finish on.
Great. Okay, we're almost
Okay.
there, guys. And then we've got another one to do after this.
And it's 7:45 in the evening.
We'll be alright. We're going to keep smashing through them. And now we get on to our final feature and our final podcast of the season. But it's a good one. I absolutely love this feature, and it was your choice.
It was. It's the 60-second showdown. I'm a big fan of this. It's basically where I will give Matt a category. Say, well, in our previous podcast, it was list of Liverpool players in the Premier League era who have been sent off. Matt has got 60 seconds to name as many as he possibly can. He gets a point for each one that is correct. Do you lose a point for each incorrect one? I can't remember.
No, you can say as many incorrect ones as you want. It is just only correct answers are considered, and obviously you're wasting time by saying incorrect answers, of course.
And then we do 3 rounds of that, and whoever's got the most points at the end is the winner. So, your first category, in honour of this summer's African Cup of Nations, I want you to name as many African-born players to play for Liverpool as you can in 1 minute, starting now.
Mo Salah, Sadio Mane, Mimo Sissoko. I don't know why I said that first. I always seem to think of him. Alhaji Diouf, Salif Diao. Oh my god, I've gone blank horribly already. Sean Dundee. Who else was South Africa? Bruce Grobbelaar. I've missed so many already. Victor Moses. Um,
20 seconds.
oh God, it's not enough time. I've gone completely blank. This is horrible. Oh, Kalo Toure. Nabil El-Zar.
Time up.
God, that was awful.
Oh.
I'm really bad at this game.
Well, Matt, let's look back through who the ones.
I think
you
they were
did
all
say.
right.
Well, you said Mo Salah, which is of course right. Played in this summer's African Cup of Nations. Sadio Mane, beaten finalist. You got Momo Sissoko, good one from the recent past. The Malian Rafa Benitez
I've got another
signed.
like 2 already.
El Hadji Diouf and Salif Diao are 2 purchases after 2002 World Cup. Very different careers there. Sean Dundee, South African, great shout, back from the 90s. Bruce Grobbelaar, of course, the only Zimbabwean ever to play for Liverpool. Victor Moses that we had during the 13-14 season and was rubbish. The iconic Kolo Toure, cult hero, yes, and plucked from somewhere, Nabil El-Zar, the young Moroccan forward who had a decent spell in the team around the middle of the first decade of this century. That is, as you say, all of those are correct, Matt, which gives you a nice round 10.
Oh, really? That was more than I expected.
You did miss out some quite notable names.
I'm sure I did.
I mean, I won't run through every African that's ever played
There's a
for
lot
us,
of them.
because we had a lot of South Africans at the beginning of the 20th century, including Barry Nieuwenhuis, Dirk Kemp, Hugo Hardy and Lance Carr.
Never get them.
And, funnily enough, someone called Harman van den Berg. No relation to our first signing of this summer.
I'd never have got those.
No, you wouldn't have. But you might have got Joel Matip from Cameroon. Rigobert Song.
Yeah.
Titi Kamara.
Yeah, I thought that. Yeah.
Usama Asaidi. One of Brendan Rodgers' first signings. Or, most surprisingly, the one you missed, Naby Keita.
Ah,
But overall, pretty good. 10.
that's better than I expected.
Yeah,
Actually.
sets the standard pretty well.
Okay, good start. Okay, Owen, are you ready for your first category?
Hit me!
You have 60 seconds. Name any team Liverpool have played against whose name features either City or United. Go.
Well, Manchester United and Manchester City. Oxford United. West Ham United, Leeds United, Newcastle United, Exeter City, Bristol City, I think we've played them. Now we've got stuck. Coventry City, we've played. I said Bristol City, didn't I?
30 seconds.
Oh God, this is. Oh, I don't like this. Colchester United, possibly. Oh my God. Oh, where's all the times? Swansea City, Cardiff City,
10 seconds.
Dundee United, I think. Oh my God. This is ridiculous. All the Uniteds. Where are they all? I said West Ham.
And
didn't I?
time up.
Oh my God. That's so weird.
It feels like a question that's easier than it is.
Yeah, it does. You suddenly say the first ones and it's obvious, and then
Okay, let me just tell you that you said Manchester United and Manchester City, which is where this question was basically inspired. Yes, correct. Oxford United. Yes, correct. West Ham United, of course, that's correct. Leeds United, also correct. Newcastle United, of course, correct. Exeter City, correct. Bristol City, yes, correct. Coventry City, correct. Colchester, no.
have we not?
No, we've not played Colchester. Swansea City, correct. Cardiff City, of course, correct. Dundee United, I don't have on my list, but I believe we have played them.
Do you want me to check?
I will check, as it is my question.
Alright, that's fine.
None. No, we have never played Dundee United.
Not even in a friendly?
No. Well, I only counted professional games here, unfortunately.
You should have said.
I apologise.
That's alright.
But
It was a shot in the dark.
yeah, well, of course. So you got there 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12.
Ooh.
So
tight.
12. That's not too bad. You're ahead of me by 2. A couple of notable ones you missed: Birmingham City, of course, Hull and Leicester City,
Oh, of course.
very famously. Rotherham United.
Yeah.
What else we got? Stoke City, Norwich City,
Oh, probably played them last
Sheffield
night.
United.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so a few you missed.
Yeah.
You didn't do too bad though. That's quite respectable.
Thank you.
12. So next category, please, Mr. Collins.
Pen, please, Mr. Simpson. I would like you to name as many in this 60-second showdown as you can players who have played for Liverpool or featured in a matchday squad for Liverpool in a competitive game to have worn a shirt with a number in the 40s. Go.
Okay. Jack Robinson, Jerome Sinclair, Brad Smith, Jordan Ibe, Ryan Kent, Adam Lewis, yes, of course, Mario Balotelli, Cameron Brannigan, 42, Patrice Luzi, I don't think that's right, John Welsh isn't right, 47, 48, George Johnston, I don't think that's right either, no, that's definitely not right, 40, oh god, this is bad, Nabil Alzar I think did us 42, so I said him earlier, 40, oh god, 40, it's gone completely blank, I hate this game, oh,
Time's up.
no, I wouldn't have had any more than that.
Ooh, a bit more of a mixed bag for you then, Matt.
Terrible.
So, let's have a look.
I'm
who
really
you
bad at this
said.
game!
You said Jack Robinson. When he made his debut in 2010, he was the youngest Liverpool player ever wearing the
49.
shirt number 49, so that's correct. Jerome Sinclair,
48.
who took his record off him, was 48, also correct. Brad Smith.
44.
It's 44, is also correct, and also 44 is Jordan Ibe.
That's exactly why I said him as well.
Ryan Kent is 40 on the dot, so that's also correct. Adam Lewis has not played in a competitive
46,
fixture for
no.
us, so that's the first wrong answer
That I've given.
that you've given. Mario Balotelli was
45.
number 45, so that is correct. Cameron Brannigan was number 50 until his shirt was taken by Lazer Markovic, at which point he went down to
32.
25.
25.
So you don't get Brannigan. Patrice Luzi was number 39,
39.
I'm afraid. John Welsh,
32.
however, was in the 30s. Don't get him either. George Johnson has not featured professionally, but now Nabil Ozar, who's becoming
42.
a decent little answer for you, was also on there.
42 then 31.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Other players you could have said included Daniel Ayala, Mark Smith, who only ever played once, came through the academy, Peter Galaxy, Robbie Foy, Mikel San Jose, Stephen Sammer, Thomas Ince, David Amu, Jack Hobbs, Jordan Rossiter, Andre Wisdom, number 47, scored his debut, Damian Plessis, if you remember him from the end of Benitez era, Danny Pacheco, Emiliano Insua, Jordan Williams, who played that one game against Middlesbrough, and the only one I think who's currently actually in our squad, Curtis Jones.
Of course.
As well as various goalkeepers who never actually played for us, Galaxy, David Martin, Paul Harrison and Martin Hansen, who are all
Do you
somewhere
know what?
in
I was worried I would miss a lot of obvious ones. I don't think I did miss
You
many.
didn't miss a lot of obvious ones, I think.
Rossiter annoys me. And Wisdom.
Rossiter, Wisdom and Jones, I think, are probably the most obvious ones that you missed.
Yeah. That's not bad, though.
No, that's very good. That was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You got 5 wrong answers, but 7 correct ones, which puts you up onto 17.
I'm still not much further ahead than you. Okay, your category, Owen, or your 60-second showdown. You have 60 seconds to name any player in the Liverpool squad for the 2001 UEFA Cup final. Go.
Okay, well, let's go with goal scorers first. Gary McAllister, Steven Gerrard, Michael Owen, Robbie Fowler. The 5th one was no goal, so we can't say that. Then was Danny Murphy, Jamie Carragher, Jamie Redknapp, possibly, Nicky Barmby, Dietmar Hamann must have been in there, as was Jari Littman and Sami Hippier. In goal would have been Sander Westerveld.
30 seconds.
Who would have been at left back in 2001? Maybe that was Babel. Midfield, said Barmby, said Redknapp, said Fowler, Babel, Gerrard, Emil Heskey would have been in there.
10 seconds.
Oh god. Stefan Onshow, I think he'd already signed for us then. Who was a sub goalie? Peggy Arfexad. How could I forget Peggy Arfexad?
And time up.
Oh.
I've got these down. God, you've got loads. Oh, you're so good at these games. It's not fair. Okay, so from the top, Gary McAllister, correct. Steven Gerrard, correct. Michael Owen, correct. Robbie Fowler, correct. Come off the bench. Danny Murphy, correct. I did find him on the list. Jamie Carragher, correct. Jamie Redknapp, no, incorrect. He wasn't involved. Nicky Barmby, correct. On the bench, didn't come on. Didi Hamann, yes, correct. Jari Litmanen, not involved.
Oh, really?
No, not involved at all.
Oh, shit.
There we go.
That might have been before we signed him, actually.
Sander Westerveld, correct. He was the goalkeeper. Sami Hippier, correct. Marcus Babbel, you got. That is absolutely correct. Emil Heskey, correct. Stefan on the show, yes, correct. And Peggy Arfexad is also correct. You didn't miss many. That's really depressing. You got basically the entire first 11.
That's it. I am...
Nerd! Nerd! It's the only way I can justify how shit I am at this game. The only ones you missed, Gregory Vignal was in there.
Ah.
Stephen Wright was in there.
Ooh,
Vladimir
good.
Smitsa was in there.
Was he?
Patrick Berger.
Ooh, didn't get over
And that was it. Those are the only 4 you missed.
Blimey. I'm impressed.
You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So you're on to 26.
Ooh.
Basically, I am not catching you.
Well, you say that. In honour of our latest continental success, I would like you, in this 60-second showdown, to name as many players as you can in 1 minute to have scored for us in the UEFA Champions League. Not European Cup, but just the Champions League. Go.
Salah, Mane, Firmino, Gerrard, Matip, Van Dijk, who's in our squad at the moment? Milner, Henderson, Wijnaldum, Coutinho, Trent Alexander-Arnold, Jamie Carragher, Vladimir Smitsa, Xabi Alonso, Javier Mascherano, I don't think he did, Emil Heskey, Jari Litmanen, Jimmy Traore, Hippier, Honcho, Luis Garcia, Drink Sangria, Peter Crouch, Don't Count, Barry Balotelli, Michael Owen, Steve Finnan, Steve Staunton. There you go. I was basically just saying all the players I could think of.
Forgive me if I say you were slightly clutching at straws by the end with Steve Staunton.
I thought Steve Staunton's got a hat-trick for us. That's not a bad shout.
Yeah, but I'm not sure it was in the Champions League. Okay.
Alright, well, I tried.
Let's go through the obvious ones. Salah, yes. Mane, yes. Firmino, yes. Gerrard, currently our top scorer in the Champions League with 30 goals. Yes. Virgil van Dijk, yes, scored against Porto. Joel Matip, he says, is not.
How is he not? Well, I just went to the next partner, to his defensive partner. It's so funny how hard it is.
James Milner, of course, does. He has 2. Let's speed this up and edit. Jordan Henderson, has he scored in the Champions League, Matt?
I have no idea. That's why.
He's scored once in the Champions League, so that counts, yeah.
Well, it counts because it's true.
Yeah. Gini Wijnaldum has scored 3 times in the Champions
Including
League.
twice in a very famous semi-final we just discussed.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Philip Coutinho is just above him with 5. Trent Alexander-Arnold, you said, it was correct.
First ever goal was in Champions League.
Jamie Carragher, you pulled out a strange,
I thought Gerrard, I thought Carragher, to be honest.
desperate grab there. Jamie Carragher, who only ever scored about 7 times in his Liverpool career,
Has
that
he
lasted
scored
nearly
for
20
Champions
years. But one of those goals was against FBK Kaunas in the Champions League qualifying rounds in 2005,
I'm having
2006. So you're definitely having that. Vladimir Smitsa, of course, scored in Istanbul, as did Xabi Alonso. I saw where you were going there. Mascherano, you said next.
Just thought next name I thought of.
Has not scored in the Champions League for us.
He only scored twice for us, to be fair.
Emil Heskey scored 6 times, more than Coutinho.
Wow.
Despite us not really being a Champions League team at the beginning of the century. Jari Litmanen is behind him on 3. Sami Hippier, of course, scored against Juventus.
Which is why I said Luis Garcia as well.
And Luis Garcia as well, so those 2 definitely count. Stefan Onshow, however, was a bit of a punt. Only scored about twice for Liverpool, I think, if that.
Scored 9 goals for us, though.
But not in the Champions League, so I'm afraid you can't have him.
Ah.
And by a similar token, it was a bit of a desperate grab at Jimmy Traore, I'm afraid.
He did score in Europe, though. He scored against Ljubljana.
In the UEFA Cup.
Ugh.
Peter Crouch scored in the Champions League, though. Do you know how many times?
Once.
11.
Really?
So you're definitely getting Peter
That's
Crouch.
a lot.
More than Michael Owen.
I didn't say Torres. I'm an idiot.
No, but Fernando
Or
Torres.
Suarez.
Oh, yeah.
Suarez didn't play for us in the Champions League. Then.
No, he didn't.
No, I was going. Torres
Did. He scored 8 times, which is
less than Peter Crouch.
Less than Louis Garcia, for that
Oh.
matter. And also less than Dirk Kuyt, who has got 12.
Although, yeah, he scored in the final in 2007.
Correct.
Yeah.
Good knowledge. Mario Balotelli only scored once in the Champions League, but I think it was the winner against Ludogorets Razgrad.
Yeah.
Michael Owen, of course.
Of course he scored, yeah.
9 times, so still more than Torres.
Wow.
Steve Finnan, I think, only ever scored once for us, and it certainly wasn't in the Champions League, so you can't have him.
And no was Steve Staunton.
Out of respect to you, I will check Steve Staunton, but I am not surprised.
He scored a hat-trick for us. It wasn't a bad idea.
He's, I think, the only defender to ever score a hat-trick for us.
Exactly.
But Matt, that was still a very productive round. You got 4 wrong, which is Finnan, Staunton, Stefan Oncho and Mascherano. Oh, and Joel Matip. So 5 wrong, but 20 correct.
That's not bad. I'm back in the game, guys. I'm back in it.
Back in the game.
So my final score was?
37.
Okay, your current score is 26. Oh, and your last category, you have 60 seconds. And this is quite open as well, so I think I may have handed this to you on a plate, but we'll see how you get on. Name any player to have scored a hat-trick for Liverpool Football Club. Go.
Oh, my God. Well, Yossi Benayoun, Steven Gerrard, Steve Staunton, a little bird told me recently. Yossi Benayoun, Steve Staunton, Luis Suarez, Daniel Sturridge, Sadio Mane, Bobby Firmino and Mohamed Salah, Divock Origi, Gordon Hodgson, for your time record holder, Robbie Fowler, Michael Owen, John Aldridge, Ian Rush, John Barnes, Kenny Dalglish and Kevin Keegan. Oh God, well, that's the obvious one's done. Billy Liddell, must have done. Roger Hunt, Ian Callahan. Oh, God. Unlikely hat-tricks from the last few years.
10 seconds.
10 seconds. Oh, my God. I said Michael Owen, didn't I? Emil Heskey. Steve McManaman. Steve
And
Harkness.
time out.
Steve Harkness? Why the hell did I say Steve Harkness?
Oh my, you said too many names. I couldn't write them down quick enough. I think I've probably missed a couple of your names. I'm really sorry. I couldn't.
Well,
I literally couldn't get them down.
I will be honest. If I didn't save them, I won't say I did.
If there's anyone you've mentioned that I missed, I'm really sorry. Yossi Benayoun, of course, correct. Scored 3 hat-tricks for us, in fact.
Good man. Against Havant and Waterlooville.
There we go. Steven Gerrard, of course. He scored a hat-trick against Everton. Probably the most famous one, I think. Had 5 in total. Staunton, yes, he has 1 defender, as you said. Suarez, yes, got 6 hat-tricks for us, including a 4-goal stint against Norwich, very famously.
I didn't say bloody Torres.
Well, we both didn't.
Oh my God.
Daniel Sturridge, yes, 1 hat-trick for us.
Against Fulham.
Yes, absolutely right.
We were in the pub together in the Crown in Egham when that happened.
That's absolutely right. Of
You
course,
mean Jeff Williams.
Sadio Mane only has 1 hat-trick for us, but you are right.
Porto.
Salah, of course, does. Let's see how many he has. He has 2.
Watford and Bournemouth.
Yep, and Firmino has 1 against Arsenal.
Yeah.
Origi has the 1 against Southampton.
On his first
His
goal.
first goals, plural. Hodgson has 17 hat-tricks, so you were right with that.
And a biscuit named after him.
Of course. John Barnes had 2.
Ooh.
Oh, not that many.
No.
Ian Rush has 16, so he's 1 behind Hodgson in terms of the all-time record. Kevin Keegan only get 1, but you are right. Billy Liddell. No. Oh, no, yes, he did. 5. They jumped me to the wrong thing.
Oh.
Got 5 for us. Roger Hunt, 12. 4th
Bloody
on
hell.
the list. Rory Fowler, 10. Also on the list. I just wrote that down, but you did say it. Callahan had 1 hat-trick, so you
Oh,
were
no
right.
way.
I mean, you've already won this now, so the rest of this is pointless. Michael Owen, of course, got 10 hat-tricks, on equal with Fowler. Emil Heskey, 1, but you did get
Blimey.
1.
Who was that against?
God.
No, it doesn't matter.
Steve Harkness is your first mistake, sadly. No, Steve Harkness never got 1. Steve McManaman, no, didn't get 1 either.
Cool. Did I say Kenny Dalglish as well?
You did, and of course, Dalglish got 3. So.
And I think I said Aldridge.
Did you? God, I can't. Sorry,
I
you
can't
spoke
remember
so
the-
goddamn quick.
Sorry,
I can't
was
jot these
possessed.
down. Yes, Dalglish is correct. Yes, Aldo with 3 as well. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So I couldn't even beat you at that. 21. With that, you have won by 40 7 points to whatever I got, 37.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Not bad.
Shed in it. Good game, sir. Good game.
Good game. Congratulations. Owen wins that again. That's why I wanted to play it, because he knows he beats me every time.
That's a good game.
With
it's a good
that, that is
concept.
the end of our review of the Champions League winning end of Liverpool season 2018-19. Thank you so much for listening. Join us again very soon. We have another podcast probably out about now as well, in which we hand out our Plastic Scouser awards, which is very exciting and a bit chaotic, because we also have a few forfeits that we will do to break up the awards tedium, some of which are daunting and others of which are interesting. If you can check out anything that we've done in the past, you can on iTunes, or you can on our Podbean account, or search Simpson and Collins on YouTube. You can find us there as well. If there's anything you want to chat to us about over the course of this Champions League winning season, I'm just going to keep saying it because it just sounds so goddamn good.
It's lovely, isn't it?
It's just so good. You can on our Twitter handles. I'm at MTH Simpson. Owen's drinking. I'm going to stop, and when he finishes,
I'm
he will
at
say
OGB Collins.
OGB Collins for him, or P Scousers on Twitter as well.
And don't forget to use the hashtag Matt Show Us Your Woodpecker.
Matt, show us your woodpecker. Correct. He woodpecker gone. I think he went to sleep. I
Yeah.
think I had enough. Just like, nah.
Do you want another pick and mix story?
No, with that, we'll see you again. With that, we'll speak to you again soon. We will have some changes, but we'll detail them in the next podcast. So please listen to the award ceremony, and you'll find out exactly what's happening to the Plastic Scousers in the future. For now, we've been droning on too long, so we're just going to say goodbye, and we'll see you soon.
God bless. Farewell.
Oh, I am a Liverpudlian, and I come from the Spion Cup. I love to sing, I love to shout, I get thrown out quite a lot. We support the team that's dressed in red. It's a team that you all know. It's a team that we call Liverpool, and to glory we will go. We've won the